Chapter 181. Because I have Theo on the left and Kyungi on the right. But how did you end up collapsed on the floor? Sejun asked the fully recovered Theo. To which, it's all Chairman Park's fault, meow. Theo immediately blamed Sejun. Me? Yes, meow. Why me? It's because Chairman Park sent me away, and I was away from Chairman Park's lap for too long, so I lost my energy, meow. Sejun had forgotten that this was Theo's usual behavior, so he changed his question. Did anything unusual happen? Yes, meow. The members of the Three-Headed Society tried to kidnap me, meow. The Three-Headed Society? Don't tell me one of Hydra's heads appeared. Even if hundreds or thousands of regular hunters from the Three-Headed Society attacked, they wouldn't be able to bring down Theo due to magic depletion. The only remaining possibility was the appearance of one of Hydra's heads. Yes, meow. The blue snake appeared, but I defeated it easily, meow. There were some ups and downs in between, but Theo boldly skipped them to show off his competence to Sejun. Vice Chairman Theo, you. Sejun was astonished by Theo's words. Hut, Chairman Park, take this, meow. Feeling pleased by Sejun's surprised expression, Theo took out a bronze coin from his bag and handed it to Sejun. On one side there was an image of Hydra and on the other, the number 4. Hydra's 4th bronze coin. What kind of snake was it? It was a blue snake that created ice, meow. Vice Chairman Theo, you really are strong. Sejun had to admit it. He had somewhat underestimated Theo, but Theo was evidently much stronger than he'd thought. Hut, I'm super strong, meow. I even developed a new skill this time, meow. Feeling happy from Sejun's praise, Theo lazily sprawled across Sejun's lap. Then, but there's been a weird smell coming from my mouth since earlier, meow. Quickly give me some of Chairman Park's homemade churu, meow. Theo demanded the homemade churu. Sejun was annoyed thinking about how he had fed elixirs to recover quickly, and now he's complaining about a weird smell. Sejun felt a bit upset. However, here you go. Regardless of his feelings, Sejun naturally handed Theo the homemade churu. Slurp, slurp, slurp. While Theo was enjoying his second mouthful of the homemade churu. Right, meow. I have one more thing to give to Chairman Park, meow. Theo remembered the bronze plaque he got from the Lost and found Storage's drawer and took it out from his bag. Chairman Park will be very pleased with this, meow. Really? Curious from Theo's confident demeanor, Sejun looked at the bronze plaque. Bronze mirror. Usage restrictions, none. Grade D. It's a mirror. The flat object he thought was a paddle turned out to be a mirror. Swish, swish. Sejun tried cleaning the bronze with his clothes, but it didn't become clear enough to reflect his face. Aileen, can you appraise this? The tower's administrator says leave it to her. All right, thanks, and isn't this too little, take more. Sejun sent Aileen the bronze mirror along with 1,000 elixir-grade cherry tomatoes. That morning, he transported 5,000 tomatoes from the temporary storage in the White Tower, so he had plenty. The tower's administrator says thank you. A moment later, the tower's administrator says she senses a powerful divine power from the item Theo brought. The tower's administrator says she needs to appraise it with her grandfather and needs more time. A divine power. Okay, take your time, there's no rush. After entrusting Aileen with the appraisal. You really did great, Vice Chairman Theo. Of course, meow, I'm amazing, meow. When Sejun praised him, Theo beamed and presented his belly even more as if to say, now, rub this splendid belly of mine, meow. Pad, pad. Sejun affectionately stroked Theo's belly, appreciating his accomplishments. Hut feels good, meow. Purr. After enjoying a tasty churu and Sejun's undivided attention, Theo contentedly fell asleep. He really isn't leaving. When even his last attempt did not succeed, only then was Sejun able to shake off his last remaining regret. Just then, Gorarong. Kurarong. Theo's snoring made Kyungi think it was nap time, and he immediately snuggled against Sejun's back and fell asleep. That's right, because I have Theo on the left and Kyungi on the right. Once he gave in, everything felt easier. Snore. Gororong. Kurorong. Holding Theo and Kyungi, Sejun fell asleep. 2 hours later. He. Sejun stretched as he woke up. Hey guys, wake up. Rub rub. Sejun began, massaging Theo to wake him up. Puhu Chairman Park, did you sleep well, meow? Theo opened his eyes with a pleasant smile from Sejun's massage. Yes, did Vice Chairman Theo sleep well? Yes, meow. Chairman Park's lap is always so cozy, meow. As Theo replied, he was drifting back to sleep. But did the auction go well? Sejun initiated a conversation to wake Theo up again. Yes, meow. It was another complete sellout, meow. The mention of the auction made Theo's eyes gleam. No matter how sleepy he was, boasting about his achievements to Sejun was more important. That's good, you did well. Of course, meow, I worked extremely hard, meow. Look at this, meow. This is the money I earned, meow. Theo boasted, taking out 6.75 million tower coins he earned from this auction. Puhuhut, Chairman Park, praise me and hand over my incentive, meow. Vice Chairman Theo, good job, here's your incentive. Sejun handed over 750,000 tower coins as an incentive to Theo. The vice chairman's incentive rate was 10%, but lately, Sejun had been rounding up and just giving the last 6 figures as the incentive. Puhuhut, thank you, meow. Feeling satisfied, Theo put the coins Sejun gave him in his bag. At that moment, roll. Kyungi rolled over in front of Sejun and plop, lay down flat in front of him. Kroong. Kyungi wants a massage too. All right. Stretch. Sejun earnestly stretched Kyungi's legs for him. Then he woke up the animals and went outside. Lord Sejun, are you awake? Ulrich greeted Sejun. Yes, how's the sky-reaching bean? Is it growing well? The sky-reaching bean, described as reaching the sky in 7 days after planting, was planted 6 days ago. But since Sejun initially accelerated its growth for 24 hours using magic seed sowing, it would probably reach the sky even faster. It looks like it's almost fully grown. We had the soldiers climb the beanstalk and received reports that there's a massive land floating in the sky. A massive land. What on earth did Theo's front paw find? Looking at Theo. Meow, meow, meow. Feeling refreshed from his sleep, Theo was humming a tune and grooming his front paws. We aren't sure since the beanstalk hasn't reached it yet, but it seems there are no living entities. I'll need to go and check. We'll follow you. No, you guys wait for me down here. In case of any unforeseen situation, Sejun and the animals could escape using the precious bracelet of the dragon's return given by Kaiser. So Sejun planned to inspect it first with the animals. With that, Sejun moved to where he planted the sky-reaching bean. 99th floor of the tower, administrator area. Theo, how does he always find stuff like this? Right, how does he always pick things like this? Kaiser and Kellyan were amazed and disgusted, appraising the bronze mirror at Aileen's request. Even more astonishing was that no matter how closely the two dragons looked, there was nothing particularly unique about Theo. Don't just talk among yourselves, tell me too. Aileen got upset with Kaiser and Kellyan, because she often needed their help to assist Sejun when she should have been the one helping Sejun. Ha, my granddaughter is upset because we were chatting amongst ourselves. Let this old man explain quickly. This is a relic containing the power of the space god Dimna. A relic. A relic. As Aileen showed interest, Kaiser excitedly explained about the relic. Grandpa, tell me about the other gods' relics too. My granddaughter is so interested in my stories. Thanks to that, Kaiser became so elated that he enthusiastically started talking about all the gods he knew who had divine powers. However, I'll learn from Grandpa, so later I can appraise Sejun's items with my own ability. Aileen only had one thought in mind, to appraise Sejun's items on her own. Idiot! Kellyan looked disdainfully at Kaiser, who was doting on his granddaughter. Yet he was no different, being just as doting on his grandson. Well, Sejun exclaimed as he saw the enormous beanstalk. It was about 30 meters in circumference, and its top couldn't be seen. It truly seemed to reach the sky. Pewhut, how is it, meow? Theo began to feel proud again, tightly holding onto Sejun's knee with his front paws, so as not to be pulled into the sky. Excellent. This amount was more than enough, even if all the rabbits and black minotaurs ate it. Kyungi, stay inside the void storage for now. Concerned that the beanstalk might collapse due to Kyungi's weight, Sejun made Kyungi wait inside the void storage. Krung. A wait without eating this time. Which meant waiting without eating but filling up his snack pouch. That's right, our Kyungi is so well behaved. Clank. Sejun praised Kyungi as he put him in the void storage and closed the door. Let's climb. Got it, meow. Sejun began climbing the beanstalk with Theo. Farmer's Touch LV4 is activated. While your hand is in contact, the growth of the sky-reaching beanstalk accelerates slightly. The lifespan of the sky-reaching beanstalk extends a bit while being touched. Naturally, as Sejun held onto the beanstalk, his skills activated on it. Golden Bat, let's sing while we climb. Yes. Sejun called out the golden bat hanging on his back. If his skills were effective, surely the bat's song could prolong the life of the beanstalk. There's a beanstalk, tall and high tilde. After listening to the golden bat's original song for about an hour, they arrived at a vast land in the sky. It was surprising that such a massive land in the sky wasn't visible before. The land seemed barren, with only one dazzlingly white building visible in the distance. Let's head over there. Understood, meow. Theo, who was just clinging onto Sejun's knee, responded quickly. He wasn't planning to move on his own anyway. I'll scout ahead. The golden bat quickly flew around the building and returned. The building seems clean, but there's no one inside. Really? Sejun approached the building. Huh. As he got closer, he noticed crops surrounding the building. Are those magical cherry tomatoes? Wait, what's that? Sejun recognized some crops, but there were others he had never seen before. I should gather some. As Sejun approached to harvest the crops. You have entered Emila's garden. It's remarkable that you managed to find this place. However, I cannot allow thievery. Black Tower's Tower Farmer, Park Sejun, and it's not time for us to meet yet. A voice echoed in Sejun's head. And then, where am I? Suddenly, Sejun found himself transported to another location, a familiar location. He was at the base of the sky-reaching beam, back on the ground. Was nice meeting you. With that, the voice vanished. What just happened? Vice Chairman Theo, Golden Bat. Feeling bewildered, Sejun first checked if the animals were okay. Gorarung. Berarung. Thankfully, both were fine. What about Kyungi? Clank. Sejun quickly opened the void storage to ensure Kyungi was safe. Krung. Are we going out already? Kyungi, who was busy filling his snack pouch, asked with a disappointed expression. No, fill your pouch first and then come out. Krung. Okay. Upon hearing Sejun's words, Kyungi eagerly resumed filling his snack pouch. Phew, what just happened? As Sejun was contemplating the recent events. When did I put these on? Sejun realized his shoes had changed. Instead of his worn-out sneakers that were about to tear, he was now wearing golden leather shoes. What's this? Sejun examined the shoes. Chapter 182. Farmer's Footstep Shoes. Right arrow, these are shoes made for farmers, meticulously crafted stitch by stitch with golden sheep wool by Emilia Ibens, the apostle of creation one. Right arrow, it's a semi-divine level equipment, not registered in the Black Tower. Right arrow crops grow to the sound of the farmer's footsteps. Right arrow when wearing these shoes and walking around the field. The growth rate of crops accelerates. Right arrow usage restriction, Tower Farmer. Right arrow creator, Apostle of Creation Emila Ibens. Right arrow grade, Semi-Divine. Skill, Blessing of the Crops Master. Blessing of the Crops Master. Right arrow crops that hear the footsteps of the farmer react by empowering the farmer, enhancing his potential. Apostle of Creation. Sejun realized just now who the being that had addressed him a while ago was, the creator God who had created the towers and then vanished. To think that God had an apostle, it was an astonishing fact. But it's a pity. He remembered the crops he couldn't pick from Emila's garden. The crop Sejun wanted to pick was a peach. He wished he could have taken just one bite. It was regretful. Still, our vice chairman Theo really is something. Squish, squish. Sejun fiddled with the squishy pink jelly of the sleeping Theo. Sejun remarked on his incredible detection ability that could even identify an apostle of the creation god that no one knew existed. Probably even dragons couldn't do that. As Sejun was admiring Theo, Krung. Kyungi has filled up his snack pouch. Kyungi emerged from the void storage, patting his full snack pouch with a proud expression. Krung. Is it nap time now? Kyungi, looking at the sleeping Theo and Golden Bat, asked. Are you sleepy, Kyungi? Sejun asked, thinking that if Kyungi was sleepy, they would rest here before moving on. However, Krung. Kyungi's not sleepy yet. In response to Sejun's question, Kyungi shook his head. He had just filled his snack pouch with food. There was no way he'd feel sleepy now. Then let's go back to the farm first. Krung. Understood. Sejun rode the enlarged Kyungi back to the farm. Incheon International Airport. It's been a while since I've been to Korea. A man with silver-white hair and a black suit spoke as he exited the departure gate. A long scar marred the left side of his face, making people avoid getting too close to him. Then, welcome, Mr. Tamuro. Four muscular men who had been waiting greeted Tamuro. What's the situation? As usual, there are 50 guards at home, around 30 at the workplace and school. Some of the guards are confirmed to have firearms. Our side. We have 30 hunters and 100 organization members, all armed and waiting. It's going to get noisy. It would have been easier to deal with inside the tower. Tamuro remarked with a hint of reluctance. If they had managed to prevent the shipment of the sturdy blade green onions from coming to Earth from the tower as planned, there would have been no need for him to act. But the silver wolves joined the transport of the sturdy blade green onions, disrupting the organization's plans. Due to the sturdy blade green onions supplied from the tower, it had prevented the rapid increase of the locusts. On top of that, Akiro and Pablo suddenly lost contact. As things kept getting complicated, Mr. 2, the second in command of the organization, took direct action. The plan was to kidnap the wandering cat merchant Theo, locate Park Sejun, take possession of the crops, all while eradicating the sturdy blade green onions. But who would have thought we'd lose contact with Mr. 2 as well? In this way, they found themselves forced into action in Korea, even though they knew it would become chaotic. Let's move then. First, let's head to the site. Yes. Tamuro got into a car, heading towards Butchin. Krung. We're here. Good job, Kyungi. You can eat your snacks now. Sejun spoke to Kyungi, who had run all the way to the persimmon tree farm. Krung. Got it. At Sejun's words, Kyungi settled near him and began emptying his snack pouch. And then, will this really enhance my potential? Tab tab. Sejun was testing the blessing of the crop's skill in the sturdy blade green onions field, letting the crops hear his footstep with his farmer's footstep shoes. He needed the sturdy blade green onions from the 49th floor of the tower to grow quickly so it could be sent to Earth faster. Even though his work was done, instead of ascending to the 99th floor, he continued to test here to accelerate the growth of the sturdy blade green onions. Tab tab. Despite Sejun's continuous footsteps, no special messages or feedback appeared. Tab tab. Gorarong. Bararong. Sejun's footsteps and the snoring of Theo's golden bat harmonized together. Whether Emila had put them into a deep sleep or not, Theo and the golden bat were still asleep. Then, the tower's administrator says the appraisal is complete. The tower's administrator says you'll really like it. Really? With Aileen's words, a bronze mirror appeared before Sejun. The frame and handle of the bronze mirror were engraved with wavy patterns on a silver background, and the mirror's surface, which reflected objects, had mysterious characters carved into it. Although the appraisal was complete, the mirror's function wasn't obvious just by looking at it. Sejun decided to check its options first. Mirror of Longing. Right Arrow, a divine relic of the god of space, Dimna, who was in charge of spatial divinity in ancient times. Right Arrow, by infusing it with magic and thinking of someone you miss, you can see them through the mirror. You must have seen the person's face at least once to view them through the mirror. Right Arrow, over time, the relic's power has weakened. Right Arrow, it's a divine-grade equipment, not registered in the Black Tower. Some information hasn't been disclosed, yet due to insufficient data. Right Arrow usage restriction, magic power 100 and above. Right Arrow creator, god of space Dimna. Right Arrow grade, divine. More than the mirror's divine rank. I can see the person I miss. This phrase caught Sejun's attention more. Show me my mother. Sejun infused the mirror with magic and pictured his mother in his mind. Then, ripple, ripple. The characters carved into the bronze mirror rippled like water and revealed the image of Sejun's mother, Kim Mi-ran, preparing dinner. As expected, tonight's menu was kimchi stew, TL, or kimchajae jjigae. Subsequently, Sejun checked on other family members. His father was on his way home from work, and his younger brother, Si-dal. Oh, my eyes. Sejun quickly averted his eyes from the mirror. He hadn't expected to see Si-dal taking a shower. Thankfully, they all seem well. Sejun was relieved to see his family in good health. And I wish I could have seen Aileen too. Sejun lamented not being able to see Aileen. Even though he had met her before, Sejun couldn't remember the fact that he had encountered Aileen after getting hit from behind. As Sejun was lost in his thoughts, the tower's administrator says you're wearing unfamiliar shoes. Noticing the change in Sejun's footwear during the time she had gone to listen to her grandfather's stories, Aileen inquired. Something felt off. Oh, these. Sejun explained how he climbed the sky-reaching beanstalk to reach the massive floating land in the sky and acquired the shoes. Have you ever heard that the Creator God has an apostle? The tower's administrator says she'll ask her grandpa about that. The tower's administrator asks if the voice you heard in your head was a female voice. The voice, of course it was. Sejun, about to reply, felt a sudden chill but said, it was a woman's voice. He spoke honestly, thinking that hiding the truth would be worse. The tower's administrator says she understands. After that, Aileen remained silent. And, how dare you, gifting something to our Sejun? Aileen registered the Apostle of Creation as a threat. Tab tab. Sejun continued to let the sturdy blade green onions hear his footsteps. After about 2 hours, the sturdy blade green onions are grateful for the farmer's footsteps and lend their strength. Your stamina stat potential has increased from 99 to 100. The awaited message appeared, and his stamina limit stat increased by 1. It really works. Sejun, having confirmed the effect of the blessing of the crop skill, said, good test over, time to go back, Kyungi, let's go. Sejun called for Kyungi. It was time to return to the 99th floor of the tower. However, Kyungi's sleepy. Kyungi, having emptied his snack pouch, felt drowsy from a full stomach. Then let's rest a bit before we go. Daddy, sleep next to Kyungi. Kyungi pointed to a spot beside him. All right. As Sejun sat beside Kyungi, Kyuiha. Kyungi snuggled up to Sejun's side and promptly fell asleep. Pad pad. Sejun, stroking Kyungi and the head of Theo who was on his lap, fell asleep together. A short while later, Gororong. Kurorong. Berorong. Meow, where are we, meow? Theo woke up from his sleep. Then, thank goodness, meow. Squeeze, squeeze. Realizing he was on Sejun's lap, Theo pressed down on Sejun's body with his paws to check if everything was okay. His face looks a bit rotten, but he seems okay, meow. After checking Sejun's condition, Theo lay back on Sejun's lap. 10 minutes later, meow, I can't sleep, meow. Perhaps he had slept too much because he wasn't sleepy anymore. Then, isn't that what I brought, meow? Theo spotted the mirror of longing in Sejun's pocket. I want to see Chairman Park's knee, meow. Holding the mirror, Theo infused it with magic, thinking about Sejun's knee. Then, oh, it's me, meow. Theo, along with Sejun's knee on which he was sitting, appeared in the mirror. Hut, I'm truly amazing, meow. Theo boasted about the mirror's brilliant feature, praising himself. I want to see Elka, meow. I want to see Ulrich, meow. I want to see Sister Aileen, meow. As Theo was amusing himself with the bronze mirror. Kroong. Big bro, what's that? Kyungi, who had just woken up from his nap, asked Theo about the mirror he held. It looked fun. Hut, look at this, Kyungi, meow. If you infuse it with magic and think of someone you want to see, they appear in the mirror, meow. Theo proudly showed Kyungi the image of the black rabbit in the mirror. Kroong. It's big bro. Hut, what do you think, meow? Kyungi, want to give it a try, meow. Theo suggested, as if he was doing Kyungi a favor. It's time to show the elder brother's authority, meow. Kroong kroong. Yes, Kyungi wants to try. Excited by Theo's offer, Kyungi responded. You must use it carefully, meow. Kroong. Understood. Theo warned Kyungi as he handed over the bronze mirror. Then, Kroong. Mirror, Kyungi wants to see Kyungi's grandma. Holding the mirror with both front paws, Kyungi infused it with magic power. However, nothing appeared in the mirror. It was expected since Kyungi had never seen Sejun's mother, Kim Mi-ran. Kroong kroong. Why isn't it working? Why can't Kyungi see Kyungi's grandma? Kyungi shook the mirror and exclaimed. You silly, meow. You need to know their face to see them, meow. Kroong kroong. Kyungi is not silly, but Kyungi doesn't know grandma's face. At Theo's words, Kyungi started to sob sadly. At that moment, why are you two fighting? Sejun woke up due to their commotion. Kyuang. Daddy, Kyungi wants to see Kyungi's grandma. Kyungi, with a tearful voice, ran to Sejun. Whoa, Kyungi sent ga. Sejun hurriedly exclaimed, but whack. Kyungi was much faster. Koom. Fortunately, the dragon tattoo on Sejun's left arm disappeared, saving Sejun. TL notes. 1. Here it could also be translated as apostle of the creator God, but I have used apostle of creation to match with apostle of destruction. Chapter 183. Few Kyungi, come here. Sejun, after re-engraving a new tattoo with Kaiser's scale on his left arm, called Kyungi. Kroong kroong. Sorry, Dad, Kyungi made a mistake. Knowing he was at fault, Kyungi cautiously approached Sejun, checking his reaction. He was aware that his brief moment of agitation had put Sejun in danger. It's okay, it was Kyungi's fault. Sejun said, patting Kyungi's head, reassuring him. Sejun knew. Such incidents could happen again. It wasn't something Kyungi could just control with willpower alone. In TV or YouTube videos, you'd sometimes see owners struggling to handle the energy levels of their large dogs. However, it's the owner's responsibility to handle it, not the dog's fault. Rather, Kyungi had been holding back, even subconsciously, always considering Sejun. For example, he never kicked Sejun in his sleep. Moreover, whenever Theo cuddled, Kyungi, wanting the same, resisted the urge every day. Whenever he exerted force during fights, he always adjusted his direction and strength, considering Sejun's position. Sejun felt more guilty, knowing how much Kyungi was trying for him. Kruweng. Relieved by Sejun's words, Kyungi shed tears. Only now did his pent-up emotions burst out. "Why are you crying, Kyungi? Dad is really okay." Sejun wiped Kyungi's tears and reassured him, holding him close and comforting him. Then, "I don't like it, meow." Theo felt uncomfortable seeing only Kyungi getting petted, but for now, as the elder brother, he sat quietly on Sejun's lap. Tab tab. Theo's tail gently patted Kyungi's butt. "Kyungi, you said you wanted to see Grandma." Once Kyungi had calmed down a bit, Sejun spoke, holding up the mirror of longing. "Krung krung." "Yes, Kyungi wants to see Kyungi's grandma." Kyungi responded energetically to Sejun's question. "Okay, look, this is Kyungi's grandma." Sejun showed Kyungi the image of Kim Miran in the mirror of longing. "Krung krung." "It's Kyungi's grandma. Kyungi missed grandma." Kyungi joyfully observed the mirror. Beside her are grandpa and younger dad. Since it was dinner time and they were all eating together, Sejun also introduced the others. In this way, Kyungi familiarized himself with all of Sejun's family. "Krung. Daddy, what's that?" Kyungi began to inquire about the side dishes he saw in the mirror. "That's kimchi stew. It's the food Dad wants to eat the most." "Krung. Is kimchi stew that delicious?" "Well, you can get tired of it if you eat it often, but then you miss it when you don't." "Krung. That's confusing." Kyungi found Sejun's words puzzling. "You'll understand when you're older." Sejun gently stroked Kyungi's head as he spoke. Of course, it might never happen for Kyungi. The thought of Kyungi getting tired of food, it was hard to imagine. "Let's go home now." Sejun took the animals and ascended to the 99th floor of the tower. "This week alone, we've seized 220 ships that approached the coast without permission." "Good job. Please do your best to ensure that not a single suspicious ship enters the U.S." "Yes." It wasn't wartime, but over 200 ships were seized just on the basis of being suspicious. Under normal circumstances, detaining over 200 ships on the mere suspicion of unauthorized approach was a potential international issue. Yet, instead of reprimanding the Navy Chief of Staff, the President of the USA praised him. "How's the situation at the Mexico border?" "We've installed high-voltage fences that stand 50 m tall in the border areas and have soldiers and drones patrolling." The Army Chief of Staff responded this time. "We must prevent even a single locust from crossing. The moment one does, it's the end for the U.S." The President spoke gravely. The breeding capacity of the locusts was tremendous. In just a week, a single locust could multiply into more than 100,000. Right now, the U.S. was at war with the locusts. Actually, every country was. "What's the status of the report's verification?" The President directed the question to the CIA director. The CIA confirmed that the reports from several universities analyzing the spread of the locust had a common thread: human intervention. They were verifying if there was any actual human interference. "Mr. President, our investigations have confirmed the involvement of an organization called the Three-Head Society." "What?" Everyone in the conference room was outraged at the CIA director's words. It would be madness to cause the spread of the locusts, as it puts the entire human race at risk. "What information do we have on the Three-Head Society?" "Currently, we are conducting multiple operations to locate and infiltrate the Three-Head Society. According to recent intelligence, a significant number of their members have entered South Korea." "South Korea, why?" "Yes, there's a high possibility they're targeting Park Sejun's family." There was a time when not just the U.S., but every government had monitored Park Sejun's family at some point to gather information about Park Sejun. However, after Han Tae-jun, who was the only link to Park Sejun, announced that any organization or nation monitoring Park Sejun's family would be denied crops. All intelligence agents had withdrawn. Let's inform Han Tae-jun for now. Han Tae-jun was currently in charge of the Earth Defense Force and wielded significant power in the distribution of sturdy blade green onions. By providing information to Han Tae-jun, they hoped to receive an extra distribution of detoxifying green onion and sturdy blade green onions in return. Understood. Let's conclude the meeting here. Yes. As the meeting concluded and everyone was leaving, the U.S. government has decided to provide Han Tae-jun with information on the organization members who entered South Korea. The Army Chief of Staff who had attended the meeting sent a message somewhere. Krung, we're home. Thud thud. Having arrived at Sejun's farm on the 99th floor of the tower, Kyungi cheerfully shouted and excitedly ran around the farm. Although they had returned in less than a day, it still felt good to be home. Well, there's no place like home. Tab tab. Sejun seemed to understand Kyungi's feelings as he walked around the farm, making his footsteps heard by the crops. The crops grew faster, which was good, and his potential increased, which was beneficial. It was a win-win for everyone. Isn't it? If the crops grew faster, the harvest would be quicker, which was also beneficial for Sejun. You have harvested a well-ripened magical cherry tomato. Your job experience has slightly increased. Your proficiency in harvesting LV7 has increased slightly. You've gained 50 experience points. While Sejun was occasionally harvesting the well-ripened crops while walking around the field, he pondered. I wonder how Ajax is doing. Suddenly curious about how Ajax was working, Sejun took out the bronze mirror and, infusing it with magic power, and thought of Ajax. But why isn't it working? Due to tremendous interference, Ajax's image was not visible, likely because of the magic power emanating from Ajax. Is my magic power insufficient? When Sejun infused the mirror with all of his magic power, the interference lessened slightly, but he still couldn't see anything clearly. Then, gurgle. Krung. Daddy Kyungi is hungry. Thud thud. After a joyful run, Kyungi with a growling stomach came looking for Sejun. Just wait a moment. Sejun went to the kitchen and prepared dinner. Tonight's menu was Napa cabbage soup. He craved a refreshing broth. He craved a refreshing broth-based dish. He started by sautéing small pieces of purple locust meat in a heated pot. Sizzle. Once the meat was nicely browned. Splash. He filled the pot with water and added deep-sea giant tuna bones he had prepared earlier. He boiled them on high heat to make a rich broth. While the broth was simmering, clank. From the void storage, he took out shiitake mushrooms and detoxifying green onions and then went to the Napa cabbage field, harvested 10 cabbages, trimmed the ends, and chopped them into bite-sized pieces, adding them to the pot. After seasoning the dish with soy sauce, salt, and pepper, he completed the dish. You have achieved the accomplishment of making the refreshing wind Napa cabbage soup for the first time in the tower. The recipe for refreshing wind Napa cabbage soup is registered in Cooking LV5. Your Cooking LV5 proficiency has increased greatly. A message appeared indicating that Sejun had cooked a new dish after a long time. Have I been neglecting my cooking lately? Sejun self-reflected as he checked the dish's options. Refreshing wind Napa cabbage soup. Right arrow, the purple locust meat was pre-fried to retain its clarity, and the broth made from the bones of a deep-sea giant tuna added a savory taste. Right arrow, the detoxifying green onion neutralizes the strong poison found in the purple locust meat, preventing the dish from spoiling easily. Right arrow, all ingredients synergize, maximizing the flavor and effects of the wind Napa cabbage. Right arrow, upon consumption, affinity with wind attribute increases slightly for 1 hour. Right arrow, there's a very low chance of awakening a mid-tier or lower wind attribute-related talent upon consumption. Right arrow chef, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Right arrow expiration date, 120 days. Right arrow grade, A. Oh, not bad at all. He was pleased with the dish's options. Furthermore, slurp. Also refreshing. The taste was impeccable. He genuinely wished he had a spoonful of rice to go with it. Come on guys, let's eat. Sejun called over the animals and they all dined together. Instead of rice, steamed potatoes replaced the carbohydrates. While eating, if any of you want to see someone, use this. Sejun handed over the bronze mirror of longing to the monkeys and rabbits. He thought that some of the animals who were separated from their families might miss them. Squeak. Ook. Touched by Sejun's thoughtfulness, the rabbits and monkeys began to use the mirror to see their loved ones. Meanwhile, gulp. Croon. It's delicious. While everyone was engrossed with the bronze mirror, Kyungi finished the entire bowl of cabbage soup Sejun had served in one go and continuously refilled it from the pot. When they finished dinner, you've consumed the refreshing wind Napa cabbage soup. Affinity with the wind attribute slightly increases for 1 hour. A message appeared, and Sejun felt a cooling sensation throughout his body. Russell. Chairman Park, I feel cool, meow. This is wonderful, meow. While enjoying his churu, Theo, feeling Sejun's change, rubbed himself against Sejun's knee. Then, rustle, rustle. A gentle breeze began to emanate from a few of the rabbits and monkeys. They had awakened their wind attribute talent. Awakening a talent just from a single bowl of cabbage soup, even if the probability was said to be very low. Why them? What about me? Unlike the animals, Sejun hadn't acquired any new talent, felt slighted. He examined himself, but not even a hair moved. Then what about Kyungi? Kyungi had consumed the soup by the potful, as Sejun hurriedly searched for Kyungi. Whoosh! A strong wind began blowing from behind. Turning around. Kroong! Daddy, Kyungi has gained a talent. Kyungi, enveloped in a gust of wind, appeared. As Sejun suspected, Kyungi too had awakened a wind attribute talent. Kroong! I'm so happy. Elated, Kyungi jumped into Sejun's arms. Wait, Kyungi stow. Poof! Why? Sejun was taken aback, holding Kyungi in his arms. Although he felt a bit hefty, Sejun could comfortably hold him as he was now light enough to be held. Kyuha Kroong. Hehe, Kyungi is now light. The talent Kyungi had awakened was light body movement, allowing him to reduce his body weight to 11000. On day 325 of being stranded, Kyungi finally realized his dream of being held in Sejun's arms. Chapter 184. An opportunity has arrived. Thump. Kyuha. Thud. Thump. Kyuha. Thud. Kroong. It's fun, Kyungi so excited. After dinner, Sejun repeatedly threw and caught the lightweight Kyungi, playing with him. Then, Kyuang. From a distance, Pink Fur, Kyungi's mother, called for him. It was bedtime. Kroong. I want to play more. Kyungi looked disappointed at his mother's call. We can play again tomorrow after you sleep with your mom. Sejun tried to console the dejected Kyungi. Kroong. All right, Kyungi will sleep well, so Daddy should too. After saying his piece, Kyungi rushed towards Pink Fur. Tap tap. Kyungi's steps were noticeably lighter. We should sleep too. Okay, meow. Sejun and Theo headed off to bed. Early the next morning. Tap tap. Kroong. Daddy, Kyungi wants to play. Kyungi came over early in the morning, eager to play. Then, leap. While Sejun was still asleep, Kyungi leapt onto Sejun's chest. Thump. Sejun groaned a bit from the impact, but he didn't wake up. Kyuha Kroong. Hehe, Daddy's all right. Delighted to see that even after jumping onto him, Sejun wasn't harmed. Gororong, Kurorong, Kuororong, Berorong. He snuggled up next to him and fell asleep. A while later, Sejun woke up sitting up. Then, roll, roll. Kyungi naturally rolled down the inclined surface. Thud. Sejun quickly caught Kyungi. It's really amazing. Our Kyungi is this light. Sejun marveled at Kyungi, who was soundly sleeping in his arms. Kyungi now felt like he weighed around 70 kg, which was as light as a feather compared to before. Holding Kyungi with both hands and lifting him, Sejun was still amazed by his own strength to lift Kyungi. Then, grin. He noticed Kyungi's mouth corners lifting. It seemed like Kyungi was pretending to sleep. Heh, but I won't be fooled. Boo 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 boop. Sejun made a fart sound by blowing raspberry on Kyungi's belly as a playful retaliation. Kroong. Heh, it's fun. He soon gave up pretending and began a play with Sejun. Here I go again, boo 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 boop. Kyuhe. While they were playing, growl. Kyungi's stomach grumbled. Kroong. Daddy, Kyungi is hungry. There was a new determination in Kyungi's voice. No matter how fun, hunger was non-negotiable. All right, let's eat. Briefly setting down the now ferocious-looking Kyungi for a moment. Meow. Sejun placed the still-sleeping Theo on his knee. When did Iona get here? Sejun belatedly noticed Iona hanging on Theo's tail. Let's go. Kroong. Okay. Sejun and Kyungi moved to the kitchen. The breakfast menu was, of course, cabbage soup. Though he failed to awaken any talent yesterday, there was still hope for today. After breakfast, sway sway. Some animals, who hadn't awakened their wind attribute talent yesterday, managed to do it today. However, despite intentionally consuming 3 bowls of cabbage soup, Sejun only ended up with a full stomach. Tusk. Chairman Park, cheer up, meow. Kaiwat, if you're feeling hot, I can cool you down with magic. Krung kyu kyu. Kyungi can blow wind too, woo woo. The animals tried to comfort Sejun, but it's okay, no need to comfort me. Sejun refused their attempts at consolation. I'll have cabbage soup for lunch too. Sejun hadn't given up. Then, after breakfast, thud, tab tab. Sejun took the Myler's hoe, which was placed in front of his house, and headed to the yet-to-be-planted field. Then, thump, he scattered carrot seeds on the ground. Thud, land moving. Using Myler's hoe, he began planting the carrots. You've planted 500 agility carrot seeds in the magic power-infused soil. Due to the sound of the farmer's footsteps, the effect of magic seed sowing LV6 has been enhanced. With the effect of magic seed sowing LV6, the growth rate of the agility carrot seeds will double for the next 24 hours. You have 7,702,173 times left until the job quest completion. Oh! The effect of magic seed sowing was enhanced due to the synergy with the sound produced by the farmer's footstep shoes. Great! Tab tab. Thanks to the effect, Sejun, with newfound enthusiasm, began planting carrots while making footstep sounds. About an hour into planting carrots, the agility carrots are grateful for the farmer's footsteps and lend their strength. Your agility stat potential has increased from 99 to 100. The potential of the agility stat increased. Sejun was surprised as the potential increased faster than expected. He had learned 2 things from testing the blessing of the crop skill the previous day. First, to increase the potential, one needs to walk around the field for about 2 hours. Though this duration might increase as potential rises, that's how it currently stood. The second thing was that the blessing of the crop skill given by each crop accumulates separately. For instance, if one walks for an hour in the carrot field and an hour in the sweet potato field, they'd need to walk another hour in each field to complete the 2-hour requirement. Is it because of the footstep effect? Sejun speculated that the reduced time to increase potential might be due to the sped-up growth of the seeds, which doubled the blessing effect from the crops. Thus, by lunchtime, Sejun increased both the strength and agility stats potentials by 1 each. Lunchtime. Squeak. Ook. The animals were taken aback when they were served cabbage soup for the 3rd consecutive time. They seemed to eat more slowly, perhaps growing a bit tired of the repetition. Krung. It's delicious. Of course, Kyungi devoured the soup as if tasting it for the first time. A while later. Rustle, rustle. All the remaining animals who hadn't awakened their talents finally unlocked their wind attribute. He. Yet again, Sejun only ended up with a full stomach. Dimensional C. What's happening here? The enormous octopus, Kraken, one of the 12 apostles of destruction who held the 6th seat and was known as the monster of the seas, looked around in confusion. Suddenly, he found himself surrounded by branches, like a dense net. At first, it was just a few branches blocking his path. Believing in his strength, Kraken tried to break through the branches. Bang! The branches proved sturdier than anticipated. How dare they resist the power of me, Kraken? Though just a fragment of his main body, Kraken's power was formidable, and his pride was hurt. Thus, bang bang, he persisted in breaking the branches. As he focused on the branches in front, he soon found himself completely encircled. Creak creak. The branches slowly closed in, constricting Kraken. Kraken tried to resist the branches tightening around him, but it was only a matter of time before he'd be crushed. Ting! Kraken was crushed, leaving behind 3 gray coins. Creak! The branches quickly moved, collecting the coins. How should I present these to the master this time? For Flamey, killing an apostle of destruction was less challenging than delivering the coins to Sejun without him noticing. After lunch, I should let Flamey hear my footsteps too. Sejun went down to the cave to look after Flamey. He had always been concerned since Flamey hadn't been growing properly. Master, welcome. The moment Sejun descended, Flamey greeted him cheerfully, waving its 4 leaves. Poor thing, it's an apple tree but only has these 4 pitiful leaves. Sejun had once again forgotten that worrying about others at the 99th floor was unnecessary. Have you been well, Flamey? With a sympathetic expression, Sejun stroked Flamey's leaves and asked. Yes, but Master's footsteps sound even better now. They give me so much energy. I mean they were good before, but now they're even better. Flamey hastily added an explanation, fearing Sejun might misunderstand. What a cute thing. As Sejun continued to pet Flamey and was about to get up. Swoosh! Theo sneakily nudged his head under Sejun's right hand. He seemed to be saying, pet me too, meow. Then, grab. Following Theo, Kyungi grabbed Sejun's left hand and pressed it to his head. I was supposed to get back to work now. The soft fur on his palm tempted Sejun. However, if he started petting them now, it would easily waste dozens of minutes. Sejun tried to resist the temptation and thought of a way to distract them. Hey, go catch some tuna. Tuna, meow. Krung. Tuna is delicious. The mention of tuna excited both Theo and Kyungi. Yeah, if you bring back tuna, I'll make you churu. Puhu hut, understood, meow. Kyungi, let's compete and see who catches the tuna first, meow. I will show you my speed, meow. Krung. Kyungi is also good at swimming. Theo and Kyungi hurriedly ran towards the pond, along with Yona, who was sleeping on Theo's tail. Now I can get to work. In the cave's field, Sejun began his work. An opportunity has arrived. Flamey discreetly began herding 2 apostles of destruction, whom she planned to capture and crush in the dimensional sea, towards the passage connected to the 99th floor of the tower. I'll catch the tuna first, meow. Swoosh. Using his water affinity, Theo swam swiftly through the water, cutting through it like a blade. Krung. Kyungi won't lose. Kyungi reverted his weight to its original state. Thump! He became heavier and started sinking quickly to the bottom of the pond. Both of them reached the bottom of the pond almost simultaneously. Then, are these guys? Before them, a gigantic green sea serpent emerged from the passage connected to the dimensional sea. It was the Leviathan, occupying the 12th seat among the 12 apostles of destruction, known to summon tsunamis. What's that, meow? Krung. What is it? Upon seeing Leviathan, Theo and Kyungi tried to identify the massive fish before them, a long fish that lives in the sea, resembling a snake. Meow, I know, meow. That's the giant eel Chairman Park likes to eat, meow. Krung. Kyungi will catch what Dad likes. Convinced that the Leviathan was a giant eel, Theo and Kyungi charged to capture it. Hut, watch this, Kyungi, meow. This is Vice Chairman Theo's secret technique, meow meow storm fist, meow 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 meow. Theo unleashed his dragon claws, infusing them with magic power and attacked Leviathan. How can? Thud. Before Leviathan could finish, he was defeated by Theo's attack and turned into water. Ting. A green coin dropped. Meow, the eel disappeared, meow. Krung. Where did the eel go? As they puzzled over the sudden disappearance of the eel. Leviathan, why are you blocking the way? Who are you guys? This time, Kraken, who had followed Leviathan, blocked the passageway again. Meow, that's just like the octopus Chairman Park loves, meow. Theo, who always handed over what he didn't want to eat to Sejun, exclaimed. Krung krung. Kyungi like octopus too, Kyungi will catch it this time. Boom! Shouting, Kyungi charged at Kraken with full force. And, Krung. This is Kyungi's special technique, Kyungi punch. Boom! Following Theo, Kyungi named his technique and with a magic power-infused fist struck Kraken's head. Arg, how can this? Thud. Kraken couldn't finish his sentence before he was defeated and turned into water. Then, ting! A tree branch appeared where the coins dropped, placing 7 coins before disappearing. And Guard Theo has defeated Leviathan, the 12th apostle of destruction that infiltrated the Black Tower. You've gained 10 million experience points, 50% of the experience points earned by Guard Theo. You cannot earn experience as the job quest hasn't been completed. Guard Kyungi has defeated Kraken, 6th apostle of destruction that infiltrated the Black Tower. The messages appeared before Sejun, who was working in the field. My experience points. Just as Sejun was expressing his dismay. It was a success. Flamey, from behind Sejun, was delighted to have successfully handed over the coins it held. Chapter 185. The Apostles of Destruction even entered the pond. Sejun was lost in deep thought with a serious expression on his face. Theo and Kyungi hadn't emerged from the pond yet, but he wasn't worried about them. They were capable of hunting the Apostles of Destruction, and there was also Iona, who was sleeping on Theo's tail. If it became truly dangerous, Iona would intervene, so Sejun wasn't too concerned. Then, the tower's administrator is asking if you're all right. Aileen inquired about Sejun's condition. Me, I'm fine. Theo and Kyungi took care of it. Sejun reassured Aileen, assuming she was worried about the Apostles of Destruction. The tower's administrator says she's relieved. The tower's administrator says she was worried when she heard that the Apostles of Destruction suddenly infiltrated the 99th floor of the tower. The Apostles of Destruction, entering through the dimensional sea, didn't conceal their aura. Thus, as soon as they entered the tower's system detected them, and Aileen also realized the invasion. If Theo and Kyungi had been slightly late, Aileen would have directly confronted and defeated the Apostles of Destruction. Thanks to this, Sejun realized that if the Apostles of Destruction enter through the dimensional sea, Aileen would be the first to know. That's a relief. Sejun felt relieved hearing Aileen's words. If the apostles that entered through the dimensional sea had come out of the pond, the first one they would have encountered would be the vulnerable Flamey. By the time Sejun would have noticed, it might have been too late. After finishing his conversation with Aileen and farming for about an hour, the stamina corns are grateful for the farmer's footsteps and lend their strength. Your stamina stat potential has increased from 100 to 101. Sejun's stamina potential increased by 1. Nice. Sejun beamed with pride and refocused on his farming. Then, splash. Chairman Park were back, meow. Kroong. Kyungi caught a tuna. Theo and Kyungi emerged from the pond. Theo was empty-handed, while Kyungi proudly held 2 massive tuna in each of his front paws. It was clear at first glance that Kyungi was the victor. So Kyungi won. No meow, I caught tuna too. Theo, taking offense at Sejun's remark, started pulling out giant tunas from his bag, 2 just like Kyungi's. They were of similar size. It was thanks to Flamey, who had released 4 tunas of similar size into the pond to prevent them from fighting. And here are the coins I got, meow. Theo handed over 4 green coins and 5 gray coins to Sejun. This many? Sejun exclaimed in surprise as he received the 9 coins. Kroong. Kyungi has 1 more coins. That means Kyungi won. Kyungi claimed his victory because he had 1 more gray coin. No meow, I have this, meow. The victory belongs to me, Vice Chairman Theo, meow. Theo pulled out a thin, elongated object from his bag, about the size of Sejun. Kroong. Isn't that just a stone? Kyungi tilted his head, wondering why his elder brother brought a useless stone that couldn't even be eaten. Pew hut, this isn't an ordinary stone, meow. My paws were attracted to it, meow. Theo proclaimed confidently. His paws were indeed attracted to it, and Chairman Park's satisfaction level was around 8-9 points, which was not bad. What is this? As Sejun examined what Theo brought, he became excited. Giant deep-sea oyster. It wasn't a stone, but an oyster. Vice Chairman Theo, take out your claw. Sejun instructed Theo, holding his paw. Pew hut, all right, meow. Clang. Seeing Sejun's reaction, Theo, sensing that he had brought something remarkable, confidently took out his dragon claw. Scrape, scrape. As Sejun carefully started cutting the oyster shell, water began to seep out. Scrape, scrape. Ignoring it, Sejun continued to slice the oyster. After cutting about half of the oyster shell, Kyungi, can you open this? Kroong. Okay. Realizing that Theo had brought something edible, Kyungi eagerly helped. Creak. As Kyungi easily pried open the oyster shell, its white flesh was revealed. It was a massive piece of flesh. Slice. As Sejun cut a piece of the glistening oyster and placed it in his mouth, it burst with the rich flavor of the sea. Well, he couldn't help but exclaim, while Sejun was savoring the sea's aftertaste. Thump thump. Kroong. Dad, Kyungi want to try some too. Sejun didn't offer him any, and Kyungi, growing impatient, stamped its feet, trying to show he wanted some too. All right, here. This time, Sejun cut a piece of the oyster about the size of his palm and put it in Kyungi's mouth. Chew chew. Kroong kroong. Kyungi can taste the blue sea. It's delicious. The connoisseur Kyungi immediately recognized the taste of the sea. Vice Chairman Theo, do you want some? No, meow. Theo declined firmly in stark contrast to Kyungi. As expected, he was a devout fish lover. Kroong. Kyungi will eat it. Having already swallowed the oyster in his mouth, Kyungi quickly responded, opening his mouth like a baby bird. Okay, 1 bite for me, 1 bite for Kyungi. Sejun sliced the huge oyster to bite-sized pieces for himself and palm-sized for Kyungi. As Sejun and Kyungi were eating the oyster in harmony, when they had consumed about half of it. Kroong. Dad, you should eat this. From the flesh of the giant oyster, Kyungi pulled out an ivory-colored bead the size of a walnut and handed it to Sejun. What's this, a pearl? Sejun inspected the bead Kyungi handed to him. Giant deep-sea oyster's core. Right arrow, a core from an oyster that has lived in the deep seas of the dimensional ocean for more than 3,000 years. Right arrow, upon consumption, strength increases by 50 and you gain the talent, sturdiness. Right arrow, it has a very strong bitter taste. Right arrow usage restrictions, LV, 50 and above, stamina 50 and above. Right arrow grade, A. Wow! Sejun exclaimed in admiration at the options of the core. The strength increased by 50 and acquiring a new talent was remarkable. It also explained why Kyungi handed over the core without hesitation. It has a very strong bitter taste. Krung krung. Kyungi doesn't like bitter. Dad likes bitter, so Dad should eat it and become stronger. Kyungi gave a thumbs up, cheering Sejun on. Having seen Sejun drink bitter coffee, Kyungi believed that Sejun enjoyed the bitter taste. All right, for the sake of becoming stronger. I'll also escape being the weakest. He. With firm determination, Sejun put the giant deep-sea oyster's core in his mouth. Squish. Upon entering his mouth, the core turned mushy. He. An overpowering bitter taste filled his mouth. The intense bitterness hit Sejun so hard he felt dazed. While regretting swallowing the core, Sejun attempted to spit it out, but gulp! The core involuntarily slid down Sejun's throat on its own. You've consumed the giant deep-sea oyster's core. Your strength increases by 50. Talent, sturdiness has been awakened. Arg! Sejun screamed and quickly ate the tomatoes from his garden to wash away the remaining bitterness in his mouth. That was terrible. After consuming about 20 cherry tomatoes, Sejun shuddered, recalling the intense bitter taste. He then checked the benefits he had gained. Strength 85. Talent, sturdiness. Your body becomes more durable, allowing you to ignore attacks below a certain level. The higher your stamina, the higher the damage you can ignore. He. Sejun was pleased with the results. Though it wasn't a wind attribute talent, Sejun had successfully awakened a talent. Then we'll be going now. Yes, master, enjoy your dinner. Flamey waved its leaves enthusiastically at Sejun, who was heading out for dinner. Left alone in the cave, Flamey pondered. Sigh, next time, I'll find something nutritious and delicious. Flamey began contemplating what could both raise Sejun's abilities and satisfy his taste buds. The next morning. The moment Sejun woke up. Gulp. You have consumed a piece of Alien's healthy meatball. You must eat all of it to gain the full effect. 78 pieces remain. Sejun started his morning with a piece of Alien's healthy meatball, which he had neglected lately because of the cabbage soup. Eating it first thing in the morning meant he could digest up to 2 pieces a day. Shortly, he felt the meat quickly filled his stomach, satiating his hunger. Swoosh! After finishing his meal, he marked the date on the bedroom wall, indicating the start of his 327th day, and stepped outside. As soon as he left the house, Kwek. From a distance, a mushroom ant called out to Sejun. It was signaling him to come and collect the elixir mushroom. Flick flick. Sejun quietly signaled the mushroom ant to move towards the back of the house. Then, Kwek. The transaction took place behind the house. You have harvested an enhanced elixir, oyster mushroom. Your job experience has increased slightly. Your proficiency in harvesting LV7 has increased slightly. You have gained 250 experience points. Immediately after the harvest, the scent of oyster mushrooms spread. Let's give up on this. He was too full to eat more, and the strong scent would undoubtedly give him away to Kyungi. Hiding it would only diminish his dignity as a father. Sejun decided to give the entire oyster mushroom to Kyungi. Thanks, I'll count on you next time too. As Sejun praised and sent off the mushroom ant that brought the mushroom. Krung krung. Dad, where are you? Kyungi is hungry. He heard Kyungi's distant call searching for him. Dad's over here. upon hearing Sejun's response. Thud, thud, thud. Chasing Sejun's voice, Kyungi came running with cheerful footsteps. Kroong. It's Dad. Jump. Kyungi launched himself towards Sejun. Sejun caught Kyungi with ease. Thanks to his increased strength, Kyungi now felt as light as a feather to him. Of course, much of it was due to Kyungi's efforts. Sniff, sniff. Kroong, kroong. Dad smells delicious. Did Dad eat something tasty without me? Kyungi, detecting a delightful scent from Sejun, began to sniff around his mouth, increasingly skeptical. Kyungi was showing signs of turning into his fierce baby beast mode. But, kroong. Surprisingly, there was no scent coming from Sejun's mouth. Tada, Dad saved it just for Kyungi. Here, eat this while you wait. Sejun took out the oyster mushroom he had hidden around his waist and gave it to Kyungi. Kroong, kroong. Dad's the best. Kyungi will wait patiently. Chomp, chomp. Held in Sejun's arms, Kyungi responded energetically and began eating the mushroom. After feeding the animals the tuna porridge he made the previous day, Sejun went outside. And then, thud, thud. As he had done the previous day, Sejun took Myler's hoe and started planting crops in the field. You have planted 500 magical cherry tomato seeds in the magic power-infused soil. The magical cherry tomato seeds hear the farmer's footsteps, enhancing the effects of magic seed sowing LV. 6. Due to the effects of magic seed sowing LV. 6. The growth speed of the magical cherry tomato seeds will double for the next 24 hours. You have 7,554,673 times left until the job quest completion. The only difference was that he planted carrots yesterday and cherry tomatoes today. While planting the cherry tomatoes, Sejun, I think I'll be heading to Earth soon. The golden bat, which had been hanging on Sejun's back, hurriedly exclaimed. Oh, really? Yes, what should I bring back? Ramen, definitely bring back a lot of ramen. Sejun cried out as if he had a lingering craving for ramen. Ever since he had only tasted the broth because Kyungi snatched his ramen, that scene haunted his dreams. Perhaps he wouldn't have felt this way if he hadn't tasted it at all. However, after tasting it, Sejun's yearning had only intensified. Yes, just trust me. The golden bat confidently replied, and then teleported to Earth. Chapter 186. Inside the monitoring room of the Hanla building, several people were watching dozens of CCTV footages on many screens. Suddenly, beep beep, an alarm signaling the activation of a motion sensor began to sound. Where is it? It's the storage room for cleaning supplies in room 315 on the 3rd floor. In response to the monitoring room administrator's query, a subordinate quickly replied. We've confirmed the appearance of a golden bat in room 315 on the 3rd floor. Another employee who had been observing the 3rd floor CCTV then shouted after spotting the image of the golden bat on the screen. Attention! This is the monitoring room. We've confirmed the presence of the golden bat on the 3rd floor. All guides on the 3rd floor should urgently head to the cleaning supply storage room in 315 to make contact with the golden bat. Moments later, are you the golden bat? Yes, but who are you? The golden bat, who had been looking around for ramen, encountered a guide. We're here to direct you to where the items you need are stored. What exactly are you looking for? I need ramen. Do you have a specific type in mind? I'm not sure. Sejun just told me to bring as much ramen as possible. So as much as possible, got it. Please follow us. We will guide you to the ramen storage. You can sit on my shoulder. Okay. As the golden bat perched on the man's shoulder. Have this as we move. The man opened a fruit lunchbox he had prepared for the golden bat's visit and handed it a grape. Thank you. Munch, munch. The golden bat nibbled on the grape as they moved towards the ramen storage. The Hanla building, which had once been occupied by various offices, was now operating solely as a distribution center for the golden bat. Upon arriving at the ramen storage, the golden bat, with the help of the warehouse staff, gathered the ramen. Pip pip, thank you, I'll be off now. Flap flap. The golden bat, clutching 100 packets of ramen in its claws, expressed gratitude to the helpful individuals and teleported back to the tower. However, thud, hug, of the 20 bundles of ramen, each containing 5 packs, only one bundle remained clutched in the golden bat's grasp, while the other 19 had fallen to the ground. Heh, I wonder how many packets of ramen golden bat will bring. As Sejun planted cherry tomatoes, he awaited the return of the golden bat from Earth. He hoped the golden bat would bring at least 2 packets of ramen so that he and Kyungi could share one each. Even though he asked for as much as possible, he tried not to expect too much. Just the fact that the golden bat could fetch items from the outside world was a blessing. Initially, when the golden bat first traveled between back and forth from Earth, Sejun was greedy. He wanted to equip the golden bat with a pocket space magic spell to bring a large quantity of items. But Iona stopped him, explaining the dangers of interfering with dimensional travel, especially when using space-related magic like the pocket space. There's a risk it could interfere with the golden bat's travel, diverting it elsewhere or, in the worst-case scenario, trapping it between dimensions. Then, flap flap. Pip pip, Sejun, I'm back. The golden bat returned. I managed to bring a lot of ramen. The golden bat exclaimed excitedly, but then, hug. Realizing its load was lighter than expected, it quickly looked down. To its surprise, it was holding only a single bundle of ramen. Pip, I had packed a lot of ramen, Sejun, I'm sorry. The golden bat, its voice tinged with sadness, approached Sejun. However, wow, golden bat, you did amazing. You brought 5 packets of ramen. Sejun stared in disbelief at the ramen the golden bat had brought. He had hoped to have at least 1 packet to share with Kyungi, but the golden bat had fetched 5 packets of ramen. Moreover, all were of different varieties: 3 different types of regular soup ramen, 1 jjajang ramen, aka black bean sauce ramen, and 1 extremely spicy chicken ramen. It was a tremendous success. You did well, golden bat. Pip pip, did I do well? Of course, come here. Sejun stretched out his hand. Okay. Here, have this. Sejun handed the golden bat, which had landed on his palm, a white cherry tomato. It was an elixir-grade cherry tomato. Thank you. Munch munch. The golden bat began eagerly sucking the juice out of the cherry tomato. Sejun's fruits are always the best. Even though the golden bat had just been treated with fruit from Earth, but the fruit he had eaten on Earth was nothing compared to this. Hehe, I'll eat these ramen for dinner later. Sejun needed time to digest Aileen's healthy meatball piece. Thus, with 5 packets of ramen secured thanks to the golden bat, Sejun diligently planted cherry tomatoes in order to quickly empty his stomach. Then, the magical cherry tomatoes are grateful for the farmer's footsteps and lend their strength. Your magic stat potential has increased from 105 to 106. Thanks to Sejun's hard work in the cherry tomato field, his magic potential also increased by 1. While Sejun was hard at work. Kroong kroong. Kyungi's getting hungry. Kyungi wants to meet Kyungi's grandma and eat her cooking. Kyungi was watching his grandmother cook through the mirror of longing and salivating. Kim Mi-ran, who had unexpectedly become a grandmother, was now not only a grandmother but also a cooking show host. Choo-choo. Kyungi, watching the cooking show, took out a raw sweet potato from his snack pouch to eat. Kroong. What's Brother Black Rabbit doing? Suddenly, Kyungi missed the black rabbit and infused magic into the bronze mirror, thinking of him. The mirror then showed the black rabbit, holding a mallet behind his back, trying to sneak up on someone, suppressing his laughter. Kroong. Kyungi has seen that back many times before. That back looked familiar. Then, Squeaka. Ah, you scared me. From where Sejun was working, A roar from the black rabbit followed by Sejun's scream were heard. As soon as he arrived on the 99th floor of the tower, the black rabbit played a prank on Sejun. "Hey, you startled me." But as Sejun was about to scold the black rabbit for suddenly appearing and screaming, "Squeak! Uncle, I missed you. Jump! Rub, rub." The black rabbit quickly climbed onto Sejun's shoulder and affectionately rubbed its cheek against Sejun's face. It's unfair to act so affectionate after that. "Have you been well?" Squeak, squeak. "Yes, I came today because of this." Snap! The black rabbit pulled out a piece of paper. "Huh, what's this?" It was a wedding invitation to Black Rabbit and Choo Choo's wedding, scheduled 1 month from now on the 55th floor of the tower, along with an inauguration ceremony to announce the founding of the new Red Ribbon Kingdom. Black Rabbit, congratulations and well done. Squeak, squeak. "That's right, I had a really hard time." As Sejun praised him, the black rabbit affectionately rubbed Sejun's cheek again. It must have been hard for him to act like this on the 55th floor where he had a high status. While Sejun was petting the black rabbit. "Squeak! Uncle, you won't be able to come, right?" The black rabbit asked Sejun with a hopeful expression, though he phrased it as a negative to guard against disappointment. "However, I'm sorry, you know why, right?" Sejun could not meet the black rabbit's expectations. To move to the 55th floor, one needed to have a waypoint registered or possess a land deed for the 55th floor, but Sejun had neither. It would be convenient if the black rabbit could simply issue him a land deed, but a land deed item differed from a regular deed. The tower itself produced the land deed item, and even the dragons couldn't interfere with it. "Squeak! It's okay," the black rabbit replied dejectedly. Then, "Black Rabbit, when did you arrive, meow?" Theo, who had been napping on Sejun's lap, awoke and pretended to have just now noticed the black rabbit. "Squeak, squeak. I just got here. I'm getting married in a month." "Congratulations, meow. I'll give you a great present at the wedding, meow." As Theo and the black rabbit chatted. "Kroong. Big bro." Kyungi ran over, calling out to the black rabbit. "Second floor of the black tower. So we can just ascend to the second floor now. It's all thanks to Gagel." The newly awakened hunters, thanks to their tickets, looked at the expansive experience farm stretching endlessly on either side. Gagel's experience farm gradually expanded in scale, taking over the entire second floor of the tower. The skeletons that were on this floor turned into nutrients for the corrupted cherry tomatoes and had completely withered. Thanks to this, the hunters could comfortably ascend to the third floor without having to battle any monsters. As the hunters admired the experience farm and reached the waypoint of the second floor, placing their hands on the red crystal. "You have cleared the second floor." The floor was cleared easily. For clearing the second floor, you have gained 5,000 experience points, 1 tower coin, and the novice's sword. On top of that, they received the second floor clearing reward. If Sejun, who had never received a floor clearing reward, had seen this, he would have felt aggrieved. The second floor's waypoint has been saved. Moving to the third floor. The hunters that arrived on the third floor exclaimed, "Wow, there's an experience farm here too." They discovered corrupted cherry tomatoes planted in the ground. An experience farm was also being set up on part of the third floor of the tower. "Use the treasures in the treasure vault as you like, Black Rabbit," Sejun said as he handed the guardian rabbit statue of the Red Ribbon Kingdom's treasure vault, which allowed access to its contents, to the black rabbit as a wedding gift. From the moment he acquired it, Sejun had planned to hand over these treasures to the black rabbit once he married Chuchu. With this amount of treasure, our black rabbit won't face any hardships. It was all to boost the black rabbit's spirit. "Now I have to get back to work. Black Rabbit, you eat these." Sejun handed over 5 elixir-grade cherry tomatoes. The black rabbit, who was about to become a king, needed to get stronger. "Squeak. Thank you, I'll enjoy them." As Sejun ensured the black rabbit's nourishment, and returned to his work in the cherry tomato farm. Chomp chomp. Squeak. What's this? While eating the cherry tomatoes and examining the items in the treasure vault, the black rabbit casually unfolded a document he found in the treasure vault. And then, whoosh, the black rabbit vanished. Kroong. Where did the big brother go? Kyungi, who had been eyeing the black rabbit's cherry tomato, looked around in confusion. Kroong. Dad, big brother black rabbit disappeared. Kyungi hurriedly called out to Sejun. What? Why did the black rabbit? Kroong kroong. Kyungi do know. Big bro opened a rolled-up document like Dad and disappeared. What? A rolled-up document? At Kyungi's words, Sejun recalled the land deed document he had stored in the treasure vault. And then, gasp! He gasped in realization. The land deeds stored in the vault were for the White Tower and the Blue Tower. Why would he open that? It was Sejun's place to scold since he himself had once opened a land deed, transporting him to the 77th floor, causing chaos on the 99th floor. Like uncle, like nephew. Kyungi, first use the bronze mirror to see if the black rabbit is okay. I'll seek help from the dragons. Aileen. As Sejun instructed Kyungi, he called for Aileen and ran to where Kaiser and Kellyan were. If he went to the White Tower, he could ask for help from Kellyan or Ajax. Kroong. Understood. Kyungi hurriedly checked on the black rabbit's condition through the bronze mirror. The surroundings were covered in brilliantly shining white rocks, making it easy to see the black rabbit. Thankfully, the black rabbit seemed unharmed. At that moment, Black Rabbit took out his mallet, which he carried on his back, being cautious of his surroundings. Chapter 187. Having opened a document in the treasure vault, the Black Rabbit found himself suddenly transported to an unknown location. Squeak! The Black Rabbit looked around, trying to determine his surroundings. The ground and everything in sight was as white as snow. While the Black Rabbit was examining the environment, Kwung! A powerful vibration emanated from the ground. Instinctively drawing out his signature weapon, the mallet, the Black Rabbit concentrated on the vibration beneath his feet. His ears perked up. Kyugung! Kagyugung! The vibrations grew stronger, indicating something was moving underneath the ground towards the Black Rabbit. The Black Rabbit calmly listened, trying to envision the source and movement of the vibration. Suddenly, a giant elongated creature, resembling a snake, emerged from the ground. Squeak! There wasn't just one approaching enemy. And then, Kugagagung! The very moment, he felt the vibration right below him. Squeak! Pow! With a powerful jump, the Black Rabbit propelled himself into the sky. Quagwing! Hiss! 3 snakes made of pure white stone bodies broke through the ground, their massive jaws snapping at the space where the Black Rabbit had been moments before. As the airborne Black Rabbit began his descent, drawing closer to the stone snakes. Squeak! Bam bam bam! Utilizing the gravitational pull, the Black Rabbit struck the head of one of the stone snakes and used the recoil to propel himself to the next snake's head. Crack! While the first snake's head cracked and crumbled under the assault. Squeak! Bam bam bam! The Black Rabbit smashed the second snake's head in the same manner, then used the recoil to destroy the last remaining snake's head before landing gracefully. Kugagung kugung! More enemies began to arrive after hearing the sound just now. Lord Kaiser, Lord Kellyan. The tower's administrator says that the Black Rabbit has moved to the White Tower, so you can rest easy. As Sejun called out and ran towards Kaiser and Kellyan, Aileen conveyed the message. The tower's administrator was alerted to any beings that entered or exited without using the designated entrance. The White Tower few. Sejun sighed in relief upon hearing Aileen's words. If it was the White Tower, then he was safe. The land deed for the White Tower was from the 43rd floor. Sejun had once asked Kaiser about the level of the other towers and was told they were slightly less challenging than the Black Tower, so the black rabbit was unlikely to face any danger. Moreover, the administrator of the White Tower was Kellyan. With Kellyan's help, bringing the black rabbit back would be easy, or so he thought. However, it's not that simple. Kellyan promptly declined Sejun's request. Why? There are several problems. First, the black rabbit cannot withstand my energy. What about Ajax? That's the second issue. While dragons remain unaffected, other creatures, upon leaving the tower, are affected by the power of destruction. And what happens when they're affected? They either die or get corrupted by destruction and turn into monsters. It was a complicated situation. There are 3 ways to bring the black rabbit back. Give him a land deed document for the Black Tower, wait for a White Tower to appear on Earth and have him exit from there into the Black Tower, or use Linjin to create a passage. Realistically, the first option is the only way. Upon hearing Kellyan's words, Kaiser affirmed. There had never been an instance of another tower appearing where one already existed since the creation of the towers, and while Linjin could create a passage out of the tower, it was impossible to connect 2 towers. The land document, and I'll have Ajax deliver it. After the discussion with the dragons, Vice Chairman Theo, you heard right. Sejun spoke to Theo. At this juncture, the only entity capable of procuring a land deed document was Theo. They had to bring back the groom before the wedding. However, what are you talking about, Meow? I didn't hear anything, Meow. Theo, who had just woken up from sleep, responded in a drowsy voice. Vice Chairman Theo listened carefully. Sejun explained the situation. Vice Chairman Theo, you're the only one I trust with this task. Understood, Meow. Chairman Park, you can trust me with this, Meow. Theo was invigorated by Sejun's complete trust in him. He was determined to meet Chairman Park's expectations and, as an older brother, rescue his soon-to-be wedded younger brother. Hut, Chairman Park trusts me, Meow. I'm too cool, Meow. I'll be right back, Meow. Elated with himself, Theo headed to the 77th floor of the tower. It was time to visit the new lost and found storage that Taru had mentioned. Kyungi, how's the black rabbit? Krung. Big Brother is teaching the bad guys a lesson. Really? As expected, being on the 43rd floor meant there wasn't much to worry about. Sejun peered into the bronze mirror held by Kyungi to see the current situation of the black rabbit. Inside the mirror, the black rabbit was fiercely fighting against the giant stone snakes. There's plenty of food in the treasure vault, so there shouldn't be any problems until Theo brings the land deed document. As Sejun was feeling relieved. That must be their leader, right? A stone snake, much larger than the others, emerged from the ground. A large purple crystal was embedded in the forehead of this leader snake. It's good that I gave him elixir-grade cherry tomatoes. Sejun spoke in a satisfied tone, watching the black rabbit effortlessly finish off the snake boss. The leader snake crumbled under just 2 blows from the black rabbit's mallet. However, from the fallen leader snake's purple forehead crystal, a burst of light erupted. What is that? When the light vanished, a giant made entirely of crystals appeared. It looked like a formidable opponent. Sensing the enemy's strength, the black rabbit adjusted his stance and wore the dragon armor helmet, a gift given by Sejun. That can't be the Apostle of Destruction, can it? Since Black Rabbit had the scale of Kaiser and the dragon helmet, Sejun decided to watch the situation unfold and prepared to instruct Ajax to descend to the 43rd floor to protect the Black Rabbit. In the meantime, the Black Rabbit raised his mallet towards the sky, and the sky darkened as a huge crescent moon appeared. And then, what's that? From the crescent moon, 11 transparent rabbits holding rice cake mallets began to descend. It was the Black Rabbit's skill acquired after becoming the official rice cake maker to summon the spirits of past rice cake makers to join in pounding rice cakes, titled, Turn Them into Rice Cakes. The 11 rabbits took turns striking the giant crystal golem one by one, and with each hit, the golem staggered significantly. After the 11th and final ancestral rice cake maker had struck, the black rabbit delivered the finishing blow, turning the crystal golem to dust. Then 3 purple coins sparkled as they fell. From these, it was clear, the opponent had been one of the apostles of destruction. Phew, that was close. Sejun sighed in relief, but he also felt betrayed. Even you, Black Rabbit. Another one had surpassed him. Although he had recognized it some time ago, he only now admitted it. I'm envious. Black Rabbit even has a skill like that. Sejun envied the Black Rabbit's impressive skill. Despite having no skills himself, he could summon and command monsters from the 99th floor of the tower and had 2 dragons at his beck and call. However, the catch was that even if he summoned the dragons, he couldn't withstand their energy. Then, Guard Black Rabbit has defeated the rock salt snake horde that occupied the mine, and is now recognized as the rightful owner of the White Tower's 43rd floor salt mine land deed. The rights of the White Tower's 43rd floor salt mine land deed document are transferred to the tower farmer, Park Sejun of the Black Tower. Land deed skill, mine information LV, max is activated. Along with the message, the land deed materialized in Sejun's hand. It seemed that when a guard acquired the rights to a land deed, it was handed over to the tower farmer. So it works like this. Sejun realized he didn't necessarily need to personally use the land deed to become its owner. But a salt mine. Sejun examined the land deed with an excited expression. White Tower's 43rd floor salt mine land deed. Right arrow, this land deed certifies the ownership of the mine, located on the 43rd floor of the White Tower. Right arrow owner, tower farmer of the Black Tower, Park Sejun. Right arrow grade, S. Right arrow skill, mine information LV, max. Mine information LV, max. Right arrow size, 33,000 square meters. Right arrow deposits, 10 million tons of salt. Right arrow worker, 1 Black Rabbit, the guard of tower farmer Sejun. Right arrow note, it's an open pit mine. An open pit mine. So all the white stuff surrounding him was salt, and as much as 10 million tons. Sejun chuckled gleefully. He no longer had to worry about running out of salt. He could now pickle fish and cabbage. An essential ingredient for making kimchi was secured. Tell the Black Rabbit to store the salt in the treasure vault. Sejun quickly sent a rabbit to the 55th floor of the tower with a note, explaining the current situation and his message to be delivered to the treasure vault. The Black Rabbit, after persuading the nearby monsters with his mallet, began storing salt in the treasure vault. On the 99th floor of the Green Tower. Grandmother, is it true? You can bring the tower farmer from the Black Tower. A beauty with green hair, appearing in her early 20s, excitedly asked a 40-year-old woman with the same hair color. Yeah, it seems possible, and even in a better way. Brachio gently spoke to her granddaughter. Although it had been almost a month since the meeting ended, Brachio, with her easygoing dragon nature, had only now informed Ophelia. How so? I'll need to think about that. Brachio had only considered bringing other tower farmers previously. However, her perspective changed after exchanging information about fragments of the Creator God's tablet with other dragons. To think that a tower farmer played such a significant role in the Creator's plan. Second commandment, a tower farmer can command other tower farmers from different towers. Depending on one's interpretation, this second commandment implies that a powerful tower farmer could dominate all towers. Only my granddaughter Ophelia can command all the other tower farmers. Brachio got ahead of herself, daydreaming about dominating other towers, an involuntary smile creeping on her lips. Kellyan's grandson Ajax was a bit challenging, but Ajax is 500 years old and Ophelia is 800 years old, a difference of 300 years. Maybe things will change in a few thousand years, but for now, Ophelia was overwhelmingly stronger. Grandmother, please bring the tower farmer from the Black Tower quickly. How dare he produce better crops than me? He's unforgivable. Ophelia was intent on scolding Black Tower's tower farmer, Park Sejun, who had produced better crops than her at the harvest festival. Ophelia, don't be too hasty. An opportunity will arise soon, Brachio said with a mysterious smile. Meow, meow, meow. Vice Chairman Theo is coming clear the way tilde. Theo arrived at the lost and found storage on the 77th floor with brisk steps. You came. Taro, who was on guard duty, greeted Theo cheerfully. Yes, meow. I want to draw from the other lost and found storage, meow. Follow me. Taru unlocked the storage door and led Theo inside. The building looked so dilapidated it could have been called a ruin. Even the previous lost and found storage he visited earlier seemed decent in comparison to this one. How much is it for one draw here? Theo asked Taru with sparkling eyes. Feeling a strong pull from inside the building, Theo was itching to get in. Chapter 188. Make sure to keep these safe, meow. Just like last time, it's 1,000 tower coins for a single draw, and you can only take one item. The same conditions as before. Got it, meow. Here are 1,000 tower coins, meow. Theo coolly handed over the money, accepting Taru's conditions. Good, I wish you luck. Creak. After receiving the payment, Taru opened the door to the storage that was filled with only junk. Pew hut, I don't need luck, meow. Theo confidently entered the lost and found storage. A moment later. Meow, what is this, meow? Crash. From inside the storage, the sound of things breaking and Theo's shriek echoed. What happened? Taru, about to rush in to help, stopped. Come to think of it, I heard there's a ghost in here. Quietly, Taru stepped back, creating distance from the door and waited for Theo. Meow, what a mess in here, meow. Theo looked around the storage, which resembled a vast sea of junk. The entrance of the storage had stairs leading downward, with an entirely open structure. It seemed the constant piling of items resulted in its current state. But every time I look at it from the outside, the inside seems more spacious, meow. Theo mused as he walked over the heap of items, towards the attraction on his front paw. Then, Hedia, give me your body. I won't hand over my item. Rustle, rustle. With a sinister voice, items began levitating. Whoosh! And began rapidly flying towards Theo. Meow, what's happening, meow? A flustered Theo dodged the flying objects while shouting. Bang, crash. Items fell and broke everywhere, but Theo soon regained his composure, noting the objects weren't faster than him, and started looking around again. And then, meow. He noticed black shadowy figures appearing and disappearing as the items were thrown. What were those, meow? Just as Theo grew curious about these entities. Master, those are evil spirits. Garon informed Theo. What's an evil spirit, meow? They are souls filled with grudges or attachments to certain items. If continuously exposed to negative energy, they turn into such evil spirits. Summon me, I can subdue them. Got it, meow. My servant Garon, come forth, meow. Upon summoning, a small frog the size of Theo's foot emerged from a swamp on the floor. Garon had chosen a smaller size to avoid breaking things around. Ribbit. When Garon croaked, Kiyip. The evil spirits screamed in panic and started to flee. Garon was once a divine being. The spirits panicked due to the divine aura emitted by Garon's soul. As they tried to escape, Garon began hunting them down. Zap, zap. Each time Garon extended his tongue, spirits got stuck to it and were sucked into his mouth. While Garon busily hunted the spirits. Here, meow. Theo, following the attraction on his front paw, started digging in the pile of items. And then, it's below here, meow. Upon reaching the spot his front paw pointed to, Theo began digging through the items to reach the source of the attraction. However, rumble. The item was buried deeper than Theo had anticipated, making his search in the newly dug hole more challenging. as the surrounding items kept on dropping into the hole Theo had dug. When will I find it at this rate, meow? Theo's motivation was quickly waning. Then, meow, that's it, meow. An idea struck Theo. The evil spirits can levitate items, meow. Pew hut, I Vice Chairman Theo am truly a genius, meow. Garon, stop eating, meow. After praising himself for the brilliant idea, Theo spoke to Garon, who was still busy gobbling up spirits. Why all of a sudden? I have a use for the evil spirits, meow. Spirits, listen up, meow. Quickly come here and find the item I want, meow. Otherwise, Garon will eat you, meow. If we just find the item, you won't let him eat us, right? One of the black spirits cautiously approached and asked. That's right, meow. The rest of you come over here now, meow. When one spirit approached without harm, the other spirits began to gather around Theo one by one. There were about 1,000 spirits in total. It was no exaggeration to call this a cursed storage. You all fetch items from the spots I point to, meow. Theo pointed to 5 locations. He felt his front paw drawn to and instructed the spirits, who replied. What? The spirits then began to lift items from the locations Theo had pointed out and brought them to him. Then, each item was inspected by Theo. Not this one, meow. Swoosh. Items Theo rejected were discarded in a non-attractive zone, ensuring no mix-ups. 2 hours later. Found it, meow. Theo exclaimed as he touched a leather document. He felt a pull from it. Finally, it's over. The relieved spirits cheered. Their 2 hours of labor had almost sent some of them to eternal rest. It wasn't a joke. Some of the weaker spirits had completely expended their energy and faded away. Make sure to keep these safe, meow. Theo said, pointing to the 3 items he'd found before finding the document. Keep these safe for what? The spirits asked, taken aback by Theo's statement. Was he planning to return? That's right, meow. See you next time, meow. Theo waved goodbye and left the storage. I wish I had disappeared. 2. The remaining spirits envied their departed comrades. Once Sejun confirmed that the black rabbit was safe, he resumed his farming work. Sejun worked diligently until evening. Gurgle. Finally, hunger struck. Haha, Kyungi, let's eat. Now able to eat ramen, Sejun hurriedly called out to Kyungi, who was playing nearby, and ran to the kitchen. Krung. Okay. Kyungi quickly followed Sejun. Once they arrived in the kitchen, Sejun said, Kyungi, keep an eye on Black Rabbit and wait a bit while I prepare. Krung. All right. Upon Sejun's instruction, Kyungi infused magic power into the bronze mirror to check on Black Rabbit. Shall I get started then? Sejun took out 2 pots and, using the 500 ml water bottle he had since he was stranded, carefully measured the required amount of water. Just as a soldier who fails to execute a mission can be forgiven, but one who fails to be vigilant can't. A chef who fails in water measurement for ramen can't be forgiven. Sejun poured water for 1 serving of ramen in the right pot and 2 servings in the left pot and began boiling. The right pot was for Sejun, the left for Kyungi. Jjajang ramen was reserved for Aileen, and extremely spicy chicken ramen was saved for Black Rabbit when he returned. While the water was boiling, shake, 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 Sejun added the soup seasoning. And as the water bubbled, it's boiling. Sejun added 1 noodle pack to the right pot and 2 to the left. He discreetly poured any broken bits into the right pot without letting Kyungi see. While the noodles cooked, chop, chop, chop. Sejun quickly chopped green onions and green chili peppers and added them to both pots. As the ramen was almost ready, sniff, sniff. Krung. It smells delicious. The aroma of ramen spread throughout the cooking area, making Kyungi happily jump in delight. How's Black Rabbit? Krung, krung. Big brother is fine. He's currently chasing someone trying to escape secretly. Really? A quick peek into the mirror showed Black Rabbit, arms crossed, standing atop the head of the giant rock salt snake, chasing after a mine worker. Wherever he learned it from, he was doing a good job. All right, let's eat. Sejun placed a pot in front of each of them and began to eat. Slurp. First, he took a sip of the broth with his spoon. Ah, this is it, the taste he missed. Slurp, slurp. After savoring the broth about 5 times. Hoo-hoo. Sejun cooled the noodles by blowing on them. Then, slurp. He slurped up the noodles. A moment later. Ahh. While engrossed in his meal, Sejun came to his senses after sipping the last bit of broth. It was truly a satisfying meal. However, lick lick. Kyungi, seemingly still hungry, pressed his face against the pot, licking its bottom. Indeed, the portion wasn't enough to satisfy Kyungi. I'll feed you more later. Thinking ahead, Sejun decided not to give beeksolgi rice cake to Kyungi just yet. Instead, he chose to mix honey into the beeksolgi and sprinkle it with boiled 5-colored beans. Having had his ramen, he suddenly craved a hint of sweetness. Krung. It's rice cake. Upon seeing Sejun start making a new dish, Kyungi joyfully danced, wagging his tail. He'll probably get hungry again soon. Sejun worriedly looked at Kyungi. After all, noodles digest quickly. Then, gurgle. Krung. Dad, Kyungi is hungry. Sure enough, Kyungi, having quickly digested the ramen, was on the verge of turning into a ferocious baby beast. Can't you wait for 10 minutes? All right, Kyungi, eat this. Sejun quickly fed Kyungi the leftover honeyed beans from the beeksolgi preparation. Krung. It's delicious. Wiggle. Come here, Kyungi. Seeing Kyungi wanting to dance with joy again, Sejun swiftly lifted him onto his lap and gently rocked him, satisfying his enthusiasm. If he hadn't done so, Kyungi might have endlessly repeated this ritual before the rice cakes were even ready. Meow, meow, meow. After successfully completing the draw, Theo left the Wandering Merchant Association's headquarters humming a cheerful tune. There's a land document auction at the Wandering Merchant Association's headquarters today. Really? Yes, a lot of land deeds are being auctioned this time. If we're lucky, we might get one. I don't know, the big shots will probably sweep them up. Who knows, let's go check it out. Theo overheard this intriguing conversation between merchants. He was already somewhat uneasy with just one land deed. He thought, I need to participate in the land deed auction, meow. With that thought, Theo turned around and followed the merchants who had just conversed. However, you can't enter here. Meow. An employee at the entrance stopped Theo, who had been following the merchants. What, meow? Why are you stopping me, meow? Theo yelled at the employee. The merchants ahead were allowed to pass, but he was stopped. How dare they obstruct the path of Theo, the deadly yellow cat under the command of the Black Dragon? Get out of my way, meow. This isn't a place where just anyone can enter. Responding to Theo's demand, the staff member, Peyton, responded in an irritated tone, thinking Theo was just a novice wandering merchant causing trouble. Meow, not for everyone. Why were those merchants allowed in then, meow? Theo demanded an answer. The merchants ahead are well-known elite wandering merchants that I recognize. As Peyton gave Theo a condescending look that seemed to say, just go away. The auction is about to begin. A voice announced the commencement of the auction from inside. Snap! Theo hurriedly showed his golden badge, proving he was an elite wandering merchant. He wanted to reprimand this rude employee, but the auction was his priority. Want a gold badge? Peyton, right? I'll remember your name, meow. Now move aside, meow. At Theo's words, Peyton stepped aside without a word. Why is my luck so bad today? Peyton was concerned about potential demotion or reprimand, unaware that a much more severe punishment awaited him. It was going to be a tough future for Peyton. Pew hut, I was so cool just now, meow. Feeling proud of himself, Theo entered the auction hall. Chapter 189. Did I create something wrong? Meow, meow, meow. Click. Theo entered the auction house and took a seat at its very center. This was mainly because there weren't many seats left, and the one he chose was the most lavish. Pew hut comfy meow tilde. Theo comfortably settled into his seat, transforming his body into a loaf-like shape, and waited for the auction to begin. At that moment, "Who are you?" A giant shadow loomed over Theo, asking in a commanding voice. However, "Move aside, meow. You're blocking my view, meow." Theo, unfazed, expressed his annoyance at the creature blocking his view, a being with an impressive 5-meter-tall eagle's head. Having lived on the 99th floor of the tower, Theo was unimpressed by such size and grandeur. He dealt with far more formidable beings every day, and of course, he wasn't intimidated by a black minotaur or a dragon, especially when he was with Sejun's lap. "How dare you sit in my seat and now you're telling me to move, you bastard!" Enraged by Theo's words, the eagle-headed being shouted. I sat here first, so it's my seat, meow." Theo refused to back down, retorting firmly. "What did you say?" "Sergito, what seems to be the problem?" Hearing the commotion, Peyton rushed over. Peyton had been eagerly waiting for such a disturbance after Theo blatantly sat in the seat reserved for the highest-ranking attendee, especially since he knew that one of the top 3 figures, Sergito, would be present. "If this cat unjares Sergito, I won't have to face any disciplinary actions." He'd simply claim that he had tried to prevent such a troublemaker from causing trouble in the first place. "Sergito, I clearly told the elite wandering merchant, Theo Park, not to sit here. My apologies for not ensuring he heeded my advice." Pretending to apologize, Peyton informed Gito that Theo was an elite wandering merchant, hinting that Gito could rebuke him all he wanted. "Please get down from there at once. That's not your place, Mr. Theo Park." Peyton raised his voice at Theo, pretending to appease the situation. However, Theo Park." Upon hearing Peyton's words, Gito, instead of lashing out at Theo, looked startled. Gito had heard of a cat merchant named Theo from Mason, the chairman of the Wandering Merchants Association, and was told to be cautious around him. This being claimed to be the subordinate of the Great Black Dragon. The association's Secret Inspection Bureau had verified Theo's claims with a 99.99% certainty through constant investigations. Through cross-verification with the Black Wolf Tribe, the Silver Wolf Tribe, and the Black Orc Tribe, all of Theo's words were confirmed to be true. And after analyzing the helmets said to be gifted by the Great Black Dragon to the bosses of the 83rd, 77th, and 49th floors of the tower, were proven to be made from dragon bones. But there was more to Theo's identity. He was also the elder brother of the Black Rabbit, the king of the Red Ribbon Kingdom on the 55th floor of the tower that would hold its founding ceremony in a month. And he was also the object of unrequited love of the destructive wizard, Yona. Every single identity aspect was nothing short of remarkable. The second misunderstanding occurred when seeing Yona following Theo around. However, Yona was currently engrossed in her research in the wizard tower. "Sir Gito." Peyton, sensing something off, cautiously addressed Gito. And then, "I've screwed up." Seeing the worried expression on Gito's face, Peyton realized he had backed the wrong horse. How could this seemingly ordinary cat merchant be more influential than Sir Gito? I apologize. I didn't recognize Mr. Theo Park and was inadvertently rude. To make amends, I'll buy you one of the items from today's auction." Gito, not wanting to upset Theo, quickly apologized and tried to appease Theo with a gift. However, "Why not buy everything, meow?" The subordinate of the Great Black Dragon, Theo Park, was a tad shameless. Well, that's a bit. How about 5 items then, meow?" "How about 2 items?" "Then how about 5 items, meow?" "Excuse me." Gito, taken aback by the unexpected negotiation, thought he misheard. He had just offered 2 items instead of 5, yet Theo was still pushing for 5. The same bewildered expression appeared on the faces of the surrounding merchants who were watching, expecting a fierce haggling battle. This wasn't haggling, it was more akin to blackmail. 5 items, meow. How about 3? No, 5 items, meow. Then how about 4? Shake, shake. Theo vigorously shook his head. The moment he entered the auction house, he felt drawn to 5 specific items. He needed all 5. Sigh, all right, let's settle for 5. Pewhut, good, come sit next to me, meow. Without spending a penny of his own, Theo, pleased at having secured items to impress Sejun, shifted in his seat, making room for Jido. Thank you. With that, Theo sat down with Jido. Peyton, where do you think you're going, meow? Stay until the auction is over, meow. Theo caught Peyton trying to slip away. Not only did Peyton block him at the entrance, but he also tried to put Theo in a difficult position again. Pewhut, you're devious, meow. Thinking about how he would deal with Peyton in the future, Theo couldn't help but laugh. Just then, today we have a total of 20 land deeds for auction. Let's start the auction with the first land deed. The starting bid is 500,000 tower coins. The auctioneer stepped forward and commenced the auction. Administrator area. Let's get to work. Aileen began the process of engraving magic into the dragon heart fragment of Kaira, using her magic power. However, Grandma, it's difficult. Just a minute after starting, she was already exhausted. Engraving the magic taught to her by Kaira's spirit required immense magical power. Aileen always started tasks with enthusiasm but got tired quickly. Nom nom nom. Whenever she felt drained, she would consume the elixir, cherry tomatoes that Sejun had given her, which contained powerful magic power to recover. Normally, she would have rested, but she didn't have that luxury now. Let's try again. Sejun, wait a little longer. I'll get you something even better than Emila. With newfound determination, Aileen resumed the engraving process on the dragon heart fragment. We will now auction the 7th land deed. The starting bid is 50,000 tower coins. That one, meow. Theo, who had until now had been nonchalantly licking his own body until now, shouted out. Are you sure about that one? Jido questioned Theo's choice. He was thankful, but he couldn't understand why a merchant would want to buy such an unpopular land deed. Yes, meow. Theo firmly responded. Understood. Waste of money, Jido thought, secretly amused. Theo's desired land deeds were the least popular, and Jido acquired the deed for a mere 200,000 tower coins. That one, meow. That one, meow. Theo then went on to successfully bid for all the land deeds from the 8th to the 10th. They were the least popular land deeds, often passed over during breaks. Jido found it strange that Theo wanted such land deeds, but Pewhut, you guys have no idea how happy Chairman Park will be when I bring these, meow. Unable to hide his excitement, Theo was giggling. As the auction for the 15th land deed concluded. For added excitement, the remaining 5 land deeds have not been appraised. Each land deed will start at a bid of 100,000 tower coins. The auctioneer began auctioning these unappraised land deeds. It was like a land deed lottery. 110,000 tower coins. 120,000 tower coins. The merchants participating in the auction, enjoying the thrill, raised their bids. In this manner, 4 of the land deeds were sold, with prices mostly ranging between 200,000 and 250,000 tower coins. And finally, the last land deed was brought to the auction floor. This last land deed is a bit special. We originally prepared only 19 land deeds. However, this deed appeared suddenly via spatial movement. What? The land deed performed spatial movement. Merchants murmured at the auctioneer's revelation. Yes, as unbelievable as it sounds. Experts analyzed the magic and identified it as a land deed from the Green Tower. Since we acquired it for free, we'll start the bidding at 10,000 tower coins. That one, meow. Understood. Responding to Theo, Jido successfully won the final land deed. With few merchants interested in the Green Tower's land deed, it was acquired for just 30,000 tower coins. Thud. You have harvested 20 power potatoes. Your job experience has increased slightly. Your proficiency in harvesting LV7 has increased slightly. You have 7,702,173 times left until the completion of your job quest. Sejun was moving around, harvesting potatoes to digest the ramen he had for dinner. It was a good plan to digest the ramen and then eat Aileen's healthy meatball piece. Heh, these potatoes have grown well. I'll have potato soup tomorrow, Sejun said in a delighted voice as he observed the plump potatoes coming out along with the potato stems. Thud, thud. Now, with his increased strength, stamina, and agility, the harvesting process was incredibly fast. It only took him an hour to harvest 20,000 potatoes. As the harvest of the 3,300 square meters potato field was almost finished, he started feeling a bit hungry. Munch. Gulp. You have consumed a piece of Aileen's healthy meatball. You must eat all of it to gain the full effect. 77 pieces remain. Feeling some space in his stomach, Sejun swallowed a piece of the meatball. And then, thud thud, he harvested the remaining potatoes. There were only 10 left, so he decided to just finish them off. As he was about to harvest the last remaining potatoes, you have harvested 20 power potatoes. You have harvested a poisonous potato. Your job experience has increased slightly. Your proficiency in harvesting LV7 has increased slightly. You have 7,702,173 times left to complete the job quest. Among the harvested potatoes, there was one that stood out. Among the yellow potatoes, a single dark-colored potato was noticeable. A poisonous potato. When Sejun picked up the potato, you have achieved the achievement of creating a new variety in the tower. You have exclusive rights to cultivate the poisonous potato in the tower. No one can cultivate the poisonous potato without your permission. Your job experience increases greatly. All stats increase by 10 due to your job characteristics. A message appeared about creating a new variety. Wow! Sejun cheered at the message that all his stats increased by 10. His magic stat didn't benefit from it due to low potential, but he was still satisfied. But why is it named like this? Did I create something wrong? Sejun wondered, examining the black potato. Poisonous potato. Right arrow, a potato grown inside the tower. It absorbed plenty of nutrients but, for some reason, stored only poisons. Right arrow, it has a very bitter taste. Right arrow, if consumed, you will be poisoned with grade A paralytic poison. Right arrow, if consumed, you will be poisoned with grade A acidic poison. Right arrow, if you endure its effects and digest it, you can gain the talent, poison resistance. Right arrow, if planted, it contaminates the surrounding soil with poison. Right arrow, if planted alongside detoxifying crops, it enhances the detoxifying ability of those crops. Right arrow cultivator, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Right arrow expiration date, 120 days. Right arrow grade, B. Well, it has some uses after all. He considered just throwing it away due to the very bitter taste and grade A poison, but it seemed okay since planting it with detoxifying green onions would enhance the green onions' abilities. Sejun quartered the poisonous potato, ensuring each piece included an eye, and planted one piece in the middle of the detoxifying green onion field. At that moment, Sejun spotted a land deed document on the ground of the detoxifying green onion field. Chapter 190, What Have I Created? What is this? A land deed lying conspicuously on the ground, and in his own field at that. It was a suspicious situation for anyone to see. Tab tab. Sejun lightly touched the land deed with his miler's hoe to check if it posed any danger. Fortunately, it seemed harmless. Naturally, a land deed wouldn't attack him. Sejun was only being overly cautious. because of his prior experience dealing with land deeds. Ha ha ha, well, it's safe until I open it. Just as Sejun was confidently reaching out to pick up the land deed. Flap flap. What are you doing? Kaiser flew in. Ah, Lord Kaiser, what brings you here? I felt spatial magic here a moment ago and was checking it out. Spatial magic. At Kaiser's words, Sejun hurriedly looked around. There might have been a dangerous intruder. Relax, there's no suspicious figures around. Phew, really. Relieved by Kaiser's words, Sejun once again tried to pick up the land deed. But then, wait, I can sense remnants of spatial magic from there. Kaiser pointed at the land deed. Really, from this? Sejun hurriedly backed away from the land deed. It was indeed a dangerous item. It's Brachio's magic. How dare she to do this? Kaiser inspected the traces of magic left on the land deed. Lord Kaiser. Sejun, you were in danger just now. If you had touched it, you would have been immediately transported straight to the Green Tower. Brachio had cast a spell on some of the land deeds sent to the Black Tower, so that if one touched them, they would activate immediately. Sejun's prior experience with land deeds saved him. Really, thank you for stopping me. Kahaha, you owe me, understand. Yes, I'll give you 5 bottles of soju. Good, I'll take this and inspect it, Kahaha. Flap flap. Delighted by Sejun's response, Kaiser deactivated the magic spell cast on the land deed, took it, and flew away. Sejun left alone. Time to sleep. Sejun went home and fell asleep alone. Puhuhut Jito, thank you, meow. As he placed the 5 land deeds into his bag, Theo thanked Jito. Then, I'll see you at the Red Ribbon Kingdom's founding ceremony. Got it, meow, bye meow. Goodbye. After Jito disappeared. Peyton, follow me, meow. Yes. Theo took Peyton and went somewhere. He intended to visit the association chairman Mason of the Wandering Merchant Association and complain about Peyton, who had troubled and disregarded him. As Theo was heading to the chairman's office with Peyton. Mr. Theo. Jiras, who was approaching from the opposite side, recognized and called out to Theo. Jiras, good to see you, meow. Have you been well? Yes, meow. Salute, it's an honor to meet you, Sir Jiras. Peyton, with a solemn expression, saluted Jiras. He had never known that Theo had a connection with Jiras, the son of the chairman of the Wandering Merchant Association, which was unexpected. After Jiras's identity as the son of the association chairman Mason was revealed when he was held hostage by Grid, Jiras had quit the Secret Inspection Bureau. Now, he was working as the head of security at the headquarters of the Wandering Merchant Association. And Jiras was Peyton's direct superior. Salute, but why are you with Mr. Theo, Peyton? That's... I'll tell you, meow. Theo explained what Peyton had done to him. Is that really true? Jiras, infuriated by Theo's words, glared at Peyton. He had always warned Peyton about judging by appearances, but he never expected him to cause such a huge problem because of it. Mr. Theo, I apologize. I'll convene a disciplinary committee and have this guy fired. Meow, no you can't, meow. When Jiras wanted to fire his slave, Theo strongly opposed. If Peyton was dismissed, Theo would have to feed and shelter him. Do you have any other wishes regarding Peyton? Yes, meow. I'll have Peyton clean the storage, meow. Clean the storage? Yes, meow, the one over there. Theo wanted to tidy up the new lottery drawing location, the lost and found storage that was known for being filled with evil spirits. Ah, got it. I'll relocate Peyton's work area to that place. Jiras willingly changed Peyton's work area as Theo wished. Then I'll be going, meow. Yes, please take care. Theo hurriedly headed to the 99th floor of the tower. The next day. Hugh, is this my new workspace? Peyton sighed as he stepped into the dilapidated storage room. And then, meeting the evil spirits on his first day, he fainted, concluding his first day of cleaning. Sejun woke up feeling refreshed and reached out towards the warmth he felt on his knee. Pew-hoo-hoo. Theo purred happily at Sejun's touch. Theo had returned at dawn. Swoosh, swoosh. While Sejun continued to stroke Theo. Gulp. He ate a piece of Alien's healthy meatball. Then, meow. He lifted Theo, put Theo on his lap. Swoosh. Marked the date on the wall, stepped outside, and thus began the 328th morning of Sejun's survival. But he. Under the warm sunlight, Sejun stretched, raising both arms high. Then, Krung. Daddy Kyungi missed you. Dada dada. Kyungi, who had woken up earlier than usual today, ran towards Sejun with quick steps and thump leaped into his body. Poof. Haha, we just saw each other yesterday, but you still miss Daddy. At Kyungi's words, Sejun, feeling even better, hugged Kyungi and asked. Krung. Yes, Kyungi had a dream where Daddy flew far away. To Sejun's question, Kyungi replied in an anxious voice. Really? At Kyungi's words, Sejun recalled the land deed he saw in the field yesterday. If not for Kaiser, he might have been taken to the Green Tower, just like in Kyungi's dream. Don't worry, that won't happen. Are you hungry? Let's eat. Sejun, holding Kyungi, headed towards the kitchen. Krung. Kyungi is stressed, so Kyungi needs to eat something spicy. Really? Sejun was taken aback by Kyungi's words. But where did Kyungi learn the word stress? Unbeknownst to Sejun, Kyungi had been studying Korean diligently to communicate with his grandmother. By now, Kyungi had reached a level where he could fully read, and he was acquiring Korean culture by reading the subtitles on the TV shows that Golden Bat and Kim Miran occasionally watched. The idea that one needs to eat spicy food when stressed was also information Kyungi got from the TV. Then today's breakfast menu is flaming hell squid stir-fry. Krung krung. Great, Kyungi is excited. Despite Sejun's grave announcement, Kyungi, thinking that Sejun was making something amazing, became happy. However, despite its terrifying name, the only ingredients that could make it spicy were red chili powder and Xinjiang green peppers. The dish Sejun was making was just a spicy squid stir-fry. Dum-dum. Excited Kyungi started shaking his hips. That's not good. It burns too many calories. Kyungi, eat this while dancing. Crop gigantification. Sejun hurriedly handed a giant sweet potato to Kyungi, who was shaking his hips, and began cooking the squid stir-fry. Sizzle. First, he melted a lump of tuna fat he had separated and solidified when making tuna porridge in a preheated pot. Chop chop. Then he quickly and thinly sliced some green onions and added them to the pot. He stir-fried them until the green onions turned golden, making green onion oil, and then added squid to the pot, stir-frying until the squid turned white. He then seasoned it with red chili powder, salt, pepper, and honey, and added a generous amount of chopped onions, carrots, and green peppers. Cough, cough. Inhaling the spicy fumes, Sejun started coughing. Did he make it too spicy? While the color wasn't too red, the smell was spicier than he expected. He began to sweat from his forehead just from the smell. Thump thump. Finally, he crushed peanuts into powder with his hand axe and sprinkled it over the stir-fried squid as a substitute for sesame seeds. You have achieved the feat of making Hell's Screaming Squid Stir-Fry for the first time in the tower. The recipe for Hell's Screaming Squid Stir-Fry is registered in Cooking LV. 5. Your proficiency in Cooking LV. 5 increases greatly. Your proficiency in Cooking LV. 5 is filled and the level increases. With the achievement notification, the dish was completed. Hell's Screaming Squid Stir-Fry. The name of the dish was terrifying. He had added 50 calming Xinjiang peppers for spiciness, which seemed to be overkill. Then, Krung. Kyungi is hungry. Before he knew it, Kyungi, having finished his giant sweet potato, began to show signs of hunger. It should be fine, right? After all, it was just food. Sejun, not sensing any potential harm, called out. It's ready, let's eat. After a brief hesitation, Sejun called the animals over. Moments later, squeaky, ooky. Upon tasting the hell's screaming squid stir-fry, the rabbits and monkeys began eating quickly, shrieking due to its spiciness. Despite shedding tears from the spiciness, the animals couldn't stop eating. What's going on? Feeling something was off, Sejun hurriedly checked the dish's options. Hell's screaming squid stir-fry. Right arrow deep-sea giant tuna fat is used to stir-fry detoxifying green onions, the oil infused with the scent of the onions, and then the deep-sea giant squid and other vegetables are stir-fried in it. The dish is thoroughly permeated with the flavor of onions. Right arrow, however, the excessive addition of calming Xinjiang green peppers has caused side effects. Right arrow, the side effect is that once you taste the food, you become addicted to the spiciness, and you continue to eat while screaming in agony. Right arrow, the addiction doesn't end until you've had your fill of the hell's screaming squid stir-fry. Right arrow, thanks to the agility effect of carrots, you can eat quickly. Right arrow, the detoxifying effect from the onions leads to profuse sweating. Right arrow, once you finish eating and the addictive effect wears off, your mind becomes very calm. Right arrow, there's a very low probability of awakening the talent. Clear mirror, still water, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Right arrow cook, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Right arrow expiration date, 120 days. Right arrow grade, A+. What have I created? A dish that you have to keep eating despite the pain from the spiciness. It was almost like a torture tool. While the after effects weren't bad, seeing the animal's reactions made him think it might not be safe for consumption. But is Kyungi okay? Sejun hurriedly looked for Kyungi. However, Krung, it's delicious, it's relieving my stress. Contrary to Sejun's worries, Kyungi was happily eating the squid stir-fry. To Kyungi, it seemed to be just a spicy dish. Squeak. Ook. The animals, having finished their meals quickly, went about their tasks with peaceful expressions. Sejun was fortunate that the after effects of the dish made them calm. Otherwise, there could have been massive complaints. Once the animals left, Chairman Park, give me some homemade churu meow. Theo, who had overslept and woken up late, spoke to Sejun. All right. Lick, lick, lick. Sejun gave Theo some tuna porridge with a spoon and stroked Theo's belly. Meanwhile, Kuehe Krung. Hehe Kyungi is stress-free. Having finished the stir-fried squid, Kyungi, looking refreshed, began playing with the golden bat while riding on Sejun's back. By the way, did you manage to get the land deeds, Vice Chairman Theo? Sejun asked Theo, who had filled his stomach with 5 spoonfuls of tuna porridge. I got them, meow. Theo confidently replied, pulling out 6 land deeds from his bag. Oh, you brought 6 land deeds. Vice Chairman Theo, you're amazing. Puhuhut, that's right, meow. I'm amazing, meow. From now on, Chairman Park can rely on me, meow. Flattered by Sejun's compliment, the delighted Theo flopped down and rubbed his back against Sejun's knee. 2 of these haven't been appraised yet. Aileen, can you appraise these for me? The tower's administrator says you can leave it to her. Sejun sent the 2 unappraised land deeds to Aileen and examined the other 4 that were already appraised. Chapter 191, Becoming a True Second in Command. Black Tower 98th Floor Wasteland Land Deed. Black Tower 85th Floor Wasteland Land Deed. Black Tower 57th Floor Rocky Mountain Land Deed. Black Tower 44th Floor Lake Land Deed. All the appraised land deeds were from the Black Tower, 4 land deeds from the Black Tower. Sejun was in awe of Theo's capability. Then, flap flap, I'll deliver the land deed to the Black Rabbit for you. Kellyan flew over and said, What, it's fine. If he placed the land deed in the Red Ribbon Kingdom's treasure vault, it could be delivered to the Black Rabbit. So, Sejun declined Kellyan's offer, thinking it might make the Black Rabbit uncomfortable. However, I insist on going even if you refuse. Kellyan was insistent. He wanted to do Sejun a favor and in return get some soju. All right, but please make sure the black rabbit isn't startled or doesn't get scared. Sejun, while handing over the land deed of the 57th floor of the Black Tower to Kellyan, said, so that the black rabbit could go quickly to Choo Choo, as she had been waiting for him. Don't worry, I'll deliver it quickly and quietly. Kellyan responded and swallowed the land deed. A minute later, I've delivered it. Along with Kellyan's words, the black rabbit has received the land deed, meow. Kroong. The land deed suddenly fell from the sky. Theo and Kyungi, who were watching the black rabbit through the bronze mirror next to Sejun, informed him that the black rabbit had received the land deed. Thank you. So, here, thank you so much. After confirming through the bronze mirror that the black rabbit had opened the land deed and moved to another location, Sejun gratefully handed Kellyan 10 bottles of soju. Why are you giving me? Ha ha ha. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. Flap flap. Kellyan flew away, taking the soju with him. Really? Yes. If it wasn't for me, Sejun would have been dragged to the Green Tower. Thank you, Grandpa. I feel so relieved because you're here. Kahaha, your grandpa will always protect Sejun. After hearing Aileen's words of gratitude, Kaiser laughed heartily in response. Helping Sejun meant getting alcohol and getting closer to Aileen, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. While they were talking, Sejun has asked me to appraise something. Kihihi, just wait a second, Sejun, appraise. Upon receiving the land deed from Sejun, Aileen began the appraisal. After the appraisal of the first land deed was completed. This one's from the Blue Tower. The land deed that Theo found in the haunted storage was from the Blue Tower. Appraise. Next, Aileen appraised the last land deed Theo won at the auction. This one's from the Green Tower. What, the Green Tower? At the mention of the Green Tower, Kaiser exclaimed in surprise. Wung. The Green Tower's land deed unfolded, trying to transport Aileen to the Green Tower. The land deed had Brachio's magic on it, which caused it to unfold automatically when appraisal magic was used. Eek. Aileen tried to quickly cancel the magic, but it was too complex for the young Aileen to deactivate. At that moment, it's okay. Since you're the tower's administrator, the tower will protect you. Kaiser, who had been briefly flustered, regained his composure and spoke calmly. The tower's administrator cannot leave the Black Tower. Forced spatial movement is cancelled. As Kaiser said, an alert appeared on the crystal orb, and the land deed rolled back up on its own. For now, I'll keep this. Kaiser took custody of the Green Tower's land deed. Damn, how dare she try to kidnap my granddaughter? An infuriated Kaiser gritted his teeth, contemplating how to get back at Brachio. The tower's administrator says the appraisal is complete. Aileen thanks. Wait, why is there only 1 land deed? Seeing only 1 returned land deed, Sejun asked in confusion. The tower's administrator says that one of them was a dangerous land deed from the Green Tower, so Grandpa decided to keep it. Another one from the Green Tower. The tower's administrator says she almost got transported to the Green Tower just now. Aileen too. The thought of Aileen also being pulled away, this was infuriating. The tower's administrator advises you to be cautious with land deeds in the future. Okay, got it. Sejun decided that he would be cautious with land deeds from now on, and thought it would be good to take some action against the Green Tower. After finishing his conversation with Aileen, Vice Chairman Theo, which of these is most attracted to your front paw? Sejun asked Theo to help decide which of the remaining 3 Black Tower land deeds they should go to first, after sending one to the Black Rabbit. However, Pew-hut. Theo just kept laughing without answering. Do you like it that much? Pew-hut, of course, meow. Now I am a fully fledged vice chairman, meow. Sejun decided to officially appoint Theo, who had accomplished the tremendous feat of fetching 6 land deeds, as the vice chairman instead of a temporary position. That's why Theo couldn't stop laughing. Pew Hugh Hut, now I Theo Park am a true second-in-command meow. Snap! Theo raised his left front paw to his waist, stretched his right front paw forward, and made a V sign with his claws. Yes, yes, so which one attracts you the most now? Sejun, stroking Theo's head, asked again. Meow, that's strange meow. Theo, pondering Sejun's question, placed his front paw on his chin. What's so strange? Last time, my front paw was most drawn to the 44th floor of the tower, but now, it's the 85th floor that attracts my front paw the most, meow. Is that so? Considering Theo's words, Sejun fell deep into thought. Either something that attracted Theo's front paw on the 44th floor disappeared, or something new on the 85th floor started attracting Theo. Let's start with the 85th floor first. Then let's call Elka meow. Elka is from the 85th floor meow. That's right, I should tell Elka to inspect the farm first. Hearing what Theo said, Sejun also remembered. So, Sejun sent a white rabbit to Elka with new instructions. Okay, let's get to work. As the urgent matter of bringing the black rabbit back to the Black Tower was resolved, Sejun prepared for sowing seeds to complete his job quest. As Sejun put on the straw hat and took up Myler's hoe. I understand, meow. I will assist Chairman Park, meow. Really, if you're helping. Slap. What are you doing? Looking at Theo, who was clinging to his knee to assist him, Sejun asked with a dumbfounded expression. Pew Hugh Hut, hanging on Chairman Park's knee like this is my way of assisting, meow. Theo answered confidently to Sejun's question. Kroong. Kyungi also wants to help Daddy. Following Theo, Kyungi also clung onto Sejun's knee, saying he would help Daddy. If it's going to be like this, they might as well have not helped. HNNGH, HNNGH. HNNGH meow, HNNGH meow. Crew Eng. Thanks to Theo and Kyungi, Sejun moved his heavy legs in rhythm and scattered seeds in the field. Land moving. You've planted 500 stamina corn seeds in magic power-infused soil. Due to the effect of magic seed sowing LV. 6. The probability of the stamina corn seeds taking root increases. Due to the effect of magic seed sowing LV. 6. The growth rate of stamina corn seeds accelerates for 24 hours. You have 7,214,489 times left to complete the job quest. The seeds sown today were stamina corn. Phew, there's still a long way to go. Seeing the number displayed in the message, Sejun sighed. How much must he labor before he is awarded a great job combat skill? Maybe I will be given something very powerful. Sejun kept planting seeds, imagining himself becoming more powerful after acquiring the job combat skill. After about an hour of planting corn, the stamina corn is grateful for the farmer's footsteps and gains strength. The potential of the stamina stat has increased from 103 to 104. A message appeared, indicating the increase in stamina stat potential. Haha, this feels rewarding. While Sejun was happy about the increased potential, the size of your farm has exceeded 10 million square meters. Talent, Millennium Landlord, has evolved to Myriad Landlord. A message indicating the growth of his talent appeared. As he cultivated the land, the size of the farm Sejun had developed had surpassed 10 million square meters. Wow, Myriad Landlord! Sejun cheered as he read the message. Once, without a single inch of land outside the tower, Sejun had become a landowner with 10 million square meters of land. Parents, rejoice. Your son has become a land mogul within our home. As Sejun celebrated alone. Let's see what has changed. He examined his newly evolved talent, Myriad Landlord. Talent, Myriad Landlord. This acquired talent is only available to farmers who own over 10 million square meters of farmland. You can designate 3 caretakers to manage the farm on behalf of the landlord. Each caretaker can appoint their own 100 tenant farmers and 3 guards. You can appoint up to 15 guards to protect the farm. You receive 50% of the experience points from enemies defeated by the guards within 5 km of the landlord. You can appoint up to 3,000 tenant farmers. Tenant farmers can use the landlord's farming skills. When tenant farmers use the landlord's skills, the landlord receives a 7% skill proficiency reward. The talent grows with the size of the farm. Wow! Sejun exclaimed in amazement at the changes. The number of caretakers, guards, and tenant farmers he could appoint had increased by 2, 5, and 2,000, respectively. Especially the number of tenant farmers was tremendous. Considering the skill proficiency reward from the tenant farmers increased from 5% to 7%, Sejun felt he could accumulate tremendous skill proficiency in the future. He had been in a slump recently, but his spirits lifted with the growth of his talent. He couldn't just let this day pass by. Today we party. Party meow. We need new churros for the party meow. Kroong. We need a lot of honey for the party. Theo and Kyungi each voiced what they wanted upon hearing Sejun's declaration. But then, boom! A massive vibration came from the direction of the cave. Could it be, guys, let's go? Worried about Flamey after thinking the Apostle of Destruction might have invaded through the pond, Sejun quickly ran to the cave with Theo and Kyungi on his legs. Phew! Arriving at the cave, Sejun was relieved to see Flamey unharmed. Deep-sea giant crayfish. A giant crayfish from the pond was in the cave, but for some reason it was clinging to the wall, looking around. It seemed to be wary, unfamiliar with the place. How dare you come here? Meow. Kroong. After getting Theo and Kyungi off his legs, Sejun charged at the crayfish. Thanks to his lighter legs, he felt like he could fly. Take this. With that momentum, Sejun lunged at the crayfish's head with his fist. His strength and stamina stats were nearing 99, comparable to the might of the legendary General Lu Bu in the Three Kingdoms. He thought he could easily defeat a creature like this crayfish. Smack. Arg. Your body has taken a fatal hit from a powerful attack. Power Indestructible Body is activated. Magic power is consumed to protect your body from breaking. Huh, was it not? While Sejun, taken aback by the crayfish's giant claw, was trying to understand the unfolding situation contrary to his expectations. Crash. Rumble. Sejun's body slammed into the cave wall, and he ended up covered in a pile of broken rocks. Chairman Park, are you okay, meow? Kroong. Is Daddy okay? Theo and Kyungi hurriedly pulled Sejun out of the rubble to check on him. Yeah, I'm fine. Luckily, Sejun had become strong enough and wasn't injured. He quickly prepared himself for another attack from the crayfish. However, you have defeated the deep-sea giant crayfish. You cannot gain experience as you haven't completed your job quest. Oh, it's dead. The crayfish had died in the meantime. While Sejun was confused, reading the message. Master, you were amazing. I saw the crayfish wobble and collapse from your attack. Flamey praised Sejun. Haha, really? Sejun looked at his fist and chuckled with pride. I must be quite strong. As Kyungi was moving the defeated giant crayfish out of the cave. Clang! 2 green coins and 3 gray coins fell from the crayfish's claw. Why would it have coins? Confused, Sejun picked up the coins with a puzzled look and quickly headed to the cooking area. It would take a long time to properly grill a giant crayfish. And left alone was Flamey. Phew, that was close. Seeing the crayfish, which she deliberately left with a sliver of health, muster its last strength to strike Sejun was an unexpected situation, left Flamey startled. Chapter 192. I don't know about the quest, but revenge comes first. What the heck? Why are only the trivial ones getting caught? Brachio grumbled as she looked through the crystal orb to observe the beings that had transferred from the Black Tower to the Green Tower via the land deed. The desired farmer of the Black Tower was not caught. Go and collect them. Brachio instructed the monsters she controlled to retrieve the land deed. And then, this time, I'll have to set the magic spell to activate a day after the first touch. She sent the newly enchanted land deed with the new spell back to the Black Tower. Dinner time. Sejun called out to the animals in front of the giant crayfish barbecue being cooked in the cooking area. The crayfish was so large that it took a long time to thoroughly cook, and it was evening before they knew it. Of course, they could have eaten it for lunch by using Flamey's flame buff, the flame of affinity, or some other method, but Sejun deliberately took his time since he hadn't digested Aileen's healthy meatball piece yet. Once they started eating, there wouldn't be anything left for Sejun. Kyungi, can you separate the crayfish? Krung. Understood. Upon Sejun's request, Kyungi enlarged and crack, crack, effortlessly tore off both claws of the crayfish. And then, snap, he effortlessly separated the crayfish's waist and separated the torso and tail competently. Those who knew how to eat were indeed different. Okay, everyone, cut as much as you want to eat. Upon Sejun's directive, the animals lined up in front of the separated crayfish and carved out their shares. The crayfish was so large that even a single claw was hard to consume, except for Kyungi, of course. Krung. It's delicious. Kyungi, holding one claw, had already eaten more than half of it. Vice Chairman Theo the claws. Got it, meow. Snap. Sejun used Theo's dragon claw to cut the crayfish flesh into convenient sizes for later consumption and stored it in the void storage. After distributing grilled crayfish to Kaiser, Kellyan, and Aileen, he finally sat down to eat. Vice Chairman Theo have some churu. Of course, he first looked after Theo. Clearly, he was the chairman and Theo was the vice chairman, but why did it feel like he was the assistant? I've been waiting, meow. Theo confidently replied, then lay comfortably on Sejun's lap, ready to enjoy his treat. Just waiting like this means I'm assisting Chairman Park, meow. Here. Sejun scooped up some tuna porridge and brought it to Theo's mouth. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Puhaha, it's delicious because of Chairman Park's sincerity, meow. Is it? After seeing Theo enjoying his meal, Sejun began to eat the crayfish. Crayfish is best eaten by dipping it in the innards. As Sejun dipped the crayfish leg meat into a bowl filled with its innards and placed it in his mouth. Mmm. First, the flavors of cheese and butter awakened Sejun's olfactory and taste cells. Chew chew. As he began to genuinely chew on the crayfish, the chewy texture accompanied by the salty taste filled with the flavors of the sea was felt. However, the salty taste washed away quickly like it was being cleansed by the waves, and as he chewed more, a rising sweetness filled Sejun's mouth. As everyone was enjoying the crayfish, Lord Sejun, we've arrived. Elka and the subordinates, who had hurried over at Sejun's call, arrived. Elka, good timing, join us. Sejun cut the flesh of the crayfish and offered it to the wolves. Lord Sejun, thank you. Thank you. As Elka expressed gratitude towards gratitude Sejun, the subordinate wolves also followed suit, expressing their gratitude and started eating the crayfish heartily. The wolves had skipped their meal to rush at Sejun's call. Elka, did you find the farm? As soon as Elka finished eating, Sejun inquired. Yes, it's a place we were already aware of. A place you knew. Yes, that place is. Elka began explaining about the farm on the 85th floor of the tower. So, you're saying that the kudzus, aka arrowroots, grown on the farm spread to other areas, killing all other plants on the 85th floor of the tower. Yes, the kudzus absorb the nutrients from the ground, preventing any other plants from growing nearby. That's why we suffered more during the famine. Kudzus are known to send their roots deep into the ground and have a strong vitality, so this possibility made sense. But during the famine, you didn't eat the kudzus. Sejun, who recognized kudzus as one of the staple crops, asked. If the floor was filled with kudzus, it would have been enough to fill their hungry stomachs. At first, we did fill our stomachs with kudzus, But after seeing wolves die inexplicably after consuming kudzus for an extended period, we stopped eating them. Really? Sejun pondered upon hearing Elka's words. Were the kudzus poisonous? He thought he should prepare detoxifying green onions just in case. Just then, Krung, Dad Kyungi found this. Kyungi, covered in crayfish innards all over his body, ran over, holding a blue jade-like bead. Krung, Dad should eat this. Kyungi proudly presented the bead to Sejun. It seemed to be the core of the crayfish. It probably tasted bitter. Thanks. Sejun patted Kyungi's head and examined the core. Deep-sea giant crayfish core. Right arrow, the core of a crayfish that lived in the deep sea of the dimensional ocean for over 2,000 years. Right arrow, upon consumption, all stats increase by 20. Right arrow, it tastes bitter. Right arrow usage restriction, LV, 50 or above, all stats 50 or above. Right arrow grade, B+. As expected, it was a bitter-tasting core, but this time there was no mention of it being too strong, which was a relief. Swish. Sejun bravely popped the core into his mouth. Perhaps after having it a few times, he had become somewhat accustomed to its bitterness. It was, literally, just bearable. Gulp. You consumed the deep-sea giant crayfish core. All stats have increased by 20. To get rid of the lingering bitterness in his mouth, Sejun quickly put some honey jelly into his mouth. The jelly melted as soon as it touched his tongue, taking the bitterness with it. You consumed the poisonous honeybee's cherry tomato honey jelly. Talent, enhanced magic circuit has been slightly strengthened. Swish. Seeing the message that his talent had been enhanced, Sejun put honey jelly in Kyungi's mouth, who was still staring at him with longing eyes. Krung. But seemingly unsatisfied with just one, Kyungi kept looking at Sejun with a pitiful sound, not closing his mouth. Swish, 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 swish. With a softened heart, Sejun put 10 honey jellies in Kyungi's mouth. Kyueheb Krung. Hee yummy. Only after seeming satisfied, Kyungi ran back to continue eating his crayfish. His meal wasn't over yet. In the meantime, while Kyungi was finishing his meal, you harvested detoxifying green onions. Your job experience has increased slightly. Your proficiency in harvesting LV7 has increased slightly. You have gained 50 experience points. Sejun pulled out the detoxifying green onions and stored them in the void storage. And then, thump thump. Krung. Kyungi's full now. After finishing his meal, Kyungi ran back to Sejun, his fur still smeared with crayfish's innards. Hold on, let's take a bath first, Kyungi. Krung. Sejun picked up Kyungi, who was trying to cling to his leg, and moved him to the fountain to give him a bath. A little later. Krung. It's refreshing. Guys, stay in the void storage for a while. After bathing Kyungi, Sejun had Theo, Kyungi, and Elka enter the void storage. He was planning to go down to the 85th floor of the tower to check on the farm. Swoosh. Sejun unfurled the land deed for the 85th floor. The summoning function for the initial engraving of the land deed for the 85th floor farm has been activated. Sejun disappeared to the 85th floor of the tower. You have arrived at the 85th floor farm. You moved from the topmost floor, the 99th floor, to the 85th floor. You have descended 14 floors. Due to the effect of title, retrogressor, all stats increase by 14. Well, upon arriving on the 85th floor, he saw that the entire area was covered in green vines. Is all that kudzus? Endless kudzu vines, and it was evident they penetrated deep into the ground. Clank. Come out, guys. Before pondering any further, Sejun had the animals come out of the void storage. Chairman Park, I feel a pull from the sky, meow. Theo, who had just emerged from the void storage, suddenly pointed his front paw towards the sky. The sky. Could it be? Emila's garden, which disappeared from the 49th floor of the tower, was here. Thunk. Land moving. Sejun took out a sky-reaching bean and planted it in the ground. You've planted the sky-reaching bean in the magic power-infused soil. Due to the sound of the farmer's footsteps, the effect of magic seed sowing LV6 has been enhanced. Due to the effects of magic seed sowing LV6, the growth speed of the sky-reaching bean will double for the next 24 hours. However, there are no nutrients in the soil. Nearby crops are absorbing the soil's magic power. Nearby crops begin to steal nutrients from the sky-reaching bean. The kudzus were not easy to deal with. What? Upon seeing the message, Sejun quickly dug up the ground again. Wriggle, wriggle. The roots of the kudzus were latching onto the sky-reaching bean and absorbing its nutrients. Thanks to the magic power Sejun supplied to the soil, the kudzu roots became even more active. He originally had 3 sky-reaching beans, meaning should have been the last bean. However, good thing I multiplied them in advance. Thanks to his foresight of keeping them in the golden box of abundance, Sejun now had 5 sky-reaching beans in his pocket. Just as Sejun breathed a sigh of relief. A quest has been generated. Quest: restore the farm consumed by the kudzus and reclaim the land rights. Reward: recognition as the rightful owner of the land deed, 1 tangerine tree. A quest message appeared before Sejun. A tangerine tree. It seemed this place used to be a tangerine orchard before it was overtaken by the kudzus. All right, Kyungi, enlarge and flip the ground. Krung. Got it. Sejun decided to try solving the problem with force first. After all, the kudzus deeply rooted in the ground likely couldn't withstand Kyungi's strength. Bang! After enlarging, Kyungi punched the ground and Kwung lifted the soil with his strength. He managed to raise a piece of ground almost 10 meters thick and about 3,300 square meters in area. However, many of the kudzu roots penetrated deeper than 10 meters. Most of the roots in the chunk Kyungi lifted were cut off. Land moving. Sejun flipped the 10-meter deep ground once again. Thump. Unlike Kyungi, about 165.2 square meters of ground was flipped to a thickness of about 5 meters. Did the roots go down that deep? Still seeing roots with no end in sight, Sejun was flabbergasted. Krung. I'll try again. Kyungi went down into the deep hole and flipped the ground once more. This time, he applied more force and lifted an area of ground 20 meters thick. Finally, roots without severed ends were visible. Yet about half of them were still cut off. Land moving. When Sejun moved the ground again, he finally saw the ends of all the roots. This is going to be challenging. Sejun sighed, realizing he would have to dig 40 meters deep throughout the 85th floor to completely eradicate the kudzus. It seemed impossible to remove all the kudzus from the 85th floor of the tower, as they would grow back faster than he could remove them. Even if he removed all the kudzus from the farm area, the kudzus from the surrounding areas would quickly invade, making the effort somewhat meaningless. What to do? You've obtained 4 kudzu fruits. Your job experience has increased slightly. Your proficiency in seed harvesting LV6 has increased slightly. Seeing no clear solution, Sejun harvested the kudzu fruits for the time being. He collected the fruits so naturally. He truly lived up to his title as a tower farmer. Then, a brilliant idea struck Sejun. What if he planted these kudzu fruits in the green tower? It seemed like something very interesting would happen. Guys, let's collect the fruits for now. I don't know about the quest, but revenge comes first. Sejun decided to take revenge on the green tower, which had audaciously tried to kidnap him and Aileen first. Chapter 193, Go Ajax. Golden Bat, go to the 83rd floor and call over the hedgehogs and poisonous honeybees. Yes. The golden bat, which had been resting on Sejun's back, flew straight to the 83rd floor upon his command. Sejun decided to borrow the labor of the hedgehogs from the nearby floors to quickly harvest the kudzu fruits. The reason he summoned the poisonous honeybees was because of the kudzu flowers blooming among the kudzu vines. The kudzu flowers emitted a rather sweet scent, so Sejun wanted to see if the poisonous honeybees could harvest nectar from them. Even if they didn't, they would obtain the pollen from the kudzu flowers. While the golden bat flew to the 83rd floor to bring reinforcements. Thunk thunk. After digging out and thoroughly washing the kudzu roots, Sejun said, "Kyungi, try squeezing this hard." He cut the kudzu roots to the size of a fist and asked Kyungi to squeeze them. He wanted to try making kudzu juice. Although he'd never tasted it, he'd seen it sold frequently and thought it might be edible. He was curious about the taste. Krung. Okay, Kyungi will squeeze it hard. When Kyungi lightly pressed the kudzu root with his two front paws. Squish. Drip, drip. The sound of the roots being pressed was followed by the flow of kudzu juice. Sejun quickly placed a tumbler on the ground to collect it. Krung. It's not coming out anymore. Kyungi discarded the squeezed root and grabbed another to continue. Sejun touched the discarded root. Wow, it's so dry, it could be used as dry firewood right away. The root that Kyungi discarded was almost completely dried out, resembling a dried branch. Kyungi's squeezing ability was impressive. The squeezed kudzu roots could be collected and used as firewood later on. Swish, swish. Once a decent amount of kudzu juice was collected. Slurp. Sejun tasted it. Upon sipping, the distinctive scent of the kudzu juice swirled around in his mouth, followed by a strong bitterness. However, having grown accustomed to bitter flavors, it wasn't too overpowering for Sejun. Gulp. After savoring and swallowing the kudzu juice, he felt a sweet aftertaste in his mouth, making the experience quite pleasant. Nice. While Sejun was relishing the aftertaste of the kudzu juice, smiling. Lick. Daddy said it's good. Kyungi, who had been watching Sejun's expression, licked the kudzu juice on his front paw. He was expecting it to be somewhat sweet. But then, Kyug. It's bitter. Kyungi, having licked the kudzu juice, reacted with extreme distaste and was visibly repulsed by the intense bitterness. The bitterness was too much for Kyungi, who had never experienced such a taste before. Here, take this. Sejun put a honey jelly in Kyungi's mouth. Kyu-het krung. Hee Kyungi's fine now. With his face brightening up again thanks to the honey jelly, Kyungi prepared to squeeze another kudzu root. This juice is just for Dad. Kyungi had generously decided to leave the kudzu juice for Sejun. But then, Kyungi stopped squeezing. Sejun felt the juice wasn't something he'd drink often, and capped his tumbler to store the remaining juice. Let's continue harvesting the fruits. About 5 hours after Sejun began harvesting kudzu fruits. Sejun. Buzz buzz. The golden bat returned, leading about 5,000 poisonous honeybees. And then, quiek quiek. Following behind the golden bat and the bees, about 10,000 hedgehogs, led by Goderi, rushed in. Thanks for coming, guys. Sejun expressed his gratitude to the reinforcements that had arrived. Buzz. Pleased to meet you, Sejun. I've heard a lot about you from our queen mother. The queen bee leading the 5,000 poisonous honeybees greeted Sejun. This queen was a newly born successor to the 83rd floor's poisonous honeybee queen. When Sejun asked for support, the original queen had decided it was a good opportunity to send out this new queen and her bees on an independent mission. Yes, glad to see you. For now, please harvest honey from these flowers here. Buzz. Understood. At Sejun's command, the poisonous honeybees dispersed and began sucking honey from the kudzu flowers. Quiek. What should we do? The leader of the hedgehogs, Goderi, asked Sejun with a look that conveyed readiness to take on any task. You guys can help me pick these kudzu fruits. These are the fruits. This is how you harvest them. Sejun demonstrated how to harvest the kudzu fruits to the gathered hedgehogs. Quiek quiek. Seeing Sejun's demonstration, the hedgehogs nodded vigorously in understanding. Then let's each harvest 10,000 fruits. Quiek quiek. As they chase. At Sejun's command, the hedgehogs swiftly dispersed and began harvesting the kudzu fruits. If 10,000 hedgehogs each harvested 10,000 kudzu fruits, a total of 100 million kudzu fruits would be collected. Hee, just wait a little longer. Delighted at the thought of detonating the 100 million kudzu fruit bomb in the Green Tower, Sejun placed the harvested kudzu fruits into boxes and stored them in his void storage. Kyungi and the wolves also helped Sejun move the fruits. Just then, a tenant used the landlord's seed harvesting LV6 skill and obtained 5 kudzu fruits. You have received a 7% skill proficiency reward. Your proficiency in the seed harvesting LV6 skill has increased slightly. The proficiency of seed harvesting LV6 is full and the level has increased. Sejun's seed harvesting skill level had increased. This was because he had designated 500 of the hedgehogs that had come to help as tenant farmers and was receiving a skill proficiency reward. Sejun wasn't going to miss such a beneficial opportunity. With the hedgehogs' help, once the 100 million fruits were harvested, I'll go up for a bit, so stay here and keep harvesting the fruits. Quiek. Sejun instructed the hedgehogs to continue harvesting the kudzu fruits and headed towards the 85th floor waypoint. It's empty here, Sejun remarked, looking at the waypoint. The boss that was supposed to guard the red crystal was nowhere in sight. Yes, there was a boss guarding it originally, but it gave up and left because of the condition of the floor. Really? Listening to Elka's words, Sejun placed his hand on the red crystal. Waypoint of the 85th floor of the tower has been saved. Loading other saved waypoints. Saved waypoints. Tower 99th floor. Tower 83rd floor. Tower 77th floor. Tower 49th floor. Let's go in, guys. Understood, meow. Kroong. Got it. Sejun sent Theo and Kyungi into the void storage. And then, Elka, guard this place. Yes, don't worry. All right, I'll be back. After leaving the remaining hedgehogs and poisonous honeybees in Elka's care, Sejun moved to the 99th floor of the tower. Purple Tower, 99th floor. It's the acquisition of the land deeds going, because we currently have 77 land deeds from the Purple Tower, 13 from the Black Tower, 12 from the Gold Tower, 5 from the Blue Tower, and 1 from the Green Tower. Bika, a dark-skinned tower farmer, trembling with fear, answered as she held up the purple dragon statue in front of her. Hurry up. Yes. After Bika left. Flap flap. Tear Peton flew to the tablet located at the center of the 99th floor of the tower. The tablet, known as the Creator's Stone, indicated the reason Tyr was gathering the land deeds. Ninth Commandment: if a tower farmer collects more than half of another tower's land deeds, they can seize ownership of that tower. In short, by merely collecting the land deeds, a tower farmer can seize another dragon's tower. For the dragons, being stripped of their tower's ownership would be quite humiliating. By Tyr's estimate, there were 99 land deeds given to each tower, one for each floor. This meant that with just 50 land deeds, one could seize another dragon's tower. Hehe, be complacent. Then in a blink, I'll snatch them all. The glory of carrying out the task given by the Creator God will be mine alone to enjoy. Even without knowing the Creator's exact task, Tyr Peton intended to monopolize the towers for himself. Kroong. We're home. Kyungi, who had rushed back carrying Sejun and Theo, shouted. Good job. As Sejun stroked Kyungi's head. Kyuehe Kroong. Hehe, Kyungi's going to sleep with Mom now. Kyungi happily ran towards Pinkfur, laughing. It was late evening. We should get some rest too. All right, meow. The next morning, as soon as Sejun finished breakfast, he went to see Kaiser to ask if there was an easy way to spread the kudzus in the Green Tower. Although Sejun had land deeds from the Black Tower, he could have personally gone to the Green Tower, spread the kudzus, and returned. However, he didn't want to. For Sejun, who prioritized safety first, that was too risky. In response to Sejun's question, Kaiser became lost in thought while looking at the Green Tower's land deed. The spatial movement activated by the land deed required an entity that could own it. It's impossible just to send the land deed and kudzu fruits. Kaiser, who made a decision, responded. Is that so? Well, there's no helping it. Sejun wasn't disappointed with Kaiser's response, because he had another idea for scattering the kudzu fruits in the Green Tower. But why would you send something like this to the Green Tower? Kaiser couldn't understand why Sejun would want to scatter a seemingly useless fruit, especially after the hard work of harvesting 100 million of them in the Green Tower. Heh, probably something interesting is going to happen. Lord Kellyan, may I send Ajax to the Green Tower for a moment? Sejun, laughing like a villain, asked Kellyan, who was beside him. What are you talking about? Why would you send my grandson to the Green Tower? Kellyan was agitated by Sejun's request. If Lord Kellyan gives the kudzu fruits to Ajax, he can scatter them in the Green Tower and return quickly. In return, I'll give you 100 bottles of soju. What? Why would you give him 100 bottles for such a trivial task? Kaiser got angry at Sejun's words. It wasn't dangerous for Ajax, though it was for Sejun. Of course, the tower's administrator wouldn't stay still upon realizing someone had invaded their tower, but Ajax could return quickly, so it wasn't a big issue. However, to Sejun, it was a reasonable deal. Transferring the kudzu fruits between towers would consume nearly 100 million tower coins. Moreover, Ajax could use the White Tower's land deed to return, conserving Sejun's Black Tower land deed. 150 bottles, then I'll send my grandson. Hey, you scammer, what do you mean by taking 150 bottles? You are taking advantage of Sejun. Kaiser was agitated since the number of soju bottles he'd receive later would decrease because of Kellyan's request. When did I take any advantage? Just admit you're taking advantage of it since you are. While the two dragons quarreled. Guys, help me take out the kudzu fruits. Understood, meow. Krung. Understood. With the help of Theo and Kyungi, Sejun began to take out the 100 million kudzu fruits from the void storage. You know what to do, right? Yes, I got it. Kellyan, who had agreed to share 10 bottles of soju he received from Sejun in the evening with Kaiser, replied with an annoyed tone. He was irritated by Kaiser's interference. So Ajax just needs to scatter this in the Green Tower. Yes, scatter half on each floor. Make sure not to spill any in the White Tower. If you do, it'll cause you significant problems. Sejun handed 2 Green Tower land deeds to Kellyan and cautioned him. If a single kudzu took root, it would transform the surroundings into a kudzu field in no time. Got it. Kellyan swallowed the land deeds and the kudzu fruits. After a moment, I've passed the kudzu fruits to Ajax. Ajax protested furiously, questioning why he had to go. However, Kellyan quietly gave him only the kudzu fruits because Sejun will take care of the rest. Yes, thank you, here's the soju. Sejun handed Kellyan 150 bottles of soju he brought from the brewery. And then, go Ajax. Sejun dispatched the bombing dragon, Ajax, armed with kudzu fruit bombs, to the Green Tower. Chapter 194, Burning. Arg, damn human, why do I have to scatter these? Ajax, having moved to the Green Tower, grumbled as he diligently scattered the kudzu fruits on the 78th floor of the Green Tower. He couldn't help but work hard because it was part of the contract. Consequently, his irritation exploded, and in line with his emotions, his magic power also erupted, spreading in all directions. Thanks to this, nearby monsters that were close to Ajax passed out from the intensity of his magic power. The bombing dragon, Ajax, unknowingly assisted Sejun in his revenge. Damn it, why am I doing this? After scattering the kudzu fruits on the 56th floor of the Green Tower, the grumbling Ajax opened a land deed and returned to the White Tower. once Ajax disappeared. Wriggle, wriggle. The kudzu fruits, having absorbed the magic power released by Ajax, began to take root in the ground and grew rapidly. Flamey, you've been well right. Yes, master. After confirming that Ajax scattered 100 million kudzu fruits in the green tower, Sejun descended to the cave to find Flamey. He wanted to receive Flamey's flame buff, specifically the flame of affinity buff, to burn down the kudzu fields on the 85th floor of the tower. Sejun planned to burn the kudzu fields and then replant them with kudzu fruits. Since the entirety of the 85th floor was already a kudzu field, he had no concerns about the fruits spreading, and he had plenty of kudzus to plant. Moreover, considering the vitality of the kudzus, even haphazard planting would yield robust growth, providing optimal conditions to complete his job quest. Please wait a moment, yap. Excited by the thought of being able to help Sejun, Flamey shouted energetically, causing one of the 4 leaves it had to turn yellow, and the yellow flame seeped into Sejun's body. The flame seemed stronger than before. The enhanced flame of affinity will imbue the user's body for 3 hours. The enhanced flame of affinity greatly aids the user in controlling fire. Enhanced flame of affinity. I've been working hard for you, master. Oh, thanks, Flamey. Touched by Flamey's dedication, Sejun gently caressed its leaf. The farmer's warm touch LV4 is activated. While being touched, the growth rate of the apple tree slightly increases. Just then, pop! A new leaf sprouted from Flamey. It was its 5th leaf. Oh, master, I've grown. Wow, congratulations. It's all thanks to you, master. No, what, I'll pat you more. Flattered by Flamey's compliment, Sejun was shy as he attempted to stroke Flamey's leaf again. However, no, it's okay. You can pat me later, you should go now. The duration of the flame buff is decreasing. Flamey stopped Sejun. All right, I'll come back and pat you next time. Appreciating Flamey's consideration, Sejun quickly stood up. As Flamey said, the time he could use the enhanced flame of affinity was running out. Soon after, Sejun hurriedly left to utilize the enhanced flame of affinity on the 85th floor. I almost got caught. Flamey began to grow in earnest. Kugugung. A single tree root appeared in the sky of the 98th floor, as the entire 99th floor of the tower shook. You have arrived at the 85th floor. Clank. Guys, come out. Upon reaching the 85th floor using the waypoint, Sejun opened the void storage and called for Theo and Kyungi. Dada. Meow. Krung. Responding to Sejun's call, Theo and Kyungi came out of the void storage and jumped towards his knees. Snap. With the 2 of them equipped on his legs, Sejun headed towards the farm. Master Sejun, you've arrived. As Sejun approached the farm, Elka, having sensed his presence, hurried over to greet him. Swish, swish. Elka's tail wagged from side to side, showing the sheer joy of seeing him. Yeah, has everything been fine while I was gone? Sejun stroked Elka's head as he inquired. Yes, there were no problems. While conversing with Elka, Sejun reached the farm. Hey guys, I'm here. Sejun greeted the hardworking hedgehogs and poisonous honeybees at the 85th floor farm. Quiek, quiek. Upon Sejun's arrival, Godari proudly showed him the kudzu fruits they had harvested. They had been working hard. There were roughly 30 million kudzu fruits piled up where Godari pointed. Buzz, buzz. The queen poisonous honeybee also presented their harvested honey to Sejun, as if to compete with the hedgehogs. 10 jars Sejun had left behind were filled with dark-colored kudzu honey, different from regular honey. Good job, guys. Quiek, quiek. Buzz, buzz. Delighted by Sejun's praise, the hedgehogs and poisonous bees joyfully returned to their work. And then, I wonder how this kudzu honey tastes. As Sejun held up a bottle of kudzu honey. Krung, krung. I've never seen this honey before. Kyungi wants to taste it. Kyungi became excited at the sight of the kudzu honey. Should I use this just in case? Sejun first prepared a honey jelly and scoop took a spoonful of kudzu honey to feed Kyungi. Krung. Initially, Kyungi made a strange face, but soon a delighted expression appeared. Seems good. After observing Kyungi's reaction, Sejun dipped his pinky into the kudzu honey to taste it. Well, the moment the kudzu honey touched his tongue, he tasted a slightly bitter flavor mixed with a smooth sweetness. Additionally, the distinct aroma of kudzus filled his mouth, harmonizing the overall flavor. While Sejun marveled at the taste of the kudzu honey. Lick lick. Kyungi enthusiastically licked the spoon, not wanting to waste a single drop. At that moment, Krung, Dad, kudzu honey and garytyeok, rice cake. A bright idea flashed in Kyungi's mind, and he quickly exclaimed, "It's bound to be delicious." Garytyeok, that sounds good. The combination of the slight bitterness and sweetness of the kudzu honey seemed like it would pair well with garytyeok. Sejun hurriedly went to fetch the kudzu fruit and kudzu honey from the void storage, as well as the relic, wealth-devouring rice dough. However, he remembered he left the relic in the brewery on the 99th floor. Considering it now, this isn't the time for that. Furthermore, Sejun recalled the main reason for coming to the 85th floor. The buff duration given by Flamey was still decreasing. Kyungi, let's have the garytyeok later. Krung krung. Why later? Kyungi wants it now. Kyungi protested Sejun's decision. Sejun then patiently explained why they couldn't have the rice cake now. You understand, right, Kyungi? Krung krung. Kyungi understands, Dad. Kyungi will help you. Upon hearing Sejun's explanation, Kyungi nodded in agreement. Dad needs to complete his quest quickly, obtain his job combat skill, and become stronger. Thank you. Pat pat. Sejun gently patted Kyungi's head. Chairman Park, I'm here too, meow. Seeing only Kyungi being pampered, Theo pointed to his head with a pitiable voice. Of course, Vice Chairman Theo, thank you as well. He meow, that's right meow. Chairman Park should always be thankful to me meow. As Sejun began to pet him, Theo quickly changed his attitude, puffing up with pride, just like that. After petting them both, follow me and work from behind. He directed the hedgehogs and poisonous bees behind him to prevent the fire from spreading. Snap! Once everyone moved behind, Sejun created a flame with a snap of his fingers. Whoosh! Thanks to the enhanced flame of affinity buff, the flame, which was originally the size of a coin, grew to the size of a palm. Crackle! Sejun ignited the dried kudzu root that Kyungi had dehydrated from squeezing their juice the day before. Whoosh! The flame quickly consumed the dried kudzu roots, spreading and growing stronger by burning the surrounding roots. Ice cube! Feeling the heat of the fire, Sejun placed ice blocks to prevent it from spreading further towards him. After some time, with the nearby kudzus all burned and the fire growing significantly. Kyungi, let's do kauo. Krung krung. Understood, kauo. Upon Sejun's command, Kyungi took a deep breath and climbed on top of the ice cubes. Kauo. Kyungi shouted forcefully towards the fire. It was one of the techniques Kyungi had developed after the Kyungi Storm Fist. With Kyungi's shout, a fierce wind pushed back the flames, causing the fire to spread rapidly. Kyungi once more. Kauo. After using the kauo about 10 times, the flames spread out over 100 km. Krung krung. Dad, Kyungi can't do it anymore. Kyungi's hungry now. Sejun had heard of feeling dizzy from blowing too much wind, but feeling hungry was a new one. However, for our Kyungi, it was possible. Just wait, Kyungi, crop gigantification. Sejun quickly took out a sweet potato and enlarged it. Then he said, Vice Chairman Theo, go loosen up the ground. After feeding Kyungi, Sejun pointed to the scorched land and threw Theo into the sky. Whoosh! Understood, meow. Snap! Maintaining his balance in midair, Theo unsheathed his dragon claws. Meow meow storm fist, meow meow storm fist. Theo used his meow meow storm fist technique in midair, slicing the ground with transparent, sharp magical blades. This process would cut the kudzu roots within the ground, making it suitable for planting kudzu fruits for a few days. Moreover, the gaps created in the ground would allow the trapped heat to escape, cooling the ground more quickly. But that was a task for later. Ifda. Sejun burst into laughter, watching Theo flapping his paws in the air. The amusing sight of Theo in midair, flailing his cute little paws while releasing formidable magical blades, was quite the contrast. To Sejun's eyes, it just looked like Theo was struggling. Chairman Park, I'm falling, meow. Having finished his task, Theo called out to Sejun, hurry, catch me, meow. Got it. Gently. Sejun stretched out his arms and safely caught Theo, placing him back on his knee. Just then, thump, hug, croon. Kyungi wanna try it too. Kyungi grabbed Sejun's leg and said, okay, but you can't use Kyungi Storm Fist from up there, understood? Given the vast impact of the Kyungi Storm Fist, Sejun cautioned him, then slipped his hands under Kyungi's armpits and lifted him. Then, whoosh! Sejun threw Kyungi high into the sky. Unlike Theo, Kyungi couldn't balance himself in midair and started falling headfirst. Gotcha! Sejun caught Kyungi gently. Kyuehe kroon kroon. Haha, it's fun. Kyungi wanna do it again. Laughing, Kyungi adjusted his posture on Sejun's arm, asking to be thrown again. Then here we go, ha! That way, Sejun played with Kyungi, throwing him into the air, until the flame of affinity buff ran out. Then, you've planted 89 kudzu. Your job experience has increased slightly. Your proficiency of magic seed sowing LV6 slightly increases. Due to the effect of magic seed sowing LV6, the chance of kudzu taking root increases. The sound of the farmer's footsteps speeds up the growth of the kudzus. You have 6,974,573 times left until the job quest completion. He began planting kudzu in earnest on the cooled ground. Swish, swish. He didn't infuse magic power into the ground, so the growth rate was slower than usual. However, upon scattering a handful of kudzu fruits, Sejun received a message that half had taken root, showcasing their remarkable vitality. And while Sejun was comfortably planting the kudzus and increasing his job quest completion rate, you have achieved the feat of burning 3.3 million square meters of land, occupied by harmful plants that interfere with farming. As a reward for the great farmer's achievement, you've learned the job skill, Fire Field LV1. The fire, burning even the distant kudzus, granted Sejun a new job skill. The kudzus proved helpful in various ways. On the 329th day of being stranded, Sejun obtained his 7th job skill, Fire Field, Chinese letter. Chapter 195. Fire Field. Sejun checked his new skill. Job skill Fire Field LV1. Burns grass and trees slightly better. Planting crops in the fire field can yield stronger crops. Yield stronger crops. It was a vague description. Well, that's not the main concern right now. Even if they grew stronger, they would be burned in the end. Sejun began scattering kudzu seeds again to complete his job quest. You've planted 76 kudzus in the fire field. Your job experience has increased slightly. Your proficiency of Fire Field LV1 has increases slightly. Your proficiency of Magic Seed Sowing LV6 has slightly increases. Due to the effect of Fire Field LV1, the kudzus grow stronger. Due to the effect of Magic Seed Sowing LV6, the chance of kudzu taking root increases. The kudzus grow faster, hearing the farmer's footsteps. You have 6,901,354 times left until the job quest completion. While Sejun was busy scattering the kudzu seeds. Kroong. It's time for Kyungi to see Grandma. Kyungi sat down, and infused magic power into the bronze mirror of longing. "Is it time for Mom to cook?" Sejun said, looking at Kyungi staring intently at the bronze mirror. Kyungi had an uncanny knack for such things. It was clearly dinner time. However, "Kroong kroong. Dad, it's weird. Grandma hasn't started cooking yet." "Really?" Had Kyungi's instincts been wrong? Sejun wondered and looked into the mirror. "Huh, Mr. Taejun." Inside the mirror, Sejun's family and Han Taejun were seated at the dining table, talking. "Recently, we located a terrorist hideout planning to attack here and subdued 150 terrorists." Han Taejun spoke gravely to Sejun's family at the dining table. By subdued, he meant that all had been killed after a violent armed resistance. For this operation, Han Taejun, with a team of Korean hunters from Special Forces, had raided the base of the Three-Head Society. After the raid, they were shocked to find not just handguns but military rifles, grenades, and even surface-to-air missiles in the Three-Head Society's hideout. It was fortunate that the Three-Head Society was stopped before it could act. Without this information from the U.S., a massive terror event could have occurred in Korea, where guns are prohibited. If it wasn't for the information from the U.S., it would have been a disaster. The sturdy blade green onions, which the U.S. demanded as payment for the intel, were probably being delivered right now. "It looks like we'll have to move." Sejun's father, Park Chun-ho, who had been deep in thought, spoke. He had previously declined Han Taejun's suggestions to move multiple times, thinking nothing major would occur due to Sejun's crops. "Yes, Sejun has prepared a place in Hanam-dong for you." Hanam-dong? Yes, Hanam-dong is home to many conglomerates and celebrities, so the neighborhood security is tight. "Oh, who lives nearby?" Sedal, excited by Han Taejun's mention of celebrities, asked with enthusiasm. "Well, who was it, Dong-sik, you tell them, you live next door." Han Taejun, unable to recall, turned to his youngest disciple, Kim Dong-sik, seated on the living room sofa. Nearby, the chairman of Shipman Electronics, New World and Hankicha conglomerates reside. "I see." Sedal's voice dripped with disappointment at Dong-sik's answer. "Do you like girl groups?" Dong-sik asked the disappointed Sedal. Something about the smirk on his face suggested he had something to boast about. "Girl groups, of course I love them." "Oh really, do you know Moonlight Fairy?" "Of course I do. If you don't know Moonlight Fairy in Korea, aren't you a spy?" "Right, actually, there's one more neighbor I haven't mentioned." "Who is it?" Just as Kim Dong-sik was about to whisper something seemingly tremendous into Sedal's ear. "Dong-sik, this rascal's daughter is Saring from Moonlight Fairy. Sai, do you really want to brag about your daughter that much?" Han Taejun gave Dong-sik a pitiful look. "No, it was Highlight." Kim Dong-sik, whose hobby was to brag about being the father of Moonlight Fairy Saring, spoke in a regretful voice. And then, "Father, please accept my bow." "Thanks, bro," Sedal bowed to Kim Dong-sik, silently thanking Sejun in his heart. Sedal was a fan of Saring too. Who's that person, and why is Sedal suddenly bowing to him? Sejun, unaware of the situation, was curious when. "That human is Kim Dong-sik, meow." Theo informed Sejun. Sejun had made a contract with Dong-sik, but had never seen his face in person. "Ah, so that's Mr. Kim Dong-sik, but why is Sedal bowing to him?" "Kroong kroong. Kyungi knows. Little dad is trying to get New Year's money." Kyungi responded, acting smart. "Kyungi knows everything." "I see, so uncle is out of money." Sejun laughed at Kyungi's amusing answer. "So cute." Sejun smiled and patted Kyungi's head. Of course, he also stroked Theo's head to avoid any jealousy. Sejun was increasingly confused about who was taking care of whom. While patting Theo and Kyungi, Sejun observed his family for a bit longer. Nothing unusual happened. Soon after, Han Taejun and Kim Dong-sik left. Then, "Kroong. It's time for Kyungi's grandma to start cooking." Finally, the cooking show Kyungi had been waiting for. featuring Kim Miran, began. "Here, eat this while watching." Sejun gave Kyungi, who would be hungry while watching the cooking show, a giant sweet potato he'd enlarged and wick wick. He began planting kudzus again. About 3 hours after he started planting the kudzus, all the encroaching kudzus on the farm have been removed. The quest has been completed. As a reward for completing the quest, you are recognized as the rightful owner of the land deed. You have acquired a tangerine tree as a reward for completing the quest. Land deed skill, farmland information LV, max is activated. Upon completing the quest, a tree appeared in the center of the farm. Huh? Sejun was taken aback. He had been actively planting kudzus on the farm. "What, are the ones I planted okay?" There was no other explanation. For now, Sejun picked up the scattered kudzu seeds he had scattered near the tangerine tree and spread them elsewhere. "Should we eat now?" He had fed Kyungi a giant sweet potato earlier, but it was almost time for Kyungi to get hungry again. "Raise the ground." Sejun used Myler's hoe to set up a cooking area. As he was taking out the cooking utensils from the void storage. Meow. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, Theo started moving his paws back and forth. "Vice Chairman Theo, what's wrong?" "The attraction on my front paw suddenly disappeared, meow." "Huh, it's gone." Sejun replied in a disappointed voice at Theo's words. He had hoped that upon climbing up, he'd receive another piece of equipment like farmer's footstep shoes, helpful for farming. It seemed he had spent too much time planting kudzu seeds. "Chairman Park, cheer up, meow. I'll find another good thing for you, meow." Tab tab. To comfort him, Theo gently patted Sejun's head. At that moment, Krung, Kyungi found something that will make Dad stronger. Kyungi, who was playing by himself, came over with a small kudzu root. Sejun was 100% certain it would taste bitter since Kyungi, who would normally put anything tasty in his mouth, hadn't taken a bite. "Thank you, Kyungi." Sejun praised Kyungi and took the kudzu root. The special thing about it was that it had a distinct golden glow. Upon examining the kudzu root, golden kudzu root of life. Right arrow, a kudzu root that has grown by absorbing all the nutrients from surrounding kudzu roots due to its strong will to survive. Right arrow upon consumption. It increases the stamina stat by 50 or the potential of the stamina stat by 25. Right arrow upon consumption. The talent sturdy vitality can be awakened. Right arrow, it has a bitter and incredibly sour taste. Right arrow usage restrictions. LV, 50 and above, stamina stat 100 and above. Right arrow grade, A+. Huh. He had expected it to be bitter but sour, and incredibly sour at that. Gulp. Sejun swallowed, his mouth salivating involuntarily. Krung. Daddy, be strong and eat it. Kyungi cheered Sejun from the side. "It's good for the body, so let's eat it." Sejun closed his eyes tightly, put the kudzu root in his mouth and chewed. Chomp chomp. Urg. The combination of bitterness and sourness was truly the worst. Desperately holding back the urge to spit it out, Sejun swallowed the kudzu root. Gulp. You have consumed the golden kudzu root of life. Your potential of stamina increases by 25. Talent, sturdy vitality is awakened. After seeing the message, Sejun hurriedly drank water and rinsed his mouth. He then reviewed the reward for his hardship. Talent, sturdy vitality. The more obsessed you are with life, the more your stamina increases. Stamina can increase up to a maximum of 10 points. Every time you overcome a near-death experience, your maximum stamina increases. Current increase in stamina, 10. What is this? The talent seemed too trivial. Moreover, why was his stamina increase already at 10? Have I been this obsessed with life? Sejun's obsession with life, even acknowledged by the kudzu, was something he wasn't consciously aware of. If he hadn't had such a strong will to survive on the 99th floor of the tower, he might not have made it this far. With a newfound realization about his state, Sejun prepared lunch, ate with the animals, and began sowing kudzu seeds again. Then, about 2 hours later, you planted 72 kudzus in the fire field. Your job experience slightly increases. Your proficiency of fire field LV1 increases slightly. Fire field LV1 proficiency has been filled and the level increases. Your proficiency of magic seed sowing LV6 slightly increases. Due to the effect of fire field LV1, kudzus grow stronger. Due to the effect of magic seed sowing LV6, the chance of kudzu taking root increases. The kudzus grow faster, hearing the farmer's footsteps. You have 5,996,357 times left until the job quest completion. The proficiency of the firefield skill accumulated, leveling up. Sejun checked if there were any changes to the skill, but there weren't any significant differences. At that moment, sniff sniff. Krung. Dad Kyungi smells second brother nearby. Kyungi, who was playing with the golden bat on Sejun's back, sniffed the air and said, "Black rabbit. I'll check." The golden bat flew up to survey the surroundings. And then, "It's true, the second brother is coming." The golden bat pointed in the direction of the approaching black rabbit. A short while later, "Boo! Squeak!" Sejun, trying to surprise the sneaky black rabbit, ended up startling him instead, causing the rabbit to let out a shriek. Hehe, it was revenge for last time. Squeak squeak. I wasn't scared, it was just a shout. The black rabbit made excuses trying to hide his fright, but, yeah, sure. Sejun teased him even more, truly a mischievous uncle. Squeak. In the end, only when the angry black rabbit took out his hammer did Sejun stop teasing. "I'm sorry, I won't do it again." Sejun stopped teasing. At that moment, you've overcome a near-death experience. Due to the talent, sturdy vitality, your maximum stamina increases to 11 points. A message indicating he'd overcome a near-death experience appeared. Huh! Did I almost die just now? The black rabbit in jest was trying to make a light attack, but for Sejun, it could have been fatal. But why are you here? With the country's founding ceremony and your wedding preparations, you must be busy, right? Sejun quickly changed the topic and asked the black rabbit. It was indeed the time to be busy preparing for a wedding. Squeak. I came to give this to you. In response to Sejun's question, the black rabbit opened the treasure vault with a sullen voice and took out a document. It was the land deed of the tower's 55th floor, which he had his subordinates acquire with difficulty. The black rabbit, although mischievous, had a kind heart to care for his mean uncle. Chapter 196. Black Tower 55th Floor Land Deed. Thank you. Sejun, who received the land deed for the 55th floor of the tower, expressed his gratitude to the black rabbit and gently stroked him as he sat on his palm. Squeak. So make sure you come to my wedding. Feeling Sejun's caress, the black rabbit nuzzled against Sejun's hand and spoke in a cheerful tone. Got it, it's your wedding, black rabbit. Of course I'll go. Sejun chatted a bit more with the black rabbit, and then transferred the salt black rabbit acquired from the salt mines of the White Tower to the void storage. And then, Squeak. Uncle, take this. The black rabbit handed Sejun a purple coin he obtained after defeating the Apostle of Destruction in the White Tower. He didn't know its use, but with that, Sejun now had collected 21 coins. Thanks. Squeak. Then see you at the wedding. As their conversation ended, the black rabbit hurriedly bid his farewell. Being a groom-to-be, he had a lot to prepare for. Chairman Park, I'll be back soon, meow. Theo, who was leaving with the black rabbit, tightly hugged Sejun's leg and bid his farewell. This was because Sejun had asked him to inquire about his family's well-being once he was down there. Through the mirror of longing, Sejun confirmed his family was safe, but he wanted to know more details about their situation. All right, did you pack the chiru too? Yes, meow, I packed a lot, meow. Thump thump. In response to Sejun's question, Theo patted his bag, answering confidently. Be careful. Got it, meow. I'll be back quickly, meow. After Theo and the black rabbit left. Swish swish. Sejun sewed kudzus until evening, working diligently to complete his job quest. Thanks to his efforts, he achieved more than half of his job quest and leveled up his firefield skill once again. Since it was a low-level skill, it leveled up rapidly with just a bit of proficiency gained. It's about time for dinner, but where did Kyungi go? Sejun looked around for Kyungi, who should have come whining about hunger a while ago, but Sejun did not see him anywhere around. Then, thud thud. Kroong kroong. Dad, Kyungi is hungry. Kyungi brought Dad some food. From somewhere, Kyungi ran towards Sejun, calling out. He was covered in dirt. Brought me food. What food? When Sejun looked closely, Kyungi was holding something in his front paws. What that is? Recognizing what Kyungi was holding, Sejun's face paled. Could it be that thing? He knew it was good for him, but he didn't want to eat it again. The mere thought of eating it made him shudder. However, Kroong. Dad, eat this and become strong. Kyungi handed Sejun the glowing kudzu roots with a proud expression, and there were 3 of them. Hehe, Kyungi will make Dad strong. Thank you. Kroong. Why aren't you eating? Kyungi urged Sejun to eat, watching him intently. I'm not hungry right now. Gurgle. Just then, Sejun's stomach conveniently growled. The timing was indeed impeccable. Kroong. Dad, did you just lie? Kyungi, sensitive to Sejun's lies, began to take out his stick strapped to his back. He had taught him that lying was bad. I meant I'm really hungry. I'll eat it well. Gulp gulp. Sejun hurriedly began eating all 3 kudzu roots at once. He wasn't eating just because he was afraid of being hit. He was eating out of respect for Kyungi's sincerity. If he didn't eat, Kyungi would be disappointed. But you've overcome a near-death experience. Due to the talent, sturdy vitality, your maximum stamina increases to 12. The message rendered Sejun's excuses meaningless. Gah. Although he had eaten 1 earlier, consuming 3 at once was a completely different experience. Shivers. A horrible taste made cold sweat break out, and Sejun's body trembled. He felt like he was losing consciousness. Gulp. Sejun was determined to find a way to enjoy this, swallowing the kudzu roots with a desperate will. You have consumed 3 golden kudzu roots simultaneously. The effect of the golden kudzu roots is enhanced. Stamina potential increases by 80. Due to the talent, sturdy vitality, your maximum stamina increases by 3. It's so unfair. Seeing the last message, Sejun muttered. It felt like he went through so much trouble, but he only got a 3-point increase in his maximum stamina. Is this some kind of joke? Thud. Sejun passed out. Today, he learned that eating something horribly unpalatable could knock him out. Kroong. Dad is so weak. Although Sejun passed out because of the unpleasant taste, Kyungi mistakenly thought that Sejun had collapsed because he was weak. Kroong. Dad is snoring. Upset, Kyungi enlarged his body, placed Sejun on his belly, had a snack from his snack pouch, and then dozed off. The next morning. Snore. Sejun woke up to the sound of Kyungi's snoring. Did I pass out and sleep all night, but I feel so refreshed. Sejun moved around, feeling surprisingly invigorated. Just then. Rumble. Kyungi's stomach grumbled. I better prepare breakfast quickly. Sejun quietly descended from Kyungi's belly and hurriedly prepared breakfast. After eating breakfast, you have planted 94 kudzus in the fire field. Your job experience has increased slightly. Your proficiency of fire field LV3 has increased slightly. Your proficiency of magic seed sowing LV6 has increased slightly. Due to the effect of fire field LV3, the kudzus grow stronger. Due to the effect of magic seed sowing LV6, the chance of kudzu taking root increases. The kudzus grow faster, hearing the farmer's footsteps. You have 415,035 times left until the job quest completion. As Sejun was busily planting kudzus. Kroong. Dad, Kyungi brought kudzu roots to make you strong. Kyungi dug up some golden kudzu roots again. This time there were 5. Kroong. Dad, eat quickly. Kyungi stared intently at Sejun, making sure he ate. What should I do? Sejun stared at the 5 golden kudzu roots, conflicted. He didn't want to faint again from eating them. More than that, he didn't want to experience that horrible taste again. You're amazing, Kyungi, but where did you find these? Sejun asked, petting Kyungi's head as he tried to buy some time to think of a solution. Kroong kroong. These are easy to find because they have a bitter and sour smell. Kyungi can find more. Thinking Sejun's question was a compliment, Kyungi replied proudly. Is that so? Sejun's mind hit the emergency button at Kyungi's declaration of being able to find more. This wasn't the end. He hadn't realized that so many of these golden kudzu roots existed within the kudzu field. Then, that's it. A memory flashed in Sejun's mind. Cough, cough. Sejun, try this. When he had a cold, his mother always prepared ginseng lemon honey for him. Ginseng was bitter and lemon was sour, but honey neutralized the taste, making it enjoyable. Kroong. Why aren't you eating, Dad? As Sejun hesitated, Kyungi urged him to eat. Kyungi, wait, I just thought of a way to make it tasty. Kroong. This isn't good. Can you really make it tasty? This kid, he really did give it to me because it tasted bad. Yes, by soaking the kudzu roots in honey. Sejun replied, pulling out a jar of honey from the void storage and immersing the kudzu roots in it. Kroong. Does it really become delicious that way? Kyungi looked at the kudzu roots soaked in honey with a puzzled expression. How can something not tasty become tasty? Trust me, it really does. Sejun took one of the honey-soaked kudzu roots and put it into his mouth. Chew chew. Though the kudzu root hadn't fully absorbed the honey yet, so the sweetness hadn't fully permeated it. Still, the honey on the surface made the golden kudzu root much more palatable. The sweetness of the honey balanced and mitigated the extreme bitterness and sourness of the kudzu root, balancing the flavor. Sejun believed that if it soaked for a few more days, it would taste even better. Gulp. You have consumed the golden kudzu root of life. Your stamina increases by 50. Due to the talent, sturdy vitality, your maximum stamina increases by 1. This time, since he wasn't lacking in potential stamina, his stamina stat increased. Kroong. Seeing Sejun eat with relish, Kyungi too carefully took a kudzu root from the jar and tried it. Chew chew. While the kudzu root was still bitter, it was tolerable due to the honey. Kroong kroong. It really became tasty. Dad's amazing. Admiring Sejun's magic, Kyungi tried to sneak another kudzu root from the jar, subtly trying to eat more honey. However, click. Sejun closed the jar lid. Trust Dad and let's wait for 3 days and then eat it. It'll taste even better. Kroong kroong. Okay, Kyungi trusts Dad. All of Kyungi's previous doubts vanished, and Kyungi seemed ready to believe everything Sejun said. Kroong kroong. Dad, wait a little. Kyungi will dig up more kudzu roots. Dada. Eager to eat more honey-soaked kudzu roots, Kyungi began digging in the kudzu field to find more. By lunchtime, Kroong. Dad, Kyungi's hungry. Looking completely dirty, Kyungi ran over with 10 golden kudzu roots. And then, Kroong kroong. Dad, Kyungi dug these up. Let's soak them in honey. As Kyungi handed over the 10 kudzu roots to Sejun. Guard Kyungi shows immense passion for herb gathering. You can create the job, herbalist, and change Guard Kyungi's job to herbalist. Creating the herbalist job and changing Guard Kyungi's job to herbalist requires 20 world's energy pieces. Do you want to use it? Current world's energy, 21 pieces. Hi, herbalist. Seeing the message, Sejun was surprised. How passionate does he have to be for such a message to appear? But what's this world's energy? Confused, Sejun wondered about this unfamiliar term. Unbeknownst to him, he already had 21 pieces. Then, could it be? At the number 21, Sejun remembered and took out the 21 coins he had received after defeating the Apostles of Destruction. Somehow, they seemed to be connected to world's energy. His guess was half right. The world's energy was actually contained within the coins. Who knew it could be used like this? Kyungi, want to become an herbalist? Intrigued, Sejun asked Kyungi. Krung, what's in herbalist? Herbalist? It's a job that specializes in finding herbs beneficial for the body. Krung, then Kyungi will do it. Hearing Sejun's explanation, Kyungi nodded eagerly. Kyungi will become an herbalist and find lots of good herbs for Dad. As expected, Kyungi had the thoughts of a dutiful son. All right, I'll change Kyungi's job to herbalist. FSSSSH. As Sejun spoke, a bright light emanated from 20 of the 21 coins he held. The coins disintegrated into powder and disappeared. Using 20 world's energy pieces to create the herbalist job and changing Guard Kyungi's job to herbalist. Guard Kyungi's job has been changed to herbalist. A radiant light enveloped Kyungi, signifying his job change to herbalist. And then, herbalist Kyungi has unlocked the job talent, herb detection. Krung, there are herbs nearby. Having unlocked a new talent, Kyungi detected herbs nearby and began digging deeply, unearthing a red kudzu root. Chapter 197. Administrator Area. I'm exhausted. Aileen, tired from engraving magic onto the fragment of Kaira's dragon heart. Munch. She quickly consumed the elixir, cherry tomato imbued with powerful magic power that Sejun had given her to replenish her magic power. Thanks to the constant consumption of the elixir-grade cherry tomatoes, her magic power was gradually increasing, which in turn extended her engraving duration slightly. At that moment, Tower Farmer Park Sejun has created the job, herbalist. The prestige of the Black Tower rises. An alert appeared in the crystal orb. Kehe, as expected of our Sejun. Aileen didn't understand the significance of the rising prestige of the Black Tower, but she was simply happy that Sejun had achieved something. This is not the time to relax. I'll work even harder. Sejun, wait for me. Burning with motivation, Aileen began to engrave magic onto the dragon heart fragment once more. Krung, this one's for Dad to eat too. Emerging from the ground, Kyungi handed Sejun a glowing red kudzu root. Okay, thanks. Sejun carefully examined the glowing red kudzu root he received. Lately, he had been extremely uneasy every time Kyungi gave him anything. Crimson Flame Kudzu Root. Right arrow, a kudzu root that grew by absorbing nutrients from surrounding kudzus due to its strong will to survive. It underwent an evolution by absorbing the energy of hot fire. Right arrow upon consumption, all stats increase by 20, or the potential of all stats increases by 10. Right arrow upon consumption, fire attribute-related talents are enhanced. Right arrow, it has a strong bitter and spicy taste. Right arrow usage restriction, LV, 55 and above, all stats 100 or above. Right arrow grade, A+. It keeps getting tougher. Sejun liked the part about the enhancement of the fire attribute-related talents upon consumption. However, this time, instead of a sour taste, it included a spicy one. Just then, rumble. Krung. Dad, Kyungi's hungry. Just a moment. For Kyungi, who had worked hard digging for herbs, Sejun quickly retrieved a box of sweet potatoes from the void storage. And then, crop gigantification. Here, Kyungi, eat this. Sejun used his skill to enlarge the sweet potato and gave it to Kyungi. Krung. Thanks, Dad. Kyungi will it eat well. Munch, munch, munch. Upon receiving the giant sweet potato, Kyungi ate it voraciously. Guys, time for lunch. After confirming Kyungi was eating well, Sejun called the hedgehogs. Dada. Responding to Sejun's call, 10,000 hedgehogs eagerly rushed forward. Quiek. The hedgehogs lined up neatly in front of Sejun. Then, crop gigantification. Swish. Sejun sliced the gigantic sweet potato and handed each hedgehog a piece. Quiek. Each hedgehog, having received a piece as big as itself, expressed gratitude to Sejun and began eating. Munch. Only the sound of eating sweet potatoes could be heard around. While everyone was eating. Thump. Sejun flattened the red kudzu root by tapping it with the blunt side of his hand axe. He then mixed soy sauce, salt, and honey in a bowl, creating a dipping sauce to smear it on the kudzu root. Crunch. Not bad. Swoosh. After tasting the sauce with his pinky, Sejun, with a satisfied expression, smeared it over the flattened root. Sejun planned to season and roast the crimson flame kudzu root as if it were deodokgui. Deodokgui. Ideally, he would have liked to soak it in honey for 3 days and eat it as honey pickled. However, the enhancement to the fire attribute talent swayed him. Currently, only half of the kudzu field on the 85th floor of the tower was burnt. Within 2 days, the place where Sejun planted the kudzus, including other lands, was rapidly being overtaken by them due to the nutrients from the fire. There was an urgent need to burn the remaining kudzus. However, without the flamey's enhanced flame of affinity buff, he couldn't make a strong fire, and any fire he set to the roots quickly went out. As time passed, the kudzus could encroach upon the farm, potentially causing him to lose the precious tangerine tree he had worked so hard to acquire. That can't happen. Sejun already had this grand dream of peeling and eating harvested tangerines inside an igloo made of ice cubes, snuggling under his blanket, with Theo and Kyungi serving as his heaters. In front of Sejun was the kudzu root, which greatly enhanced the fire attribute talent, and all he could think of was that he had to consume it by any means. I'd rather faint for a day than lose the tangerine tree. With such resolve, Sejun was applying the sauce to the kudzu root to improve its taste when Krung. Dad, Kyungi wants that on his sweet potato too. Kyungi held out his sweet potato to Sejun. Watching Sejun apply sauce to the kudzu root, Kyungi seemed to want to do the same. Just a moment. Making the sauce wasn't too difficult, so Sejun quickly prepared some and spread it on Kyungi's sweet potato. However, chomp. Krung. The sweet potato tastes salty. It seemed that the taste of the sauce didn't quite go with the sweet potato. Kyungi quickly lost interest and went back to eating his plain sweet potato. And then, it's ready. Once Sejun ensured the kudzu root was evenly coated with the sauce, he took out dry kudzu stalks, lit them on fire, and began grilling the seasoned kudzu root. Once the kudzu root was grilled to perfection. Achievement unlocked. First to make grilled and marinated crimson flame kudzu root in the tower. Recipe for grilled and marinated crimson flame kudzu root registered in Cooking LV. 6. Your proficiency in Cooking LV. 6 has significantly increased. The achievement message appeared as the dish was completed. Hehe, excellent. Expecting something with a more regular name, Sejun eagerly inspected the dish. Grilled and marinated crimson flame kudzu root. Right arrow, the crimson flame kudzu root has been well grilled and marinated with the sauce prepared by a skilled chef, enhancing its taste. Right arrow, the heat has intensified the root's flavor and effects. Right arrow, upon consumption, all stats increase by 22 or the potential of all stats increase by 11. Right arrow, upon consumption, your fire attribute talent is greatly enhanced. Right arrow, chef, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Right arrow, shelf life, 140 days. Right arrow, grade, S. The dish was a resounding success. The name was ordinary, The increase in stats upon consumption was enhanced, and the description changed to greatly enhancing the fire attribute talent. Perfect. Sejun quickly put the grilled kudzu root into his mouth, thinking it was so delicious that Kyungi might try to steal it. Chomp chomp. Thus, Sejun secretly consumed the grilled kudzu root, ensuring Kyungi didn't see. Ugh. At first, the flavor of the sauce masked it, but soon, a strong bitter and spicy taste rose in his mouth, and his face began to heat up. Is this what they meant by intensified taste? Sejun had misunderstood the intensified taste to mean it became more delicious. Gulp. As the taste became increasingly bitter and spicy with each chew, Sejun hastily swallowed the root. Thankfully, he had minced the kudzu root beforehand, which made it easier to swallow. You have consumed grilled and marinated crimson flame kudzu root. The potential of all stats increases by 11. Your existing fire attribute talent is significantly enhanced. Talent, Fire Mastery, has evolved to Enhanced Fire Mastery. Despite the struggle, it was worth it. The fire talent had evolved. Sejun chuckled as he checked the evolved talent. Talent, Enhanced Fire Mastery. A talent that allows skillful manipulation of the abundant energy within oneself. You can create a strong flame by snapping your fingers. Snap. Whoosh. Wow. When Sejun flicked his finger after examining the talent, a flame as big as his palm was formed. This was similar to when he received the enhanced flame buff from Flamey. Alright, let's burn it, arg. Grumble. Sejun, who was preparing to set the kudzu field on fire using his evolved fire talent, suddenly felt a churning in his stomach. The intense bitter and spicy flavors from earlier seemed to have upset his stomach. I need to find a restroom first. Sejun hurriedly headed to the deep hole Kyungi had dug earlier when retrieving the red kudzu root, swiftly piled up some kudzu stalks to obscure the view, and attended to his pressing business. However, he couldn't block the distinct sounds. Sneak, sneak. While eating their sweet potatoes, Kyungi and the hedgehogs quickly distanced themselves from Sejun. 3 hours later. My stomach still feels upset. Sejun, with his slightly settled stomach, prepared to set the kudzu field on fire. He quickly consumed a power potato and activated its effect, but it didn't seem to counteract the effects of the kudzu root, which might have already reached his intestines. Guys, bury these. Sejun took out sweet potatoes, and corn from the void storage wrapped with kudzu leaves, and handed them to Kyungi and the hedgehogs, instructing them to bury them beneath the kudzu field. By wrapping the crops in kudzu leaves and burying them in the ground, they won't burn directly in the fire but will be cooked nicely by indirect heat. The reason for taking the trouble to cook the crops in this manner was to provide Kyungi and the hedgehogs, who will soon be heading to the 83rd floor of the tower, with a fun memory. There's no need to worry about not being able to find them later since Kyungi, with his incredible sense of smell, is around. After burying the crops in the kudzu field for roasting. Snap. Sejun produced fire with a snap of his finger. Let's set it on fire. As Sejun ignited the kudzu field. Whoosh! The flames blazed fiercely in no time. Sejun waited for the flames to become strong enough that they wouldn't be extinguished by Kyungi's breath, and then had Kyungi spread the fire with his breath. Krung! After Kyungi used his breath about 10 times, the flames spread in all directions, beginning to burn the kudzu field in earnest. Then, let's eat. Sejun and the animals dug up the ground where the flames had passed and searched for their dinner. Krung! Quiek! Kyungi and the hedgehogs raced to find the crops they had buried. Land moving. Using Myler's hoe, Sejun turned over the ground to find the buried crops. After overturning the ground about 3 times. Found it. Sejun found a corn buried in the ground. Tab tab. As he was about to eat the corn after dusting off the soil. Quiek! One of the hedgehog, which hadn't found anything to eat yet, looked at Sejun enviously. How can I eat while you look at me like that? Here, Sejun handed the corn to the hedgehog and land moving. He searched for more crops. This time he found a potato. This looks delicious. As Sejun was about to eat the potato after removing the kudzu leaves. Quiek, another hedgehog, drooling, was looking at him. Why did he even do this in the first place? Here, Sejun handed the potato to the hedgehog. He couldn't let the hedgehog starve when it was his idea. Munch. Sejun just filled his stomach with Aileen's healthy meatball piece and land moving. Continued to search for crops to share with the hedgehog that hadn't found any food yet. Although he didn't get to eat with them. Quiek. Thank you, Sejun. Quiek. Sejun, you're amazing. He received gratitude from the hedgehogs. And then, Krung. Dad Kyungi found some herbs. Good job, Kyungi. The dutiful son, Kyungi, delighted Sejun by finding more golden kudzu roots in between. After digging up the ground and eating their dinner until late. Let's go to sleep now. Watching the kudzu field burn in the distance, Sejun and the animals fell asleep. The next morning, Quiek. We'll head down now. The hedgehog leader, Goduri, prepared to depart with the other hedgehogs, each carrying a sweet potato on their back. Sejun had provided the sweet potatoes as a gift. Of course, he didn't intend to repay them with just sweet potatoes. He planned to give a proper reward them later. Take care. Krung Krung. Thank you for helping Daddy. Take care. Following Sejun, who was seeing off the hedgehogs, Kyungi also waved his front paws to bid farewell to the hedgehogs. After sending off the hedgehogs, let's get back to work. Krung. Understood. Sejun and Kyungi resumed their work. Sejun began planting kudzu seeds, while Kyungi, who had become a herbalist, started searching for herbs. And then, you have completed the job quest. As a reward for completing the quest, level 61 is unlocked. As a reward for completing the quest, you've acquired 500,000 tower coins as a reward for completing the quest. As a reward for completing the quest, you've acquired the job combat skill You're a Field, LV 1. On the 330th day of being stranded, Sejun completed his job quest and acquired his first combat skill in his life. Chapter 198, Hehe, I expected this much. You are a field. Sejun was disappointed with the name of the new combat skill he acquired. The name didn't seem to fit a combat skill. He felt a bit uneasy. Let's check it out first. Sejun quickly checked the new skill he had gained. Job combat skill You are a Field, LV 1. You can plant crops on living enemies. However, it can't be planted on enemies whose skin can't be penetrated. Using the seed sowing skill on an enemy causes the planted seeds to root in the enemy's body, absorbing their vitality TL, Aka life force, and growing rapidly. Some seeds have special properties. By using seed harvesting, you can harvest the crops grown on the enemy, causing additional damage. There's a very rare chance to harvest a random stat from the target. What is this? The newly acquired combat skill allowed him to use seed sowing and seed harvesting skills in combat. But being able to plant crops on a living entity, is it some sort of parasitic plant? He wanted to test it out, but there were no enemies around. Kyungi, let's head back. Sejun decided to return with Kyungi. Soon, the 12th blue moon since he entered the tower was approaching, and since they had burned all the kudzus around, the vicinity of the tangerine tree on the 83rd floor of the tower was safe for the time being. Dada. Krung. Kyungi is going home. On hearing that they were going home, Kyungi rushed over with the harvested kudzu roots. Using the waypoint, Sejun and Kyungi returned to the 99th floor of the tower. Meow meow meow, humans, I have arrived, meow. Humming a tune, Theo announced his arrival at the camp on the 40th floor of the tower. But, meow. The camp on the 40th floor of the tower was completely empty. What happened, meow? Where did my minions go, meow? It was his first task after officially becoming the vice chairman. There were no hunters to buy Chairman Park's crops, meow. Everything had been messed up from the start. This can't be, meow. Theo quickly surveyed the camp to understand what had happened. The tents were full of items the hunters hadn't taken with them, and there were signs that they had moved hastily in one direction. Theo's conclusion, after observing the surroundings, was clear. It's certain the humans are in danger, meow. Both Chairman Park and humans are weak, meow. Hut. I need to save them and make them my slaves, meow. It was quite a leap in reasoning, not a normal train of thought. Meow, this is Chairman Park's favorite coffee, meow. When Theo was about to pick up the coffee he found in the tent. Vice Chairman Theo, when did you arrive? Jiangsik, a member of the Earth Defense Force who had been sleeping in another tent, called out to Theo. From Jiangsik, Theo learned where the hunters had gone. Meow, the humans went to the 41st floor of the tower, meow. Yes, they all rushed there after hearing that a wandering merchant selling equipment had appeared. So they weren't kidnapped, meow. Theo was greatly disappointed with Jiangsik's revelation. My plan to please Chairman Park with many new slaves. I must go there and see for myself, meow. He was curious about who the wandering merchant was who dared to charm his minions. Inform Han Tijun to gather information about Chairman Park's family, meow. Even if you didn't ask, a report sent by Captain K, Mr. Han, arrived a little while ago. Jiangsik handed Theo the report. The report detailed the recent raid on the Three-Head Society's hideout. Thank you, meow. Eat this, meow. Theo took out a small pouch the size of his front paw and poured about 20 peanuts onto Jiangsik's palm. He had picked up the pouch of peanuts that Yona had dropped. Thank you. Eat well, meow. After Theo left for the 41st floor. What's this? Jiangsik checked the option on the peanut and was stunned. It was a new type of crop, with an effect that enhanced brain activity. I need to give this to my daughter. Jiangsik thought of his daughter, who was preparing for the college entrance exam as soon as he saw the options on the peanuts. Lord Theo Park, you are here. As Theo arrived on the 41st floor, the Black Orc guard spotted him and saluted. Where? The wandering merchant who is said to be here, meow. Wandering merchant. The Black Orcs looked puzzled at Theo's words. I heard there's a wandering merchant selling equipment, meow. Ah, if you mean someone selling equipment, there's a blacksmith with impressive skills who's been visiting regularly these days. Where is that blacksmith, meow? Over there. The Black Orc pointed in the direction of the blacksmith. Moments later, as Theo approached the blacksmith's area. I claimed it first. What are you talking about? You haven't paid for it yet. What? About 30 to 50 hunters were fighting over each piece of equipment, claiming they would buy it. And then, please don't fight. In the center, a small penguin with a pale white belly and a blue back was fidgeting and desperately trying to calm the hunters with a soft voice that hardly anyone could hear. This penguin was the blacksmith, the cause of all the commotion. A rather strong scent of being a pushover wafted through the air. A pushover's knows another pushovers when they see one. Seeing the small penguin reminded Theo of his past self. I must help him, meow. Reminded of how Sejun had helped him when he was pushover in the past, Theo stepped forward. Of course, I was much less of a pushover than that, meow. Hut needs some help, meow. Theo approached the blacksmith and asked, laughing like a villain. I'll help you, meow. How much were you planning to sell these for, meow? Theo, well aware of the market prices as he got information on equipment prices from his interns, pointed to a shield that hunters were fighting over. That's a C-rank equipment, and I was thinking of selling it for 50 tower coins. Typically, a C-rank shield would usually go for around 100 tower coins. But selling it for half the price at 50 tower coins was bound to cause a frenzy among the hunters. How much for that one, meow? This time Theo pointed to a blue sword. Judging by the crowd around it, it seemed to be the best sword available. That's an A-rank equipment and I'm planning to sell it for 300 tower coins. Is that too expensive? Should I lower the price? There have only been 5 A-rank equipment items released on Earth so far. An A-rank item has its worth, but to think of lowering the price when selling it for 300 coins, Pewhut. This fellow has an astonishing lack of economic sense, meow. With such overwhelming gullibility, Theo felt naturally inclined to help. Sure, Josh. By the way, what's your name, meow? While quickly drafting a contract, Theo asked the blacksmith for his name. It's Kona. Kona, stamp here, meow. Of course, you can refuse if you want, meow. The contract delegated the responsibility of selling the equipment to Theo. Huh, what is this? Stamp it quickly, meow. Yes. Reluctantly, Kona stamped the contract under Theo's pressure. Although Theo was helping, he acted like a bully. Pewhut, leave it to me from now on, meow. I'll sell it at a high price, meow. Theo stepped forward, shouting loudly to Kona. And then, all of you, put the items back in their place right now, meow. We'll sell the equipment through an auction, meow. He shouted to the hunters. Huh, Theo? Why is Theo here? Didn't he just mention an auction? The hunters were briefly stirred up by Theo's arrival. Theo, by what right do you? The hunters began to argue, claiming Theo had no right to sell the equipment. But then, shush. When Theo showed them the contract he had received from Kona, the hunters obediently began to place the equipment back onto the counters. All right, let's begin the equipment auction, meow. Thanks to Theo, Kona's equipment sold for nearly the market price, with the A-rank equipment selling for a whopping 5,500 tower coins. Here it is, meow. Theo handed over all the proceeds from the equipment sales to Kona. And then, now let's start the crop auction, meow. Next, Theo auctioned off Sejun's crops. Wow, amazing. Kona looked at Theo with admiration, overwhelmed by Theo's commanding presence. Kona could see a radiant aura surrounding Theo. Sold out, meow. See you next time, meow. As Theo was preparing to quickly return to Sejun's side. Sir Theo. Kona called out to him. Kona, what is it, meow? Could you help me sell my equipment again next time? I really need your assistance. Kona's voice was filled with desperation. There was an urgent reason Kona needed to gather a lot of money. Meow. Lost in thought, Theo took out a contract. Then, from next time onward, I'll take a 10% commission from the sale proceeds, meow. Stamp here if you agree, meow. Yes, thank you. Kona, lacking the confidence to sell equipment at high prices like Theo, immediately stamped the contract. Come with me for a moment, meow. I have a subordinate to introduce to you, meow. Yes. Theo led Kona to the center of the Black Orc's garrison. Sir Theo, where is this place? Following behind Theo, Kona looked around nervously with a fearful expression. This was where the Black Orc King resided. The first time Kona had unknowingly wandered into this area and almost got killed. However, greetings, Lord Theo Park. Contrary to Kona's expectations, the Black Orc guards, rather than being hostile, cleared the way and greeted Theo. Furthermore, greetings, Lord Theo. Ulrich, from now on, protect this one whenever this guy comes here, meow. Theo gave instructions even to the Black Orc King. Sir Theo is amazing. Kona looked at Theo with admiration. I'll inform my interns, meow. The next time you come, ask the other cats to help sell the equipment, meow. Yes. With that, Theo, who had assisted Kona, quickly headed to the 99th floor of the tower. Kyungi to that location. Sejun, spotting 10 worker fire ants ahead, spoke softly to Kyungi. As soon as Sejun arrived on the 99th floor, he intended to capture fire ants from the southern area to test his newly acquired combat skill. However, Krung understood. Kyungi responded with his usual booming voice. Kiyek. Consequently, Sejun's covert operation to ambush the worker fire ants failed due to Kyungi's loud response. Kyungi just suppressed them, create thundercloud. As Sejun activated his skill, the sky darkened and thick clouds formed overhead. Then, throw thunder. Sejun adjusted his magic power and used his skill to render the fire ants unconscious. Boom! Kiyek! The fire ants that were hit by Sejun's thunder attack were knocked unconscious. In the meantime, Herbalist Kyungi has defeated the fire ant worker. You've gained 500 experience points, which is 50% of what Herbalist Kyungi gained. Kyungi defeated the remaining fire ants. Fortunately, the effects of being a guard still applied, even after changing jobs to an herbalist. Krung. All done. Kyungi, having effortlessly taken out the fire ants, approached Sejun. Good job. Sejun praised Kyungi and then approached the unconscious fire ant. He then planted a seed in the fire ant's body. Combat skill, you're a field LV. One has been activated. Finally, Sejun, filled with anticipation, concentrated his power into his hand holding the seed. Unable to penetrate the enemy's skin, you cannot plant the seed. As expected, nothing was easy. I expected as much. I didn't come here without preparation. Kyungi, make a hole here. Krung. Understood. Poke. As Kyungi pressed his claw against the fire ant's carapace, a hole was easily created. I didn't necessarily have to be the one to make the hole. Sejun laughed and planted the seed in the hole Kyungi made. Combat skill, you're a field LV. One has been activated. You've planted a kudzu fruit in the fire ant worker. Your job experience has increased slightly. Combat skill, you're a field LV. One proficiency has increased slightly. The kudzu grows rapidly by absorbing the life force of the fire ant worker. Within moments, the kudzu fruit that had taken root within the fire ant worker's body began to grow rapidly. Chapter 199, Anger. Squish, squish. The kudzu, drawing life from the fire ant worker, grew rapidly. Upon reaching a certain size, the plant stopped growing and with a sound, poof, a flower bloomed. Then, the kudzu absorbs the fire ant's life force. The fire ant's life force continuously depletes. The kudzu absorbs the fire ant's life force. The fire ant's life force continuously depletes. Every minute, a message appeared stating that the kudzu was absorbing the fire ant's life force. Sejun watched the fire ant for 30 minutes. Why isn't it dying? No matter how long he waited, there was no sign of the fire ant dying. Even though the kudzu was supposedly draining its life force, the ant seemed perfectly healthy. Krung. Daddy, Kyungi's bored. Just wait a bit. Sejun, while giving Kyungi a piggyback ride, observed for another 30 minutes, but the fire ant still appeared perfectly healthy. Kyuehe Krung. Hehe, Kyungi's excited. Only Kyungi laughed joyfully, enjoying being carried around. I get it now. Sejun quickly realized the issue. The kudzu was just a regular kudzu. Even if it drained the ant's life force, it was merely a tiny fraction of the ant's total life force. To drain the ant completely, thousands, perhaps tens of thousands of kudzu needed to be planted. Or perhaps the kudzu needed to grow more to absorb even more life force. Oh really? How am I supposed to use this in combat? He'd even have to make holes in the skin. Moreover, crops needed to be pollinated before they could bear fruit, so he couldn't harvest anything before that. The "you are a field" skill was profoundly agricultural in nature. Just as Sejun was feeling disappointed with the skill's performance. The unconscious fire ant worker began to regain consciousness. Then, special effect, restraint activated. Squirm, squirm. With the message of the special effect activation, the kudzu's stems began to wrap around the fire ant. Oh! Sejun was momentarily hopeful, but snap! As the ant moved its legs, the kudzu's stems broke off easily. Squirm! The kudzu attempted to grow new stems and tie the ant down, but whoosh! The fire ant spewed fire from its antennae, burning the kudzu's stems, further proving the insignificance of Sejun's newly acquired combat skill. Still, I need to harvest this kudzu. Kyungi, hold it down. If he left it as it was and the kudzu bore fruit, this area could become like the 85th floor. Krung. Understood. As Kyungi held the fire ant still, Sejun pulled out the kudzu root embedded in the ant's back. Suck. He extracted a kudzu root the size of a mini carrot from the fire ant's back. You've harvested a strong vitality kudzu root. Your job experience has slightly increased. Your proficiency in harvesting LV7 has slightly increased. You've gained 50 experience points. The fire ant receives minor damage. Multiple messages about the harvest appeared simultaneously. This isn't just any kudzu root. Kyungi, on Sejun's back, sensed the aroma of herbs emanating from the kudzu root. Sniff, sniff. Krung. Daddy, there's a faint smell of herbs in here. Herbs. Upon hearing Kyungi's words, Sejun quickly checked the kudzu root's options. Strong vitality kudzu root. Right arrow, this is the root of a kudzu that has grown by absorbing the life force of a living host. Right arrow, its potency is very weak since it hasn't fully matured yet. Right arrow, when consumed, it increases health by 0.002 or increases potential health by 0.001. Right arrow cultivator, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Right arrow expiration date, 10 days. Right arrow grade, E. Is this really an herb? Then can I plant other seeds as well? Putting aside the combat skill's effectiveness for now, Sejun quickly tried planting other seeds on the fire ant's back. Combat skill, you are a field LV1 has been activated. Fire ant worker's body is planted with the seed of a magical cherry tomato. Your job experience has slightly increased. Combat skill, you are a field LV1 proficiency has slightly increased. The magical cherry tomato rapidly grows, absorbing the life force of the fire ant worker. However, other crops didn't turn into herbs. It seemed there were specific crops that could become herbs. Well, at least I've figured out how to cultivate crops quickly, so that's good. As Sejun felt somewhat satisfied with his findings and was about to return to his farm. Keek. A fire ant with a small, sturdy blade green onion growing on its back started to follow Sejun. The ant had undergone a change in its pheromones due to the crops planted in it and now perceived Sejun as an ally. What's this, Kyungi? Let's go slowly. Sejun, riding on Kyungi's back, spoke as he noticed the ant following him. Krung. Understood. Kyungi moved at a pace, allowing the fire ant to follow. Soon the fire ant arrived at Sejun's farm and Keek. Keek. It naturally joined the group of mushroom ants. 75th floor of the Black Tower. Sigh, I don't want to go in. Peyton sighed, looking at the dilapidated warehouse, his place of work. On his first day, he encountered a ghost in the warehouse and fainted, prompting him to resign the next day. However, the Wandering Merchants Association refused to accept his resignation. And then, bang! The door of the warehouse opened abruptly as if to hurry him inside. I can't even run away because of those ghosts. Peyton walked into the warehouse as a cow being led to a slaughterhouse. Upon learning that Peyton was sent by Theo to tidy up the warehouse, the ghosts harassed him at home whenever he missed work, hopping to avoid their own torment when Theo visited. When Peyton entered the warehouse, "Oh, is the youngest here? What are you doing? Hurry up and move." The ghosts greeted him and ordered him to clean. Thanks to Peyton installing shelves and organizing the items, the height of the stacked goods on the floor had reduced. As Peyton was busy dusting and tidying, "Here are 1,000 tower coins, meow." Theo's voice was heard from outside. Just as a sparrow can't pass a mill without stopping, Theo couldn't bypass the lottery draw warehouse on the 75th floor. Kiek, Lord Theo is here. The ghosts panicked at the sound of Theo's voice. Bang! Hut, I'm here, meow. Theo entered the warehouse confidently. Lord Theo, welcome. The ghosts lined up orderly to greet Theo. Huh? Peyton stared in astonishment. The ghosts were that scared. Peyton once again realized whom he had messed with. Why is this warehouse still so dirty, meow? Theo's words froze both the ghosts and Peyton. First, bring out the items I have asked you to keep aside, meow. Yes. The ghosts hurriedly brought out 4 items they had stored for Theo to inspect. Meow. Theo stretched out his front paw, comparing the attraction between the 4 items in front and others he hadn't seen yet. Then, get me the item under this, meow. Theo pointed to the ground full of stacked items. Yes. The ghosts diligently fetched the items, and Theo inspected each one. Not this one, meow. It seemed that several ghosts were destined to face Theo's wrath that day and move on to the afterlife. After about an hour, about 10 ghosts moved on to the afterlife. And then, guys, I think it's time for me to leave. One of the ghosts spoke, moments from its end. I found it, meow. I'll be back next time, meow. Theo picked up a worn-out black vest that seemed to have been mended numerous times and left. And then, youngest, you heard Lord Theo right. He said the warehouse is dirty. I almost moved on to the afterlife. Youngest, you're on overnight duty from today. From now on, sleep in front of the warehouse. To avoid their torment next time, the ghosts started to pressurize Peyton even more. Guys, are you ready? Krung. Squeak. Ook. Kwek. At Sejun's words, the workers of the 99th floor responded energetically and swiftly dispersed, heading to their assigned farms. It was to quickly find crops imbued with the energy of the blue moon when it began. Everyone was eager, knowing that after the blue moon, a late-night snack time awaited. Krung. Kyungi's location is here. Snap. Kyungi clung to Sejun's leg. All right, Aileen, are you ready? Sejun, stroking Kyungi's head, asked Aileen. The tower's administrator loudly says not to worry. This time, Aileen had fully charged the searchlight with mana. While Aileen could now act directly, the use of the searchlight was unavoidable to prevent Sejun from fainting due to her powerful mana. Soon, as the sun transformed into the blue moon, Quill. Aileen quickly turned on the searchlight and roared. And then, Luffy. Wobble. Thud. Sejun fainted, because there was a powerful magic carried in Aileen's roar. Krung. Dad's passed out again. Kyungi hurriedly moved Sejun to the bedroom. There were no situations that were easily resolved for Sejun. The tower's administrator asks if you're feeling okay. As soon as Sejun opened his eyes, Aileen asked him anxiously. Aileen thought that Sejun had fainted because she had overlooked the fact that she had recently eaten magical cherry tomatoes, and her magic power had greatly increased. Still, Aileen held Sejun in high regard. I'm okay except for a slight tightness in my chest. Oh, it's Kyungi. The tightness in his chest was because Kyungi, who had been taking care of Sejun, was sleeping on Sejun's chest. Snuggle. Kurorong. Lifting Kyungi, Sejun sat up. I'm fine, so don't worry. Theo was here. While talking to Aileen, Sejun felt warmth on his lap and looked down to see Theo, who had returned at dawn, soundly sleeping there. Snap. Meow. Snap. With Theo and Kyungi comfortably attached on his lap, Sejun stepped outside. The courtyard of his house was neatly filled with crops imbued with the energy of the blue moon harvested at dawn. We'll have these for breakfast today. Sejun picked up the blue crops and headed to the kitchen. Lately, thanks to Kyungi's help with the herbs from the 85th floor kudzu field, he had eaten many herbs and wasn't too greedy for these crops. After enjoying a breakfast made of the blue moon crops. Slurp slurp. Sejun, while feeding Churu to Theo, who woke up late, enjoyed his morning coffee. Chairman Park, try this on, meow. Theo, after finishing his churu, carefully took out the black vest he'd taken from the ghost storage from his bag and carefully handed it over, making sure it didn't tear. Wear this. A leather vest that looked centuries old. Wearing it would earn him the title of a beggar. That's right, meow. Theo replied with a proud expression. Knowing Theo wouldn't bring him anything weird, Sejun decided to first check its options. Leather vest. Right arrow. Right arrow usage restrictions, LV, 30, agility 50 and above. Right arrow grade, B. Aileen, could you appraise this? The tower's administrator says to leave it to her. The leather vest in Sejun's hand disappeared. In the meantime, Chairman Park, I brought news about your family, meow. Theo took out a report delivered by Han Taejun from his bag and handed it to Sejun. My family. Sejun quickly read the report. And then, damn those F-seeking bastards from the Three-Head Society. For the first time since coming to the tower, Sejun cursed in rage. How dare they touch his family? The tower's administrator is furious, asking who angered you. What's wrong, Sejun? Why are you mad, Sejun? Chairman Park, what's wrong, meow? Kroong. Dad, what's wrong? Kryung. The strongest of the Black Tower began to gather in response to the anger of the Black Tower's real leader. Chapter 200. Who dared to mess with our Kyungi? Tower's 99th floor waypoint. Thump, 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 thump. From afar, the Minotaur 1003 rushed over. Minotaur 1003, what's all this commotion? The Minotaur King, who was guarding the waypoint, asked with a displeased look. Your Majesty, Minotaur King, Sejun is angry. What? Sejun is angry? The Minotaur King was taken aback. He had never heard of Sejun getting angry before. While Sejun never dared show anger towards the terrifying creatures of the 99th floor, the other animals misunderstood it as Sejun's patience and thought he seldom got mad. Yes, and he even cursed with such rage. Who dared to anger Sejun to the point of cursing? I'll have to go see for myself. To them, Sejun was a benevolent being who provided delicious grass when they were only eating dirt. Mu. Thump thump. The Minotaur King, wielding his legendary weapon, the red bone, dashed more frantically than anyone else towards Sejun's farm. The tower's administrator says she will hunt down and devour whoever dared to harm your family. Upon hearing that his family was threatened, Aileen became agitated. Aileen, calm down, otherwise you might strain your dragon heart. Kaiser, concerned, tried to soothe the agitated Aileen. While Aileen had become powerful with immense magic power despite her young age, she still lacked control. When her emotions surged, her magic power could become unstable. The tower's administrator is furious, asking how she could remain calm knowing someone threatened Sejun's family. Well, I understand, but still. Relax, Aileen, Kaiser is right. Calm down, I don't want to see you get hurt. The tower's administrator says if you put it that way, she'll calm down. While Aileen disregarded Kaiser's words, she immediately listened to Sejun. Aileen, for now, find the Three-Head Society inside the tower. The tower's administrator tells you to leave it to her. Upon Sejun's request, Aileen started searching for the Three-Head Society through the crystal orb. When this old man speaks, she gets angry, but when Sejun speaks. While Kaiser was mumbling out his frustrations jealously. Thump thump. Creating a massive dust storm, the Minotaur King arrived. Then, Mu. Kryuang. Mu. Upon hearing why Sejun was furious, Pinkfur began raging at the Three-Head Society. Then, Minotaur King, may I borrow the black Minotaurs? Sejun asked the Minotaur King if he could borrow his subordinates. Mu. Use them as you see fit. No, this time I shall personally join. Clank. In response to Sejun's request, the Minotaur King, with his red bone weapon slung over his shoulder, declared his participation. The Minotaur King, who had guarded the waypoint for 300 years, felt it was time to re-establish the tower's discipline. "Thank you, Minotaur King. So with your help," Sejun began crafting a plan to completely obliterate the three-head society with the help of the Minotaur King. There was another being here, simmering with rage. "How dare they target Master's family? I won't let them go." Flamey, shaking its leaves, seethed with anger. "I've been underestimating him too much." Watching Sejun give orders to the animals, Kaiser spoke. Busy with farming and being sidelined by the neighboring animals had led them to disregard the power Sejun possessed. Thinking about it, no world since the tower's inception had ever managed to fend off the first calamity, the locusts, so effortlessly and without major casualties. Currently, Sejun's sturdy blade green onions were effectively fending off the locusts outside the tower. The Apostle of Destruction would have been significantly taken aback since they had never faced such an opponent before. It was only natural for the Three-Head Society, which had ties to the Apostles of Destruction, to target Sejun's family. On the contrary, he had become so accustomed to worlds disappearing that he failed to notice these changes. At some point, the dragons had given up on protecting the world itself and focused solely on accepting survivors inside the tower and maintaining it. How did it come to this? When the dragons first started managing the tower, they fought and strategized to protect the worlds. However, after repeated failures, a pervasive sentiment among the dragons emerged, thinking that fighting was futile. They had grown accustomed to failure. Grown accustomed to failure. Kaiser was shocked by his own realization. How could the magnificent black dragon, the glorious dragon race, become accustomed to failure and give up fighting? Something must have influenced this shift. Something had eroded their spirits. The situation was more serious than he thought. "Kellyan, let's talk for a moment." "Why?" Kaiser called Kellyan, and they moved to a more secluded location. On a lake on the 44th floor of the tower, there was a small ice island melting within. "And then, here, I've brought 1,000 tower coins. Please freeze the lake for me." Kona, who had earned a significant amount selling equipment on the 41st floor with Theo's help, handed over a pouch of coins to a man by the lake. "Hehe, starting from today my price has gone up." The man noticed the considerable sum in Kona's pouch and spoke with a sly tone. He was impressed that this naive fool had managed to gather this amount, but surprisingly, he had earned more than expected. So, he felt inclined to reward the effort. "So how much will it be?" About 10,000 tower coins." That much?" Kona was taken aback by the man's demand. Kona had earned a sizable amount and intended to buy food for the penguins in the village, but— "Here, take it." Kona handed over the coins to the man. Protecting the island was more critical than food. Without the ice island, the penguins wouldn't survive a day. "Hehe, good job, little guy. Ice blast." Using his ability, the man stopped the melting of the ice island, and the surrounding water began to freeze, causing the island to expand slightly. "Next time, bring another 10,000 tower coins." The man instructed Kona before heading into a small cave near the lake. Thud, thud. The man went deep inside the cave, approaching another man who seemed to be directing others in a large open area. "Master Togen, I've come back." "Vincent, how much did you get?" 10,000 tower coins." "What, really?" At Vincent's words, Togen was astonished. "Yes, this is all thanks to your brilliant idea, Master Togen." "Heh, of course. Thanks to that, we'll have a considerable amount left even after paying tribute to Mr. One." Vincent's flattery made Togen smirk. The cave they were in served as the Three-Head Society's hideout. Togen had discovered penguins living nearby and hatched a plan to exploit them for money. By melting the ice island with Togen's fire ability and then having Vincent refreeze it for a price, they had found a way to extort money. Bang! "Chairman, we have a problem." A subordinate burst into the Wandering Merchant Association chairman's office. "What's the matter?" "The black minotaurs from the 99th floor have started descending again." What? They'll probably ascend soon just like last time. Having experienced the descent of the Black Minotaurs once, Chairman Mason replied nonchalantly. Nothing had happened then, so why would it be different now? But this time it was different. The Minotaur King is also on the move. What? The Minotaur King? Yes, the Minotaur King is personally leading 3,000 Black Minotaurs down the tower. Then we can't just keep standing around here. Gather the executives and deploy all the agents from the Secret Inspection Bureau to find out why the Minotaur King is moving. The alarmed Mason quickly issued orders. 300 years ago, when the Minotaur King descended the tower, almost 10 floors suffered devastating losses. It was unimaginable how severe the damage might be this time. Yes. Bang. The subordinate hurriedly closed the door and left. Hugh, the Minotaur King is on the move. A storm of blood is coming to the tower. Mason sighed heavily, filled with worry. Chairman Park, I've packed everything, meow. Krung. Kyungi, done packing too. Theo and Kyungi rushed towards Sejun, who was surveying the farm. Sejun had instructed the Minotaur King to thoroughly search each floor from the top as they descended. Sejun decided to check the most likely place for the Three-Head Society to be within the floors he could access. He couldn't just wait for Aileen or the Minotaur King to locate the Three-Head Society. Once everything was ready, guys, stay inside. Sejun put Theo and Kyungi into the void storage and took out a land deed. Black Tower 44th floor lake land deed. Swoosh. Sejun disappeared as he unfolded the land deed. You have arrived at the lake on the 44th floor of the Black Tower. You have moved from the top floor, the 99th floor, to the 44th floor. You have descended 55 floors. Due to the effect of tidal, retrogressor, all stats have increased by 55. His stats increased by a whopping 220 in an instant. Wow! Sejun felt an overwhelming surge of strength and surveyed his surroundings. As mentioned in the land deed, there was a lake in front of him. How is that ice? The odd thing was the presence of an ice island in the center of the lake. Clank! Come on out, guys. Sejun called out Theo and Kyungi. Understood, meow. Snap! Upon Sejun's call, Theo immediately emerged and clung to Sejun's knee. However, Krung, Kyungi will come out a bit later. Kyungi, whose snack pouch wasn't yet full, refused to come out. All right, take your time. Leaving the void storage open, Sejun looked around. Then, a quest has been triggered. Quest, lower the raised temperature of the lake and reclaim the lake's rights. Reward, recognition as the rightful owner of the land deed. As expected, a quest to obtain the land's rights appeared again this time. So, is there always a quest like this in order to gain land deed rights? Ice Cube. Sejun wondered briefly before freezing the water and moving to the ice island in the lake's center. He had a feeling the ice island held the clue. Thud. And so, Sejun set foot on the ice island. Theo, do you hear anything? I hear a knocking sound from inside, meow. Really? Where is it coming from? Over there, meow. Following where Theo pointed. Stairs. Sejun saw stairs descending made of ice. Clearly, someone was definitely there. As he descended, clang clang, Sejun also began to hear a sound as if something was being struck. It was the sound of metal being hit. What's that? Sejun continued to follow the sound. Penguins. Sejun saw small blue penguins busily striking at the metal, creating something. What was truly fascinating was that they weren't heating and striking the metal, but that. Drip, drip. They were freezing the metal with ice before striking it. That's Kona, meow. Theo cried out when he saw Kona among the penguins, crafting some equipment. Then, Theo. Kona looked up at the familiar voice and spotted Theo. Zing, zing, zing. With joy, Kona rushed towards Theo. But then, Kruyung. A furious roar filled with rage from Seunggi echoed from outside. Who dared to mess with our Kyungi? Messing with Kyungi, such bad luck. Sejun prayed for the offender's soul as he headed outside.